Chapter 19. The Press and the Pilfering of Potion Parts. Chapter text. Harry met Sirius in the main hall the next morning as they'd planned. Remus and Luna would be returning from the forest this morning after Luna's first transformation and Remus' first post-injury, and they wanted to be there for them. Sirius rose and gestured for Harry to follow him into the kitchen. "I know Remus has a cache of hot chocolate hidden away around here somewhere." Harry laughed and reached into his bag to fish out his Honeydukes purchase. "I just finished picking up some stuff for Remus, actually," he said. Sirius whistled appreciatively at Harry's haul but shook his head and added, "For all the years I've known Remus, he's had a secret stash of the really good stuff tucked away." "Honestly, I'm fine," Harry said. "We can just use the normal stuff." "Where's the fun in that?" Sirius asked. "Besides, it annoys Remus when I find his hiding places, and that's half the fun." Harry watched as Sirius searched high and low. "Wouldn't he keep it in his room?" Harry tried. "Nah," Sirius answered over his shoulder as he reached up to the very top shelf. "He stopped hiding his chocolate stash in his room when he caught me going through his underwear drawer one summer." Harry laughed at that. Sirius might not be the most responsible adult, but he sure knew how to have fun. "Eh ha!" Sirius exclaimed finally. Harry turned and watched as Sirius went to grab a tin of cocoa that was hidden behind some spices on the top shelf. "Go and fetch some blankets. I'm guessing they're going to need them." Harry nodded and collected the blankets from a closet in the hall. From the corner of his eye, he saw Hermes run down one of the corridors. He instantly wanted to follow the cat and see where he was going, but it would have to wait. He made his way back with the blankets, and Sirius met him just outside the kitchen with a breakfast tray. Together, they exited out into the courtyard. Harry instantly noticed how foggy it was. Steam seemed to roll off the ground as the sun's rays hit the frosty grass, indicating to him that winter was near its end. The pair scanned the grounds for any sign of the werewolves that had been loose in the forest all night. He was so focused on the tree line that he jumped when an ugly large bird flew over his head. "Augie," he asked no one in particular as the bird flew towards the forest. A moment later, Loki joined him and Sirius. "They're close," the cat said mentally. "Luna and the others are fine. Brilliant even, just wait till you see." The cat trailed off. A short while later, 4 figures walked out from the tree line. Harry heard Sirius gasp in surprise, and he wondered what was wrong, but when he looked at Sirius, he saw a large smile plastered on the man's face. Confused, Harry went to ask Sirius what he was grinning at, and then it dawned on him. Remus was walking. "It worked," Harry asked Sirius in shock. Sirius barked a loud laugh and said, "It looks like it." Sirius ran down to the group and met Remus with a mighty hug. Harry ran after Sirius and was about to hug Luna, but stopped himself in case she was injured. He needn't have worried, though, because a moment later, Luna wrapped her arms around his torso in a bone-crushing hug and lifted him up off the ground as if it were nothing. "Whoa," Harry said lamely as he rubbed his ribs gingerly. "You're really strong, Luna." Luna and Tabitha shared a smile and chuckled before Luna added, "Looks like you have some catching up to do, Harry, if you're going to keep up with us." Harry grumbled, "It's really not fair. I've been working so hard and you surpass me in one night just because you're a werewolf." "We could always fix that for you," Tabitha said, grinning. Sylvie glared at her and the small girl quickly added, "Only joking, of course." Luna smirked and then patted Harry on the head. "Relax, I'm really only this strong close to the full moon. I'm sure you'll be stronger than me again in a couple days." Harry had forgotten about the moon's influence on a werewolf's abilities and felt better after Luna's reminder. "I'm glad you're okay," he said to the group. "More than okay by the look of things," he added to Remus. Remus grinned. "I just hope it lasts," he said. "There is a chance that I'll only be able to walk for a few days before my injury returns." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "So this could be similar to how Luna's really strong right now, but isn't as strong when the moon really starts to wane." "Exactly," Remus said. "We'll just have to wait and see." Sylvie put her hand on Remus' lower back in support. "I sure hope so." The transformation seemed more brutal than normal. Remus nodded. "It was. It hurt almost as much as it did when Greyback broke it. At least it passed quickly, and we were able to enjoy the rest of our night," he added. Sylvie grinned and blushed. "If you're not careful, there will be a fresh pack of wolves in the forest," Sirius said. "When werewolves mate in wolf form, it makes baby wolves, you know." "I really didn't need that image, thanks, Sirius," Harry said. Luna and Tabitha just grinned sheepishly, and Sirius released a bark of laughter. "I don't even want to know how you know that, Sirius," Remus said. "Besides, Harry here is the one responsible for the increased werewolf population in the forest, not me." Harry paused at that. He hadn't heard anything regarding his offer to house the new werewolves at Potter Manor. It had been so long that he had assumed they'd been taken in by their families. "Any word on the werewolf kids, then?" he asked Sirius, since the man spent so much time with Amelia. "Amelia's been in contact with the Italian ministry, and the hospital has been in contact with the families," Sirius said. "We should have news soon, I think." Harry's thoughts drifted as the others continued talking. He would have to start hitting Malfoy's investments soon in order to make sure they had enough wolfsbane ingredients. Creature had stocked the kitchen and prepared the guest rooms. They were as ready as they could be, he guessed. At least they would be once he pilfered the potion ingredients. He felt a grin grow on his face as he thought of the folder full of potential marks hidden in his room. This was going to be fun. Harry spent much of the day reviewing Mrs. Figg's work. The contents of the packet she'd given him was spread out all over the floor, rather than give him something like the winter solstice packets, which were neat and organized. She'd given him homework. All the information was there, but he would have to work to finish each profile and come up with a plan for each mark. He could just wing it, of course, but he knew that Mrs. Figg would be disappointed in him if he did that. Harry got up off the floor and walked over to the table to check on Ratatoska. The stick creature looked to be in a similar situation as he sat scratching his head amongst a spread of runes. Harry chuckled at the creature's antics and wished he understood what the heck he was trying to accomplish. He returned to his own brainstorming. He still needed to work out how he was going to travel to and from each mark. The wizarding world had plenty of options, but they each had drawbacks. He walked to the chalkboard he'd moved in and began to write down each method. The flu was heavily regulated, his own being an exception. There were also usually wards to prevent unauthorized visitors from simply walking through, and he had read that tampering with them often resulted in the flue shutting off, thus trapping the culprit inside the fireplace. He crossed out the word "flu" on his board. There were also portkeys to consider, but they were also heavily regulated. He knew he could get one from Henry at the guild market, but he didn't have a way to buy one, and he didn't want to owe Henry another favor. He was a bit wary after what had happened with Henry, so portkeys were out as well, at least for now. He wished he could just apparate, but that was far outside his skill level. He could probably ask Dung to side along him, but the man was very busy and probably wouldn't want to hang around waiting for him while Harry had all the fun. No, that was out as well. Harry was about to start writing out his next idea, but was interrupted by a knock on his door. He paused as he considered the ramifications of someone seeing all his plotting, but he was put at ease when Luna announced it was just her. He opened the door and saw his friend standing outside his room with a dreamy smile on her face. "Hello, Harry," she said brightly before skipping past him into the room. She ignored the mess and simply sat on his bed and pulled out a book. He grinned. It felt like old times, and like none of the events over the past few months had happened at all. He shut the door, making sure to replace the locking charm, and returned to his board. There had to be a better way, he thought. Besides the fact that all of these methods were restrictive and heavily monitored, they simply made him ill. He jumped as Luna's voice interrupted his thoughts. "You are absolutely covered in rackspurts," she said matter-of-factly from behind her book. He sighed and explained his problem. "There just has to be a way for me to get in and out without being traced," he added. Luna glanced at the board and hummed. Harry watched as she got up from the bed and walked over so she was standing next to him. She grabbed the chalk from him and wrote on the board, but he couldn't see what. When she moved out of the way, he saw two more additions, broomstick and night bus. He pondered on those options for a moment. The night bus was cheap, for one, and he was pretty sure it could take him wherever he needed. But if an aura thought to check in with the driver, he might be remembered. He brought up his concern, but Luna was quick with a solution. "You could always disguise yourself with some charms or a potion," she deflected. He shook his head. "Polyjuice is beyond my abilities, I think, and I don't know any spells that can change my appearance." Luna shrugged and added, "We could always disguise you the Muggle way then, and I still have some hair coloring potion that you could use as long as you buy me more later." He had to admit she had a point. There was just one more problem. He didn't want to take the night bus directly to each site in case there was an investigation, and so he'd end up walking long distances in unknown places at night. And he wasn't sure whether or not it was normal for a young wizard to request a ride back in the same night. He returned to the board and considered her other addition, broomstick. An image of the smooth, darkly stained wood, the polished brass, and the engraved runes that he'd seen in the shop in Diagon Alley appeared in his mind, and he felt his smile grow in anticipation. The answer was a combination. He'd take the night bus somewhere nearby, but not too close, and then fly the rest of the way by broomstick. After his job was done, he'd fly back directly home. He turned and hugged his friend in thanks. There was another knock at the door. Harry rushed to hide the papers, and Luna erased the board. A moment later, Harry walked over to the door. Habitually, he took a deep breath and cleared his mind before he finally opened the door and found Sylvie standing where Luna stood not long before. "I've made dinner, if you two want to join," she said, not commenting on the locked door or suspicious behavior. Harry didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, so he just nodded and agreed to come down. From outside the kitchen, he could hear Sirius and Remus laughing at something. When he walked into the room, he saw Healer Rosemary and Healer Goldstein standing in shock as Remus walked around the room, his wheelchair discarded nearby. "Ah, man, did I just miss the grand reveal?" Harry asked disappointedly. Sirius looked abashed and said, "Sorry, pup." Healer Rosemary recovered first. "This is outstanding," she said. "I have to admit that I hadn't actually put much stock in the theory," Remus nodded. "Me neither, actually. There is still a chance that this is temporary, at least near the new moon." Healer Goldstein nodded at that. "It makes sense since that's when a werewolf is at its weakest." The adults continued to discuss the different outcomes of Remus' recovery. He was interested, but he just didn't care to speculate on the unknown. They just have to wait and see how things went in the coming weeks. For now, he was content that Remus could at least walk around near the full moon. Was interrupted from his thoughts when he heard the flue flare just outside the kitchen. He watched as Luna poked her head out for a moment and then left the room to greet whoever had arrived. A moment later, Madam Bones, Susan, and a stranger walked into the kitchen. He watched as Sirius went to pull Amelia into an embrace before stopping himself. The man he didn't know raised an eyebrow at Sirius' faux pas and scribbled something in his notepad, which caused both Amelia and Sirius to flinch slightly. Harry didn't want to be rude, so he got up from his seat and greeted the newcomers. When Harry reached out to shake the stranger's hand, the stranger reciprocated with a firm grip and said, "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Potter. Merlin knows I've been trying to schedule an interview since I'd heard from several reliable sources that you'd return to the magical world." Harry maintained a polite smile, but only just. This man must be a reporter, he reckoned. He'd known it was only a matter of time, and it was part of the plan to announce his return and his intentions to house several young werewolves. He shouldn't be surprised, but it had been something he'd not been looking forward to and had been placed firmly in the back of his mind. He noticed Sirius avoiding eye contact. Surely he had known and had failed to send any warning his way. He quickly returned his attention to the reporter and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, mister." The man flinched and answered, obviously embarrassed. "Cox, Mr. Barnaby Cox, with the Daily Prophet." Harry observed the man's cheeks begin to burn. "Sorry for rambling there, Mr. Potter. I got a bit excited." Harry didn't want to be on the man's bad side if he was going to be writing about him, so he quickly worked to put the man at ease. "Please call me Harry," he said, still smiling politely, but feeling a little out of his depth. He wished Mrs. Figg were here. She drilled the plan into his head along with tips and hints to help navigate the reporter's questions, but that had been several weeks ago, and he was worried he was going to botch it up. He chanced a glance at Luna and Susan and found them both looking right at him. He ever so slightly tilted his head at the door, urging them to get the hint to help him out. Luna nodded slightly that she understood and then said, "Mr. Cox, what do you know about the Rothgen conspiracy?" Daddy always said. Susan led Harry out into the hall while everyone was distracted by Luna's question. "You okay?" she asked him. Harry nodded. "Yeah, it's just no one told me I'd be doing this today, and it's been ages since Mrs. Figg and I prepared." He trailed off, realizing he might have said too much. Susan didn't find it weird and simply placed a hand on his arm and said, "Well, at least you've prepared some. Auntie sometimes tests me on how I should respond if anyone asks me anything about the ministry or her work. Harry took a deep breath. I think I'll be okay, he said finally. Thanks, Susan. The next morning, after his workout, Harry walked towards the kitchen, deep in thought. He had pushed himself a bit further this morning than he usually did, as he worried anxiously about his new responsibilities and what the Daily Prophet would write about him. After Harry had gone back inside to face the reporter, he had been informed that 6 of the werewolf children had died during their first transformation, and that only 2 had been accepted by their families. That meant that 4 had been abandoned, but the Italian ministry was grateful for his offer and had approved the transfer of the children into his care. They would arrive in a couple of days. The full weight of his choices had hit him like a ton of bricks. He was now responsible for 4 children. Well, partially responsible at least. The children were now wards of the Potter estate, and he was the last Potter. But he had Mrs. Figg, Remus, and Sylvie as well as Sirius, and even Madame Bones had offered her support. He wasn't alone, but he still felt the burden, and it was a lot for a 10-year-old. The interview had gone well. At least he thought it had. Maybe his mind would change after he read the article. He walked into the kitchen and found Sylvie sitting alone at the table. She smiled and waved him over when she saw him. He sat down and loaded his plate as Sylvie poured him some tea. Sylvie let him eat in silence, but he could feel her eyes on him occasionally. When he finished eating, she spoke up. You eat like a werewolf after the full moon, you know, she said with a smirk. Harry chortled at that and said, I may have pushed myself a bit hard this morning. I was starving. Why are you working so hard anyways? She asked. You work like a man possessed. Harry thought for a moment before answering. He trusted Sylvie, but he wasn't sure he was ready to be so open. But hadn't she proved herself? Hadn't she insisted that he be part of her family? She wasn't just a guest in his house, really. Not anymore. And if she was going to stay, then she deserved to understand the risks. He looked her in the eyes and admitted something that he wasn't sure he'd even admitted to himself until this moment. I'm scared, he answered. She looked a bit shocked at his admission but didn't say anything. Instead, she gestured at him to elaborate. I'm scared of Voldemort returning, of his followers seeking revenge, and now Greyback, sure, he trailed off. But I think that more than anything I'm scared of failing, of shaming my parents' memory. Sylvie nodded thoughtfully. You do have a lot on your plate, Harry, but you're a good, kind, talented kid. I don't think you need to worry so much about shaming your parents' memory. Harry was touched at her praise, but honestly didn't know how to react. The Dursleys had never praised him. He didn't know what to do with it. I don't want to discourage you from hard work, she added. Just don't forget to have some fun every now and then. He nodded. Speaking of fun, he said, do you know how to fly a broom? I've been thinking of getting one. Sylvie became thoughtful at that, her mouth turned down in a frown. I used to love to fly, she said sadly. Harry was concerned at the sudden shift in her demeanor. What changed, if you don't mind me asking? Sylvie drank her tea for a moment before answering. My wolf within doesn't like to fly. She prefers to stay on the ground. Harry paused. Her wolf within, just how much of a hold did the wolf have on a person, he wondered. Did it really start and end at the full moon? I guess I didn't realize how much being a werewolf changed a person, even outside of the full moon, he admitted. Everybody is different, and every wolf within is as well, she said. It's not all bad, though. A lot of inner wolf traits are quite positive. I met a man that was the worst bully before he got lycanthropy. The wolf within made him the kindest person. She shook herself out of her thoughts and added, but that doesn't mean I can't teach you how to fly once you get a broom. Harry smiled at that. He'd been looking forward to flying ever since he'd seen the broom in Diagon. But he couldn't help but wonder how Luna might change. He hadn't noticed anything just yet. She had been her regular aloof, yet insightful self the day before. Thanks for being so open with me about your fears, Harry, she said. I don't think you realize how unique your treatment of werewolves is, but it means a lot to me that you trust me and Remus so much. Harry shrugged. We're family now, Sylvie, he said. Besides, I spent most of my life being treated badly for being different, so I get it. The tender moment ended when Luna walked in, chipper as can be. She skipped over and threw Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. He looked down and read the headline, The Boy Who Lived Returns. He wasn't sure he could read any more of it. How bad is it? He asked Luna. The blonde girl chuckled. It's not bad at all. Barnaby was very honest in his description of you and didn't embellish or demean your werewolf foundation at all. He breathed a sigh of relief at that. He even mentioned me and my opinion on the Rathgang conspiracy, she added with delight. He smiled at that. He was really glad that Mr. Cox hadn't taken any liberties or disparaged any of his friends. Maybe he could send something to the man as thanks. It couldn't hurt to have an ally in the press. Later that day, Harry was getting ready to leave for a quick shopping trip with Luna. They stood outside the fireplace, waiting for Sirius to join them so he could escort them around. He didn't think it was necessary, but the older man had insisted that it was. After what felt like ages, Harry saw Sirius walking towards them from the guest wing. "About time," he grumbled under his breath. Luna giggled but didn't say anything. "Well, let's go. What's taking you so long?" Sirius said with a wink when he arrived. Luna laughed at the joke and then spun away in a flash of green. Harry shook his head and quickly followed after. He didn't want Luna to get too far ahead as she was prone to wandering. He spun out of the fireplace and just barely managed not to fall on his face. He quickly dusted himself off and turned to look at the crowded room where he quickly noticed everyone was openly looking at him. He hated it instantly, but tried not to glare. Harry heard the flue flare, and he turned to watch Sirius step out of the fireplace calmly. The crowd quickly began to return to their conversations when they saw Sirius. Harry supposed traveling with a once-convicted felon had its advantages after all. They left the bar and traveled to a few shops so that Luna could browse. Harry had wanted to just buy his broomstick and leave immediately, but he knew Luna had been cooped up and needed the outing desperately. She picked out several outfits and some new robes. He noticed instantly that everything she'd picked out was rather high-end and pricey, but he didn't say anything. She'd always liked clothing, but she had usually gravitated to the more run-of-the-mill clothing. Nothing like the stuff he was currently holding for her. Maybe Luna's inner wolf has expensive tastes. He reckoned that if this was the only change in Luna's personality, it was an easy one for him to accept. He just hoped his vault could handle it. After Luna finished shopping for herself, she began picking out things for Harry to try. He started to grumble, but Sirius placed a calming hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Trust me, pup, this will go a whole lot smoother if you just let her do her thing." He heard Luna chuckle from a few racks over. She'd obviously heard what Sirius had said with her enhanced hearing. He sighed and nodded his head, accepting his fate. Some of what Luna had picked out, he'd even liked, and he'd most likely never pick it out for himself, so he lumped it all in as a win. As they went from shop to shop, he noticed more people looking at him, and then looked away when they noticed Sirius. He didn't get it. He'd been here several times now, and no one had even acknowledged him, but now it seemed he was noticed and acknowledged everywhere he went. It was not a good thing for an aspiring thief. He was definitely going to need some disguises in the future. They eventually made their way to the broom shop, and Harry quickly asked the store owner if he could buy the new Nimbus. He tried to ignore the way the man nervously held his hands as they shook, and the tremble in his voice when he responded. He was suddenly reminded of the ring that Malfoy Sr. had been wearing that day early in the summer. It had caused everyone in a certain radius to feel uncomfortable and flee. Something like that would be dead useful right now, except he wouldn't necessarily want people to flee in fear, at least not all the time. Maybe there was something that could exude calmness instead. As if he'd summoned the man by merely thinking of him, he heard the familiar drawl say something behind him. He was ashamed he'd let his guard down and hadn't noticed anyone approaching. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I see you're taking your bitch out for a stroll," he said as a sneer. "It's a shame your parents didn't live long enough to teach you that animals ought to be leashed, however. Instead, you've offered them beds in your home as if they're equal." Harry saw red at the man's words and desperately wanted to remove his wand from the holster hidden beneath his robes, but Sirius' hand on his shoulder tightened momentarily. Luna seemed unbothered by the man's words. She simply cocked her head at an angle as if she were inspecting the blond man. "That's enough, Malfoy," Sirius said in a dangerously calm tone. "Another comment like that, and I'll be forced to respond." Sirius grinned wickedly. "And I think we both know you're not up to dueling a black without 2 or 3 masked goons to watch your back." Lucius grimaced first, and then smirked in response. "I simply wish to enlighten the boy to the error of his ways. Such a shame that a once revered and respected pureblood family is tarnishing itself by mingling with dark creatures. Harry interjected then, not wanting Sirius to get into any trouble. "That's very kind of you to think to warn me, Mr. Malfoy," he said with false sincerity. "I imagine you've learned the cost of associating with the scum of magical society firsthand and know what you're talking about." Lucius sneered down at him and said, "It seems I've arrived too late to repair any damage." He shook his head sadly as he turned to walk away. "It's such a shame." Harry wanted to get the last word in and so added, "Luna's worth 10 of you, Malfoy." He didn't get to see if Malfoy would respond because Luna tackled him at his words. What he assumed was meant to be a hug was transformed into an assault as her werewolf strength toppled him to the floor. "Oops, sorry, Harry," she said with embarrassment, perched on top of his chest. "Grrraf," he wheezed. Luna quickly stood and then pulled him to his feet easily. She then gave him a hug, more gently this time, and said, "Thanks for what you said. He's mean." The group gathered their things and made to leave, but were stopped by the store owner. "Not all of us agree with the likes of Malfoy, lad," he said. "I, for one, think it's very kind that you've opened your home to those in need." Harry blushed and whispered his thanks. "I'd wager that there's more of us that think it, but the likes of Malfoy make it difficult to voice it without fear of retribution," the man added. Harry nodded. He wished he could do something to speed things up, but he'd have to be careful in order to avoid detection. If he timed things right, he'd see Malfoy homeless and destitute, but if he moved too quickly, it would all be for nothing. "Thanks for saying so," Sirius said. "I'm really proud of the person my godson is becoming." The man looked warily at Sirius, but then nodded his head and shook Sirius's hand. The trio waved goodbye and left. The stairs followed him out of the alley, but he was determined to get used to it. He would cast this illusion proudly so that he could do what was needed in the shadows. The celebrity status and the attention that came with it was just going to be a part of his journey to become a master thief. A few days later, Harry sat in his room going over a few of his completed folders. The werewolf children would be arriving the next day, and he was weighing the pros and cons of acting tonight out, waiting until things had settled. If he was being honest with himself, which he always tried to do, he was itching to do something. It had been ages since he had stolen anything, and longer still since he'd done anything meaningful. He put the folders away and packed up his freshly stocked adventure kit. Several potions had been added, along with a few bottles of bluebell flames to help keep him warm. The jars had been etched with runes that Ratatosker had picked out that would help the flames last longer and provide more heat. His broom training session hadn't exactly been necessary, since it turned out that he was a natural flyer. Sylvie had hooted loudly and bombarded him with praise as he took his first spin around the property. Tad, however, pointed out just how cold the night air was, and that had needed to be addressed. He'd been frozen stiff by the end of the night, but he'd enjoyed himself immensely. He hoped tonight would be different. He stood outside Luna's door, hoping to catch the girl before she turned in. She'd be furious if he woke her up. He could see light from beneath the door, so he knocked. A moment later, he heard Luna shout at him to come in. When he walked in, the first thing he noticed was that her room was very clean. The usual piles of clothes had been put away nicely. He couldn't help but wonder if this was another inner wolf change or something else. Luna sat cross-legged on her bed, dressed in an overly large t-shirt that was currently stretched over her knees. There was a large tome open on the bed in front of her. "Anything good in there?" he asked. She lifted the book so he could read the title. "Arcane Magic and Forgotten Rituals," he read before adding with a chuckle. "If Sirius caught you reading that, you'd be in so much trouble." "Sirius is the one that gave it to me," she said smugly as she sat up straight and stretched. "Need help with your disguise." Harry was annoyed that she knew. "How?" he started before she cut him off. "The house tells me things all the time, Harry, remember," she said. "Oh, right," he said. "Well, yes, if you don't mind then." She got up from her bed and he followed her over to the vanity. He handed her the supplies she'd need and she got to work right away. "Be careful tonight, Harry," she said, breaking the silence. "I will, I promise," he replied. "Did fate happen to say anything about all this?" Luna scoffed. "I thought you didn't want fate interfering with your life." "I don't. I was just wondering." Luna looked at him as she brushed out his wig and then shook her head. "Things have been silent as of late." Harry nodded stiffly. He was nervous. he'd stolen before. He'd broken into places before, all without magic. Of course, the places he'd broken into and the people he'd stolen from hadn't had magic either, and these new places did, and he was still learning, while the people he was stealing from were fully trained. Of course, he was nervous. He'd be crazy not to be. Out of nowhere, Luna hugged him, and he felt himself melt into it before he returned one of his own. Thanks, Luna. He broke contact and looked into the vanity mirror. He still had black hair, but it was long and was pulled into a ponytail that completely exposed his forehead. The lightning-shaped scar was concealed by makeup that was spelled to be impervious to the elements and sweat. Someone that knew him well might still recognize him if they got a good long look, but as long as he was fast and stayed out of sight, he'd be fine. He nodded and said, I'm as ready as I'm going to be, I guess. Harry stood in the tree line of a forest, beneath his invisibility cloak. He'd flown over the forest from a nearby village that he'd been dropped off at by the night bus. The trip had been uneventful, save for the nauseating ride. Magical transportation desperately needed a rework in his opinion. His first mark was a wealthy merchant by the name of Gideon Saxton. According to the file he'd compiled, the family had grown its wealth by buying up potion supplies and then holding on to them while working to pass legislation to restrict the sale and manufacture of it. They then slowly sold it at a premium to the public and then used a loophole to become manufacturers. They created the deficit in the market and then ensured they were the only ones that could sell it to make themselves rich. Malfoy's ancestor had helped pass the legislation under the condition that he become part owner of the company, thus ensuring that his family get their share of the pie for generations. Harry looked out at several barns that served as warehouses for the family. He hadn't seen a soul, so he guessed they were protected by other means. He walked towards the nearest building while simultaneously sending magical probes out. The ambient magic of the grounds lit up brightly in his mind's eye. He felt for any wards or triggers that might detect intruders, but didn't find any on his path. As he got closer, his probes began to bounce off the walls of the building. The doors to the barn were on the opposite side from him and faced the house. The magical probes moved upwards, hoping to find a gap somewhere near the roof, but found none. The building was well secured. He paced while looking at the ground, and a thought came to him. It was a long shot, but he checked anyway. Magical probes crawled deep into the ground, but they were stopped. The wards were impervious and went far below the surface. Walking around the barn until the house was in view, he noticed no lights were on inside. He inspected the doors to the barn and found a smooth recess in one of them that looked like some sort of object might fit inside. He guessed that once the right object was placed, it would unlock the door. There was no other choice. He'd have to find the object. Maybe he'd find more information inside the house. It was risky, but he couldn't think of a better way. Surely, he thought to himself, if the barns were protected, then so was the house, but maybe a window had been left open somewhere. He sent probes out, looking for weak points or entries that had been neglected. He continued to walk around outside the large home until he finally thought he'd found something. High above, near the roof, he sensed an opening. It was small, maybe too small, but he pulled out his broom and flew up to inspect it. What he found was a somewhat damaged attic vent. He thought he might be able to fit if he removed a few of the already loose boards. He pried them away and gently placed them inside so they wouldn't be found. He removed his invisibility cloak and wrapped a scarf around his mouth and nose before he slid into the tight space and crawled inwards. Now inside, he was able to send more probes out to inspect the interior of the building. It was a bit more overwhelming than outside, but he'd have to manage. He sensed a few people in what he guessed were bedrooms. He'd avoid them if possible. Instead, he made his way towards the floor below and to what he guessed were some offices. He put his invisibility cloak back on and withdrew his hand of glory. He placed one of his bluebell flame bottles in its hand. Blue light spread out around him, allowing him to see clearly a few yards in front of him. Prowling from room to room, he grabbing a few trinkets here and there just for fun, but he didn't find anything helpful. He sent a few more probes to mentally map the area and proceeded to other areas of the home, further from the bedrooms. The hallway was very well decorated, full of paintings and furniture. He felt the hair on the back of his neck stick up as he neared the end of the hallway, and he stopped suddenly. The probes inspected the area and didn't find anything at first. He focused more closely and eventually found an extremely thin magical line, barely the size of a hair, running across the carpet just in front of him, which he almost stepped on. He was lucky to have somehow picked up on something at all. His probes surrounded the hair-thin line and inspected it. Whatever it did, it felt menacing and harmful, and not the kind of magic that simply sounded an alarm. He wondered what would happen if his probes simply broke the line for him. He didn't want to risk an alarm going off. It would be even worse if they triggered the spell. Following the line with his probes, he found that it eventually made its way back to the bedrooms. He might be able to disable it if he got closer, but encountering a fully trained wizard seemed more dangerous than simply cutting the line. He made a mental note to study even more and headed back towards the bedrooms. A fully trained wizard was only dangerous if he was caught, so he'd just have to be extra cautious. Surprisingly, none of the bedroom doors seemed to be spelled against intruders. Gideon must have thought the piece of magic at the end of the hallway was more than enough. He opened the door to the master suite as carefully as possible, making note of the snoring coming from the couple as they lay in bed. He crept over to the nightstand and gently lifted the witch's wand before moving to the wizard's side of the bed to do the same. The threat neutralized, he released the breath he'd been holding. The dangerous line of magic led him to a very large closet. He followed the line and noticed it went further, behind another wall, and could sense that there was a smaller room hidden behind a wardrobe. Rich people and their large manners and their hidden rooms, he thought to himself, before remembering he was rich himself and lived in a manor. He shook the thought from his head and felt around the wardrobe for a switch that might reveal the room entrance. Finally, he found something and pushed, and the false wall opened to reveal the hidden area. Stepping in, he found himself in a tight space that was mostly taken up by a large stone dais. On the dais was a large tome and a few small stones etched with the Saxton family crest. He was going to open the tome, but he felt his family magic warn him away from it. It didn't seem to have a problem with him picking up the stones, though. He thought they were roughly the right size and pocketed them. Turning quickly, he shut the doors behind him as he exited the main suite. In the hall again, he made his way back to the attic. A doorknob jiggled, and then a door opened in front of him. He quickly stopped and moved to stand against the wall, making himself as thin as possible. A boy with brown hair that looked to be about his own age stepped out into the hallway. When the boy got to about where Harry was, he stopped and turned his head and looked right at the spot that Harry was standing beneath his invisibility cloak. He held his breath and willed the boy to keep going. Finally, the boy shook his head and walked down the hallway that led to the main post of the house. Harry breathed another sigh of relief and proceeded towards the attic. But before he knew it, the brown-haired boy ran back towards him. Harry, who was still under his invisibility cloak, barely had time to wonder how the boy knew he was there before he was tackled to the ground. Harry fumbled for his wand as the boy proceeded to land punch after punch all over Harry's body. The blows were a mere distraction as his robes absorbed and redistributed the energy equally over his body. Not that the boy was very strong. In his opinion, he needn't have worn his kinetic robes at all. Finally, Harry was able to grip his wand, and he shot off a stupefy which luckily found his mark. Realizing that the fight had been rather loud, he acted quickly and pulled the boy back into his bedroom before shutting the door. He heard heavy footsteps coming his way as he pulled the boy into his bed and pulled over the covers. The doorknob jiggled, and Harry ran to the window and removed his broom from his expandable bag as he jumped out. He flew quickly up and over the roof, back towards the barns and out of sight. Luckily, the boy's bedroom was on the other side of the house, so he wouldn't be seen. He landed in front of the closest barn's door and quickly inserted one of the stones. He would have to act quickly to escape unseen. The warehouse door opened automatically, and he stepped in. Harry scanned the room and noted the crates full of potion ingredients stacked in nice, neat rows. There was no way everything would fit in his expandable bag, so he focused on the ingredients he recognized and knew would be helpful and dumped fistful after fistful into the empty jars in his bag. His bags were full, and there was no time to check the remaining barns anyways, so he simply removed a few more jars of the bubbling purple liquid and tossed them into the center of each barn. He straddled his broom and took off into the night. He turned and looked over his shoulder as he flew away over the forest and saw several large pillars of purple smoke billowing into the sky. A satisfied smirk broke out on his face as he flew away towards home. Chapter 20. A House of Wolves. Chapter text. Harry shivered as the cold wind blew across his face. He noted that the jars of blue bell flames were beginning to wear out, and he could no longer feel his fingers. Luckily, he could see his family home on the horizon as he flew over the surrounding forest. From high above, he was finally able to appreciate just how large his property was. The woods spread in every direction, and he doubted that he'd ever be able to discover all of their secrets in this lifetime. He began to descend as he approached his house and landed gently on his balcony before removing his invisibility cloak and tucking it away as he walked into his bedroom. He kicked off his shoes and was about to peel off his sweaty clothing when someone cleared their throat. He jumped and turned and found Mrs. Figg sitting on a chair in the corner of the room. He wondered just how long she'd been sitting there and whether or not she'd seen him remove his invisibility cloak. "Well, don't leave me hanging, lad," she said with a grin. "How did it go? Who did you decide to hit first?" Harry smiled in relief and shrugged off his embarrassment. His secretive nature had taken over, and he'd gotten defensive before he remembered that she'd been the one to start him down this path. Harry watched her face carefully as he told her that he'd started with Gideon Saxton. Her face remained blank, but he thought he detected a slight widening of her eyes for a moment. She said nothing, so he told her everything, save for his interaction with the Saxton boy when he'd somehow been noticed beneath this cloak. Mrs. Figg nodded and hummed at all the right moments as he told his story. When he finished, she spoke up. "Well, I imagine having that invisibility cloak of yours helped immensely." Harry tensed at the mention of the cloak, but he knew it was pointless to try and lie about it. Instead, he chose to say nothing. "I caught your father with that cloak a time or two," she said with a fond smile. "I'm glad you found it." She pointed at his face and said, "Are you going to tell me how you got that bruise on your cheek then?" Harry's eyes furrowed in confusion before he gingerly touched his face, feeling for the bruise. He sighed in frustration as he felt a slight pain on his left cheek. "The Saxton boy somehow found me even though I was beneath the invisibility cloak," he explained. "He tackled me to the ground and started punching me. I didn't even realize he'd landed a blow on my face, to be honest." Mrs. Figg simply nodded. "You were probably being too loud and he heard you. Many witches and wizards begin to feel invincible under an invisibility cloak and become a bit negligent." Harry nodded at that. He definitely felt invincible under his cloak. "Hand it over, then," Mrs. Figg said simply. Harry paused. She couldn't possibly mean his cloak. "Over what?" "The cloak, lad," she said. "You'll never learn to properly sneak while you have that as a crutch to fall back on." Harry hesitated for a moment. He didn't really want to give up something that had once belonged to his father, especially something that was dead useful. "Mrs. Figg, surely you don't expect me to ask these jobs without my cloak." Mrs. Figg cut him off. "That's exactly what I expect, lad. It's the only way you'll truly learn to move without making a sound." Harry huffed. "But it's too dangerous." "Of course it's dangerous, Harry. It's even more dangerous if you get caught up relying on a tool that can be lost, damaged, or stolen." She took a deep breath before continuing her rant, her hands flailing in the air. "In a few years, after countless jobs done with the use of a cloak, what will you do if you suddenly find yourself without it? You'll be so used to the easy way you were able to complete your tasks that you'll likely overestimate yourself and wind up captured or killed." He withdrew his cloak from his pouch, savoring its coolness as the material slid through his fingers. "When do I get it back?" he checked while he handed it over. Mrs. Figg hummed as she took it from him and said, "Complete a few more missions without it, and I'll set up a trial here. If you can steal it back from me without me noticing, then I'll consider the lesson learned." Harry sighed. He still didn't like the idea, but he knew she had a point and was looking after him, even if he was frightened at the prospect of completing the next few jobs without his invisibility cloak. He would just have to practice extra hard so he could get it back soon. Harry approached the kitchen later that day, around lunchtime. He'd showered and slept the morning away without interruption. He walked into the kitchen, hoping to get a bite to eat and say hello to whoever was still home. He wondered slightly if Mrs. Figg would still be around or if she'd gone back to work with dung. He found Luna sitting at the table, a blank look on her face and a plate of sandwiches in front of her. He sat down opposite her and helped himself to one of the sandwiches. "Hey, Luna, did you make these? They look quite good," he said. Luna snapped out of her trance-like state and looked at Harry confusedly. "Sorry, what did you say?" Harry chuckled and repeated what he'd said. "Oh, no, Mrs. Figg made those," Luna answered simply as she grabbed one of the plate. "They are quite good, aren't they?" Harry nodded as they ate in silence. When Harry finished, he asked, "Did I miss anything interesting this morning?" Luna grimaced at that. "Sort of," she said. Sirius and Mrs. Figg got into a row. He didn't like that she just waltzed back in like she hadn't been gone for weeks without saying anything. Harry hummed at that. He figured it might be a sore point. "Oh, then there was the morning's edition of the Prophet that you'll probably want to check out," she said, whilst handing over the paper from further down the table. Harry looked over the front page, noticing the typical ministry drivel covering 80% of it. Then he saw what Luna must have been referring to, a small article hidden in the middle of the page. "Fire destroys one of Britain's largest stocks of potion ingredients. Prices on restricted ingredients are speculated to skyrocket." Harry guffawed at that. They didn't mention how the fire got started. "Maybe they think it was an accident," Luna suggested. Harry shook his head. "I doubt it. The Saxton boy noticed me, and we got into a bit of a scuffle before I pilfered their ingredients and started the fires." Luna hummed at that. "Maybe they're trying to save face. Don't want to admit that someone was able to break into their home." "That makes sense," Harry said. Just then, the door opened and Tabitha and Sylvie walked in. Harry folded up the paper and set it aside. "Hey, Harry, hey, Luna," Tabitha said brightly as she joined them. "Hey, Tabitha," Luna said. "What are you up to today?" Tabitha took a bite of sandwich and answered whilst still chewing her food. "Juice, eff'n shed helping Mum set up the classroom," she muffled. Harry chuckled and Sylvie gently cuffed the back of the girl's head and said, "Don't talk with your mouth full of food, it's rude." "Thanks again for letting us convert one of the offices into a classroom, Harry," Sylvie said. "Werewolves don't always get a good education, and Remus is excited to be teaching." Harry shrugged off her thanks. It was no big deal. "Remus is a great teacher," he said. "They'll be lucky to have him." Sylvie nodded her agreement. Tabitha ate quickly and then said, "Luna, do you want to come to Diagon with me and Mum? She's going to be getting dinner supplies for lessons, but you and I can go get sweets." Luna readily agreed to the trip, and the trio left shortly after. They'd invited him along, but he was still put off by the last shopping trip, so he declined. Instead, he headed to Mrs. Figg's quarters to ask her what she knew about the Saxton family tome he'd come across. He didn't find her or Hermes immediately, so he checked her bedroom. He knocked on the door and waited. After a few moments, he guessed she wasn't home. He hoped it wouldn't be too long before she turned up again. Somewhat dejected, he headed to the library hoping to find the information he'd been looking for. Several hours later, Harry was walking grumpily towards his bedroom. His head hurt from all the reading, and he hadn't even found anything remotely useful. He massaged his temples and rubbed his eyes as he walked. Still tired from the previous night, he wanted to go to bed right now, but the werewolves were supposed to arrive tonight, and he wanted to welcome them when they did. He walked into his bedroom and over to his supply stash. He removed a potion and drank it quickly. He soon felt his headache vanish, and his energy was renewed. He breathed a sigh of relief and then noticed an unopened letter resting in his bed. He walked over and inspected it, making note of the bare wax seal that was the trademark of the guild leader. Somewhat shocked at the unexpected letter, he opened it with fervor. He scoffed as his excitement quickly turned to disappointment and maybe a touch of uneasiness. The words, "Good work with the Saxton estate," sat plainly upon the parchment. Nothing else, not even a signature, was present. He scoffed and was about to bunch up the piece of parchment and throw it away when it suddenly burst into flames. He threw the burning parchment in shock, and it landed on his bed. He rushed to try and scoop it back up before it damaged anything, but the parchment burned quickly, and he discovered a wooden disc in its place. He inspected it, and soon noticed it wasn't just a wooden disc, but a guild coin, his first guild coin, in fact. He was so excited by it that his concern that she knew he'd been the one to do it was cast aside. His excitement was short-lived, however, as anxious thoughts began to swirl. He was thoroughly confused by several things. First, how did she know? Second, Why was she paying him for something he wasn't hired by the guild to do? On top of that, Mrs. Figg and Dung had always acted somewhat fearful about the guild leader, and he'd been a bit scared in almost every encounter with her. But she'd never actually done anything to earn that fear, besides being the leader of a very secret and unscrupulous group of spies and criminals, he guessed. Maybe the letter wasn't even from the guild leader anyways, but that would be concerning because it meant someone else in the guild had figured out that he'd been the one at the Saxton estate last night. His thoughts continued to reel as question after question circled his mind. He took several calming breaths to try and regain control of his thoughts. Reflecting on what he'd read about occlumency, he employed the practice of imagining an object and focusing on it. He chose an image of a single flame surrounded by blackness. As he imagined the flame swaying in the black void, he felt himself relax. Finally, he recovered from his slight panic attack and was able to think clearly. It was no use speculating on anything. Instead, he focused on what he knew. Someone in the guild, likely the guild leader, somehow knew or had guessed that he'd been the one responsible for the Saxtons' woes, and they had paid him for it. That had to mean they were happy with what he'd done at least, so he needn't worry. That's what he told himself at least, as he tried to ignore his feelings of trepidation. Before he could start back down the trail of anxious thoughts, a knock sounded at his door. "Harry, is everything okay?" Luna said cautiously as she opened the door and walked in. "I saw a large flock of raxperts fly down the hall when I came through the flue, and then the whole vibe of the main suite felt off. And then it was starting to feel normal again, and then not. It was very disorienting." Harry shook his head at her words. His head started to hurt again as he tried to process everything. He could barely imagine how hard it had to be for Luna to see and feel all the things the people around her were experiencing. "How can you feel and see all those things and not go crazy?" he blurted out. Luna laughed. "Thanks, Harry, but most people do actually think I'm crazy." "Well, they aren't exactly paying attention then, are they?" he replied. "But how do you deal with it exactly? It's not that bad. I do get a feel for what others are going through, but it's diluted and mostly manageable unless there are really big emotions like you must have been dealing with. You didn't answer my question, by the way." Harry shook his head. "I'm okay now," he said. He then explained the letter and his reeling thoughts. Luna looked thoughtful for a moment and then said, "I don't want to worry you, but I think you're right to be concerned, Harry." Harry watched as she walked over and wrapped her arms around him. "We'll just have to make plans for every possible situation that might pop up," she added. "It'll be fun, I think." Harry chuckled at that. Luna was odd about a lot of things, but he really appreciated her oddness at this moment. If anyone could plan for the unknowable future, it was Luna Lovegood. "Good thing I have an agent of fate by my side," he said. "Too right," she answered. She shifted and tilted her head slightly. "But it'll have to wait because the other werewolf kids just arrived with Susan, Madam Bones, and Sirius." Harry followed Luna as they exited his room and the main living suite of the manor. They rushed down the stairs and headed to the entry hall and ran into Sirius. "Hey, kids, I was just on my way to find you. How did you know we were here?" he asked. Harry looked at Luna, and they shrugged, each with a mischievous grin on their face. "Not telling," they said together before running around the man and over to the dining room where everyone was waiting. Harry looked in and found a group of kids sitting at the table. There were 3 boys about the same age, which Harry guessed was around 6 or 7 years old, and 1 girl that looked to be his own age. The boys were too busy talking and laughing amongst themselves and didn't notice him and Luna enter the room. They had somewhat curly brown hair and looked pretty healthy. He was impressed that their demeanor seemed generally happy, and they didn't seem bothered at all to have been abandoned by their families. The girl was much more perceptive, and Harry saw her glance his way quickly before averting her gaze. He honestly didn't remember really noticing her during the rescue. Harry glanced further down the table and found Susan looking at him with a small, anxious frown. He waved and bowed slightly in greeting. Madam Bones stood off to the side at first, but then spoke up. "Children," she said loudly and clearly, easily getting their attention despite their loudness. "Allow me to introduce you to your host, Mr. Harry Potter." Harry approached the group, and each of them immediately stood up straight. He thought they seemed almost afraid. "It's nice to meet you, sir," they all said together as if they'd practiced it. He found it all rather off-putting if he was being honest. "Oh, none of that, please," he said easily. "It's just Harry." They looked at him with blank stares, clearly unsure what to do now that whatever training they had received was not paying off. He coughed awkwardly and gestured to his blonde companion and added, "I'm sure you remember Luna." That seemed to be the trick, as the three boys leaped out of their chairs and rushed to tackle Luna. Harry smiled at their antics and laughed heartily when Luna was knocked off her feet. He noticed the black-haired girl hadn't gotten up and was looking sadly at the group. She noticed him looking and quickly schooled her features into an expressionless mask. Harry wanted to be friendly and make sure she felt welcome, but he didn't want to force anything, and she didn't quite seem to want any attention. Susan walked over and gave him a hug in greeting. The smell of perfume permeated his senses. It was quite nice. After their hug, Susan remained at his side, nestled in close. He felt heat rise to his cheeks at her closeness, but he didn't do anything to change the situation. He noticed Remus, Sylvie, and Tabitha walk in after Sirius, each of them wearing large smiles as they observed the antics. A short while later, Mrs. Figg walked in as well. Remus walked over and helped Luna untangle herself from the younger boys before he helped each of them to their feet. "All right, enough of that," he said kindly. "My name is Remus Lupin, and I'm a werewolf like each of you." "What are your names?" The boys answered at once, talking over each other. Remus gently corrected them, and they tried again. One boy answered respectfully, "It's nice to meet you, sir. My name is Tobias Strange." Another boy followed suit and told everyone, "My name is Caleb Hunt." The last boy looked a bit intimidated by everyone looking at him expectantly, and he made a strange peep sound, which the other two boys found extremely funny and started laughing. The last boy glared at them and cleared his throat. "My name is Aldo Abate," he said clearly. The girl, who was still sitting at the table, stood and turned towards Remus and said with a curtsy, "Hello, sir. My name is Astrid Ivarson." Harry noticed a slight redness on her cheeks that wasn't there before. He guessed this was likely all very new to her, like it had been for him. Remus smiled at the group and then introduced all the adults. They had a pleasant dinner, and Harry was able to learn more about the new additions. Caleb and Tobias had been some of the longest-held captives amongst the entire group. They transformed a few times already, but had adamantly refused to cooperate with Fenrir and his gang, and so had remained chained in order to teach them a lesson. Aldo had been captured shortly after Luna, and had transformed for the first time the same night as Luna. "What about you?" Harry started to ask before he felt Luna kick him sharply in the shin. He cursed loudly and then started to cough to cover it up. The three boys snorted and whistled appreciatively at his cursing. Sirius was practically beaming in delight, and even Madam Bones was hiding a grin. He looked wildly at Luna. "What was that for?" he whispered. Luna gestured at Astrid with her eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about, Harry," she said dreamily. Harry thought Astrid looked a bit nervous. Her knuckles were white from the tense way she was flexing them. Her gaze shifted from side to side, as if she were looking for an exit. He noticed the three boys sharing a knowing look amongst themselves, but they stayed silent. Harry started piecing things together. He didn't recognize her and didn't recall seeing anyone his age besides Luna that night. She was obviously stressed, and Luna's interference meant she'd picked up on the emotions and likely had a very good idea what it all meant. But he was still very curious and a bit frustrated that she'd stopped him. He needed to know what Astrid was hiding. He felt Susan elbow his side, and he shook himself out of his thoughts. He looked around and saw everyone looking at him expectantly. "Sorry, what did I miss?" he asked the group. Luna sighed in an exaggerated tone. "And they say I'm the one with my head in the clouds." Everyone laughed at that, even Harry. Susan gestured at the new additions and said, "They want to know what the plan is and what's expected of them now that they're here." "Expect of them?" Harry checked. "Yeah, like jobs and stuff," Caleb said. Harry paused. He hadn't really thought about anything like that. He scanned the group. Caleb and Tobias had furrowed eyebrows as if they were ready to challenge anything he demanded. "I mean," started, "just clean up after yourselves and mind your manners. Remus has lessons planned, and Mrs. Figg might be helping out now, and then so be sure to mind your manners with them." They looked blankly at him. They clearly weren't expecting that. "Unless you want something to do," he checked with a cheeky grin. "You really did invite us here," Astrid stated skeptically, "for nothing in return." Harry nodded. "Yeah, pretty much." Susan nestled in a bit closer at that, and Sirius laughed merrily. Mrs. Figg spoke up for the first time all night. Harry here is made of different stuff than most people, lass. You're not likely to find another opportunity like this, so I hope you don't do anything to jeopardize your position here." Harry paused at the blunt warning. Knowing Mrs. Figg, she had likely picked up on everything he had noticed about the girl, and more, or she already knew everything as she was prone to do. Either way, her warning confirmed to him that he should be wary about the girl being here. He couldn't help but wonder exactly what the girl was so anxious about, but his guard would remain up until he knew for sure that she wasn't here for some nefarious purpose. He felt Susan's elbow budge into his side again, and he was pulled in his thoughts once again, only to find everyone looking at him again. "Sorry, what?" he said, somewhat embarrassed this time. "Honestly," Luna shouted in exasperation. "Maybe I should move rooms because I think I'm starting to rub off on you." Everyone laughed at that, and Sirius interjected that maybe he should consider moving into the actual master bedroom since it was further away. But Harry liked his room. He liked that his dad had once used it and how everything was set up. He created a hiding spot beneath the floor for his adventure gear and Ratatasca's little nest. He shook himself out of his thoughts once again and turned and asked Susan to catch him up again. Susan grinned at him, and he felt his heartbeat quicken as his attention was drawn to the shape of her lips and the tiny dimples that appeared on her cheeks. He wasn't sure if it was the closeness or what, but her freckles were becoming extremely distracting. She whispered in his ear, each word sending a shiver down his spine as they tickled his ear. They asked if he would give them a tour of the property, was all that she said, but he felt blood rush to his face at their closeness despite the mundane words. It wasn't like she was confessing her undying love for him or anything like that. What was wrong with him? He cleared his throat, trying to distract himself from his confusing emotions. Right. Yeah, that is a great idea," he said. "Let's go." Harry showed them around while the adults stayed behind to prepare dessert and plan for tomorrow. The tour started in the entrance hall. They stopped by the library and the potions lab, adding warnings that the potions lab was off limits unless they were supervised, until Remus said otherwise. Next, he showed them where Mrs. Figg's, his and Luna's rooms were, and then they walked back across the main hall towards the guest wing. Remus, Sylvie, and Tabitha's rooms and the classroom were on the main floor. Sirius technically had a room there as well, but he didn't seem to be using it much lately. As the group ascended the stairs, Harry announced, "And this is your part of the house." It was a large suite with several bedrooms to choose from. There was a nice communal living room and a couple bathrooms, so they had plenty of room and places for privacy if they wanted to be alone. "I think we've thought of everything, but if you need anything, just ask," he said, making note of their shocked expressions. "Can go over the grounds later since it's gotten dark, but you can check them out from the balcony if you want," he added with a yawn. The three boys thanked him earnestly and ran to claim rooms. Astrid looked like she was about to thank him as well, but instead she scoffed and walked away to do the same. He shook his head and turned to Susan and Luna. "Did I do something wrong?" he asked them. Susan shot a judgmental look at Astrid as she walked away and muttered, "So ungrateful," under her breath. Luna shook her head and said, "I think she's just overwhelmed, Harry. She has a lot of conflicting emotions and plenty of noggles clouding her thoughts." Susan shrugged and said, "Let's go check on dessert." Harry nodded his agreement. He was tired and ready to end the night. Luna said, "You two go on ahead. I'll let this lot know to come down for dessert in a bit." Harry and Susan walked hand in hand the whole way back to the entrance hall. When they got to the kitchen, Susan stopped them before they could go in. "I just wanted to say that I think what you're doing for the werewolves is very noble," she said. "And I guess I just wanted you to know that I think you're pretty great." Before he could respond, she quickly kissed him squarely on his lips and then quickly escaped into the kitchen. Harry stood there for a moment, his mind and heart racing as he tried to process the new experience. Today had been a very weird day. And please read and review. Chapter 21, The Ritual. Chapter text time moved quickly the following couple weeks. Harry trained each morning like normal, but his afternoons had been busier as he spent time getting to know the new additions. Tobias was very much the leader of the trio, and Harry had instantly taken a liking to the boy. He was smart, witty, and quick to wrangle in the others when needed. Harry had noticed that he regularly had a book with him and found him in the library frequently. Caleb was more laid back and liked to cause mischief, But Harry could tell he was smart too, and he never went too far with his jokes. He seemed to be very interested in the forest, and Mrs. Figg had gotten after him more than once for sneaking into the forest. Aldo was quiet and shy and preferred playing inside. He had an active imagination and was quite good at building blanket forts and inventing elaborate stories for his little adventures. Harry was perplexed by Astrid. She was quiet and often skipped lessons with Remus. Mrs. Figg had invited her to lessons with Luna and Harry, which had become more sporadic, but she'd so far declined. Harry rarely saw the girl at meals, or anywhere else for that matter, but Mrs. Figg had apparently seen her in the library at night. Harry was secretly impressed that the girl was so sneaky and elusive. He was also busy planning for his next heist, and had completed the file on Randolph Ferguson, who owned several kinds of magical creatures, and had been summoned to the ministry numerous times to answer for allegations of inhumane living conditions and cruel methods of controlling the creatures. Each case had been dropped after Malfoy or another of the pureblood elitists had stepped in. He wanted to act now, but there were still several obstacles, one of which was figuring out how he was going to release all of the creatures. He didn't exactly feel right about lighting the place on fire like he had at Saxton's place. He wondered if he could find a way to transport all of the creatures home, but he wasn't sure how feasible it would be to have some of the creatures here, and it would be pretty obvious if he acquired a bunch of creatures just as a prominent member of society lost his. He would need to bring someone else in on this, but he didn't know who. It would probably be best to save it for later and focus on someone else for now, he reckoned. Harry stood in front of his board, Ratatosker sitting on his shoulder, and looked everything over. He'd added several prophet articles that were pointing out that the Wisengamot was looking to reform some of the potion's ingredient laws due to the decrease in certain ingredients. The traditionalists were blocking that, of course. One of the articles speculated that one or two individuals might be scrambling for an opportunity to take Saxton's place as the sole proprietor of rare potions ingredients, and that didn't sit well with him at all. Maybe he should pay them a visit. They weren't exactly part of the original package, so he didn't have a ton of information on them, but it couldn't hurt to scope them out and wait for the opportune time to send a message. He was at a bit of a dead end, as it were anyways. The news article had a picture of both men. The article also mentioned that one of the men, Benjamin Truset, lived in a small hamlet called Feldcroft that he knew was close to Hogsmeade. It was a good starting point. He was itching to get out, and perhaps he'd go visit the Flumes or Fina Greengrass and see if they knew anything that would point him in the right direction. He carried Ratatosker to his tree and then quickly grabbed his adventure kit from its hiding place in the hollow beneath his floorboards. As he exited his room, he thought he saw the blur of someone passing into the reading nook. A bit paranoid, he placed a locking charm on his door and then quickly followed after the escaping figure. When he entered the reading nook, he didn't see anyone initially, so he focused and sent out his magical probes. They pinged on something that felt wild and frightened behind the large, ornate chair in the corner of the room. Hesitantly, he crept over to the corner and peered behind the chair. He found a girl with her knees tucked in tight against her body. "Astrid, what are you doing?" he asked. "Eep," the girl exclaimed whilst curling herself into an even smaller ball. Harry chuckled. "It's all right, you can come out." The girl didn't budge at first, but Harry waited patiently until she unfolded herself and crawled over the back of the chair. She plopped into the cushion with a huff and then looked at him defiantly. "Why are you sneaking around?" he checked. Astrid furrowed her eyebrows at him angrily. "I'm not doing anything wrong," she said. "I just want to be left alone." Harry was frustrated. She seemed to hate him and he hadn't even done anything except give her a place to live. "What's your problem?" he asked. "I don't have a problem," she said. "I just don't like you." Harry folded his arms. "You don't even know me." She gestured to the room around her. "This tells me all I need to know. You're just some rich kid with a savior complex that thinks he can solve the world's problems by throwing his money around." Harry couldn't help the laugh that escaped his lips. "Why are you laughing?" she asked angrily. He didn't really know why he laughed. There was a part of him that was frustrated by her assessment of him, a part of him that wanted to defend himself and find a way to prove her wrong. He wasn't sure why. "No reason," he responded as he turned to walk away. He wasn't about to correct her or try to make her think any differently. He shouldn't care what she thought about him anyway, especially since it fit so perfectly with the image he was trying to display to the world. "Just stay out of this part of the house unless Luna or I invite you here," he said as he walked away. He looked back over his shoulder. "Don't count on an invitation from me any time soon." "As if I'd want your invitation anyways," she yelled as she shoved past him. Harry wanted to shout after her and get the last word, but he couldn't think of what to say. "Smooth, Potter, real smooth," he heard Sirius say. Harry turned and looked at Sirius, but didn't say anything. He hadn't even noticed the man enter the suite. He was losing his touch. "Need something," he said shortly. Sirius laughed and said, "Oh, you are so much like your father." Harry glared at the man, but it only caused Sirius to laugh even harder. Harry just walked away. He wasn't in the mood. Harry spiraled out of the flue into the living area of the Flume's apartment. "Mrs. Flume," he shouted, "are you home?" He heard shuffling in the distance, and a moment later Mrs. Flume walked into the room. "Oh, Harry, dear, I wasn't expecting you," she said as she gave him a hug. Harry smiled politely and said, "Sorry, is it a bad time?" "No, not at all. Would you like some tea?" she replied. Harry accepted and joined her in the kitchen. He caught her up on recent events at Potter Manor, and she provided an update on how things were going amongst the group of merchants that were working with him. It turned out that Mr. Malfoy was still pressuring merchants to sell their properties or take small loans at high interest. Whenever anyone in the group caught wind, they'd get a visit, and if they seemed like a good sort and needed help, then they'd be told to reach out to Mrs. Figg, and she'd write up a contract. Harry's investments had grown significantly, and he'd helped quite a few people get out from under Malfoy's thumb. "But what really brings you here?" Mrs. Flume asked. Harry put his finished cup of tea back on the table. Ava said, "Have you heard about Saxton?" He checked. "Oh, yes, it's been all Fina's been talking about for weeks." Harry nodded. "I was wondering if you knew anything about Benjamin Trousset. He's been trying to take over Saxton's contract to trade restricted potions ingredients. Mrs. Figg's been too busy and asked me to ask around for her." Mrs. Flume shook her head. "I've never met him myself, but Fina mentioned she's tried doing business with the man in the past. She could probably tell you more." Harry thanked Mrs. Flume for the tea and use of the flue, and then excused himself. "I'm sure you have more important things to do, so I'll just get out of your hair," he said. "Oh, you're always welcome, you know that," she said as she hugged him goodbye. Harry waved to Mr. Flume as he walked through the shop. The man was busy managing a flock of customers out Harry would have stopped to say hello. As he walked through Hogsmeade, he was able to guide just how many merchants he'd helped. Several shop owners stopped him to say thanks, and he had to refuse free stuff from the majority of them. He finally made it to Fina's shop and entered. Her shop was packed with customers, but he was able to make eye contact with the older witch, and she gestured to him to head on up to her office. He climbed the steps up to her apartment and then entered her office to wait. As he looked around the small room, he made note of several news articles that had been snipped out. Most of them were about Saxton, but a few others had meeting minutes from important Wisengamot and other governing bodies. Fina was clearly trying to keep up with recent events and maybe even planning something. Fina walked in a few moments later. She skipped the pureblood niceties and went in for a hug. "Harry, it's good to see you," she said. "You've been busy." At first, he worried she was referring to Saxton, but then he remembered Barnaby Cox's article, and he nodded and updated her on things at home. "4 werewolves is a huge responsibility, Harry," she said. "I hope you're not spread too thin." Harry chuckled. "I've got loads of help. I barely do anything since Remus and Sylvie are there, and Mrs. Figg when she's not busy." Harry gestured to the newspaper articles and added, "But it looks like you've been busy." Fina nodded enthusiastically. "Oh, yes. If I ever find out who's responsible for what happened to Saxton, I'll kiss them." Harry fought to keep the blush off his cheeks. Fina might be much older than him, but she was quite attractive, and the thought of getting a kiss from her was almost enticing enough for him to give it away that he was the one she needed to thank. Instead, he tried to keep a neutral expression and said, "Whoever that is would be fortunate indeed, I think." Fina smirked at him. "Thanks, Harry," she said with a wink. "Daphne mentioned you more than once, I might add. When I visited her a few nights ago, you made quite the impression." Harry blushed and sputtered, not sure what to say to that, which caused Fina to laugh with glee. Harry changed the subject. "Actually, back to what we were talking about with Saxton." He waited for Fina to stop laughing before he continued. Mrs. Figg sent me to see if you knew anything about Benjamin Truset. That sobered her right up. He's a pompous ass if I've ever met one, she said. He's only gotten worse since Hogwarts, and now he's trying to buy out Saxton's license, and completely ignored me when I tried to convince him not to. Harry nodded. It's so messed up that only one person has held the rights to sell certain potions' ingredients. Right, she exclaimed. And with Saxton out of the way, it's the perfect time to correct that mistake, but Truset has a lot of influence, and I'm worried we'll lose our chance. Me too, he said. Mrs. Figg wants to pay him a visit and see if we can make a deal of some sorts. Fina looked very hopeful at that, and then told him everything she knew about the man, where he lived, who he spent time with, and his likes and dislikes during school. Fina was a gold mine of information since they were in the same house in school. By the end of the night, his hand was cramping from everything he wrote down. He told her it was so he could pass it on to Mrs. Figg. I hope you're able to make a deal, Harry, she said at the end. It'll make a huge difference to a lot of people. Harry said goodbye and Fina was kind enough to let him use the flue home. Harry spun out of the fireplace at a higher than normal speed, but managed not to lose his balance. He noted pleasant smells coming from the kitchen and deduced that he'd arrived home just in time for dinner. He wiped the soot from his robes as he walked towards the kitchen. He opened the door and found Sylvie working away at the stove, and then he noticed Remus sitting at the table reading the newspaper. He smiled and walked towards the man to greet him, and then noticed that Remus was sitting in his wheelchair. "Hey, Remus, everything okay?" he asked while gesturing to the wheelchair. Remus nodded grimly. "Tonight is the new moon," he answered succinctly. "My old injury resurfaced a few hours ago." Sylvie, who was standing at the stove, turned her head and added, "I told him he ought to stay in his wheelchair this morning, but did the man listen?" Harry noticed that Sylvie's voice was steadily rising as she talked. She began to gesture wildly in frustration. "Of course he didn't listen," she practically shouted. "And then there we were walking down the stairs, and he collapsed and fell. Poor Tabitha was beside herself with worry." Sylvie turned back to the stove, and Harry saw her shoulders rise and fall as the woman cried. Remus backed up in his wheelchair and approached Sylvie to console her. Harry excused himself to give the couple some privacy. He slipped through the open door and practically tripped over Loki as entered the main entrance. "Oof, sorry, Loki," he said as he recovered. "I haven't seen you in ages." Loki looked completely unfazed at almost being stepped on and simply sat preening himself. "The manor is very large and I've been exploring," the cat said mentally. Harry supposed that was true. He hadn't spent much time exploring the house, honestly. Since the new arrivals had gotten here, he'd mostly spent his time in his room, the offices that Mrs. Figg and Remus used as classrooms, the library, and the potions lab. Besides his room and the potions lab, the other tenants always seemed to be around, and he was beginning to feel a bit smothered in his own home. Remembering the secret room he'd found at the Saxton Manor, he realized there might be something like that here that he'd overlooked. Maybe the Potters had a mysterious tome as well. Before he could ask Loki if he'd found anything interesting, the cat ran off to do cat things. He decided to see if Mrs. Figg was home, since he'd originally planned to ask her about the tome anyway. Every time he'd seen her since she'd taken his cloak, she'd been busy or other people had been around. Luck was on his side, it seemed, and he found her in her quarters. As usual, she was poring over several rolls of parchment, her reading glasses perched at the end of her nose. "Hey, Mrs. Figg," he greeted from the doorway. Mrs. Figg glanced up and smiled as he entered. She gestured for him to enter and said, "Good to see you, lad." Harry sat, and a moment later, a cup of tea was placed in front of him. He sipped as Mrs. Figg cleaned up a space on the table and sat down opposite him. "What can I do for you, Harry?" she asked politely. "It's been quite some time since we shared some tea and just talked, hasn't it?" Harry nodded his agreement. They had both been very busy since they'd moved into the manor. "I wanted to ask you about something I'd found in Saxton's manor," he admitted. He told her about the tome and the warning his magic had sent him as he'd reached for it. Mrs. Figg sipped her tea for a long while before she answered. "Do you remember what we talked about family magic over the summer?" she asked. Harry nodded, thinking about the conversation. That some families have magic abilities that pass from generation to generation. He answered, "That's the simplified theory," she said with a smile. It's a bit more complex and vastly unstudied and unknown to most of magical society. She trailed off, taking another sip of tea. But there are legends out there. She stopped herself again and shook her head. Sorry, lad, she said. You're not going to like this one bit. I don't know how you keep finding yourself in these situations. You have a knack, a special touch, you might say, that seems to lead you into situations you aren't ready for. Merlin knows why you picked Saxton first and how you survived the night. She trailed off. Harry frowned, his eyebrows furrowed. You're not going to tell me what you know, are you? He grumbled. Mrs. Figg smiled apologetically. Not yet, she said. It's dangerously close to my project, you see. I'll tell you when you've learned to shield your mind. Harry crossed his arms angrily. It wasn't fair. What about the Potter grimoire? He checked. A hungry look flickered on her face so briefly before she replaced it with a blank expression that he wasn't sure he'd seen it at all. A moment later, she shrugged nonchalantly. There is no evidence that it exists. These things are extremely rare, lad. She paused for a moment and then added, I'll admit that I spent my fair share looking for secrets in this house and never saw a hint or mention of a Potter grimoire, but if you do find it, then it should be safe for you. Harry frowned. He had hoped for something more substantial. And if I come across another grimoire? He asked. Mrs. Figg laughed. It is incredibly unlikely. I don't know how you found the Saxton one, to be honest. I have a special touch, remember. Mrs. Figg nodded and sobered up a bit. That you do. It's very good that your magic warned you not to touch it, Harry hummed. So if I somehow come across another one, I should just leave it alone. He checked, watching Mrs. Figg carefully. Trust your instincts, Harry, she said solemnly. Trust your magic. Harry nodded at that. He could tell that Mrs. Figg wanted to tell him what she knew and that she was only keeping it secret out of necessity. He wasn't mad at her, just the situation. He decided to change the subject and caught her up on his next target file and his conundrum with the magical creatures. She seemed eager to appease him and told him that she'd reach out to a contact of hers for help, free of charge. A somewhat feral grin appeared on Mrs. Figg's face as he told her about his conversation with Fina and his plan to deal with Benjamin Trousset. Part of me wants to warn you against getting too involved in the politics of it all. But if we could correct the socio-political injustice that was carried out, it could have a vastly positive impact on magical society, not to mention how much it will help Fina in particular. Harry tuned her out when he stopped understanding the words she was using. He could sense that there was an injustice playing out, and that was good enough for him. He didn't need to understand the details. A moment later, he noticed she was waiting for him to respond to sobering. She said, Sorry, he said. Mrs. Figg shook her head and sighed. Never mind, lad. You should get some rest until you're ready to act against Trousset. Harry nodded and thanked Mrs. Figg before excusing himself. As he walked away, he thought of the look of desire that had flickered on her face for mere microseconds. He sensed that Mrs. Figg knew something extremely important about family magic, and maybe his own family's magic in particular. He would just have to earn his way to uncovering her secrets. Harry had found Luna and Tabitha shortly after his conversation with Mrs. Figg, and the trio had gone down to dinner together. Tabitha was still a bit sad after witnessing Remus collapse down the stairs, so Harry and Luna did their best to cheer her up. Now he laid restlessly in his bed, unable to sleep. A part of him had really hoped that the Potter family had a grimoire, but there wasn't really any evidence that there was one. Beyond that, he still needed to find somewhere private to set up so that he could be left alone when he needed it. If Mrs. Figg hadn't found anything, then he doubted very much that he would be able to. Unless a thought came to him. He had his family magic, and it helped him find secrets all the time. Maybe he just needed to reach out and explore with his magical probes. He sat up in his bed and focused as he prepared to send out little probes to inspect his family home. It would be challenging to find anything since the home was imbued with his family magic. Everything would nearly feel the same, so he'd really have to focus to determine if anything felt different or special. Thinking that maybe it would help if he was closer to the area he was inspecting, he walked out of his room and into his grandparents' old room. He hadn't spent a lot of time there since he'd moved in, so it was possible that he'd missed something. He meditated and focused on his magic as it inspected the room. Several minutes went by, and he didn't feel anything particularly interesting, which he found odd. He wasn't an expert in his family magic by any means, but the room felt oddly clean of magic, almost as if someone had intentionally cleared it. The ambient magic was there, sure, but the room felt peculiarly absent of character compared to what he'd felt every other time he'd used his skill. Harry's mind began to race with thoughts as he tried to understand what that could mean. He opened his eyes and looked around the room, and his gaze landed on a bookshelf that held his grandfather's old journals. Harry had read many of his father's journals by now, some of them multiple times, but he hadn't really read much of anyone else's. Besides, while his father didn't seem to have inherited the ability to sense magic, his grandfather certainly had. Perhaps there were hints inside that could help him better understand how to use the family magic. Figuring that his investigation wouldn't be fruitful, he decided to shift his focus to research instead of blindly looking around the house. He grabbed a handful of journals and returned to his room to begin reading them. Harry read all through the night, unable to sleep even though he knew he'd likely pay for it later. His grandfather's journals were interesting and full of grand ideas for inventions and potions that he didn't fully understand. Additionally, they provided Harry with a keen insight into Flemont's values and beliefs politically. The man was incredibly practical, and while he valued much of the traditional pure-blood values, he trusted that magic and nature knew what they were doing when they gifted someone with the ability to use magic that didn't have ancestors that could do the same. When Harry came across one particular entry, his heart began to race. James has invited a girl from school over for tea. He is trying to play things cool, but I can tell that he is nervous for our approval. I don't believe the concern is fair, considering we've already welcomed his werewolf friend, Lupin, into our home. I'll admit I had my reservations about the friendship, but when I met the werewolf, my magic practically soared with approval. Euphemia welcomed him right away, of course. Sirius is another fine example. His magic practically screams black, which is very rarely compatible with the Potter magic. But there is certainly something different in Sirius that many of the blacks lack, and I assume our family magic picked up on that when James and Sirius met. James may not have inherited the family magic in the same way I have, but it has certainly guided him towards highly favorable bonds. I can only assume it will do the same when he meets a prospective spouse. Here was confirmation about the family magic, and it meshed well with his own experiences, while adding to it. He couldn't help but be intrigued by his grandfather's description of Sirius and Remus magic and the bonds made with James' magic. There was clearly more to the Potter family magic that he hadn't yet discovered. Eager to discover more, he continued to read through the night. Surprisingly, he didn't come across any entry that explained his first impressions of Lily. In fact, the latest journal seemed to end before James' final year at Hogwarts was complete. Perhaps it was stored somewhere else. Harry eventually found a journal that seemed to have been written when James was around 9 or 10 years old, close to when Harry had discovered his gift with the family magic, and began to read through it. I've set up the Potter test, just as it was set for me, my father, and the Potters before that. Euphemia is not enthused with my desire to test James, but it is tradition. I've had to promise to her emphatically that my love for our son is not conditioned on him passing this test. I'd be thrilled if he passed, because it would mean I could show him so much more about what it means to be a Potter and grant him access to my workshop. But I will, of course, love the boy regardless. He is my son. I wiped all traces of magic from the room and placed several magical objects with strong magical signatures throughout the room. When James arrives, I will place a blindfold on him, and then we will go through the ritual exercises to prepare his heart, mind, and magic to become one. Harry was confused at the last statement. What exactly did it mean to prepare his heart, mind, and magic? Harry had meditated, and he felt like he understood how his mind and magic worked together. But everything he'd experienced with his family magic so far had felt mostly mental. But then he thought about his experience with the Horcrux in his scar, healer Juniper, and Luna. His feelings for Luna changed after that experience, almost instantly to a more sibling-like dynamic. Maybe that has something to do with it. After several minutes of thinking, he just kept coming up blank. Maybe he could talk to Luna about it in the morning. Harry looked outside and could just see the faint light of dawn appearing on the horizon. Deciding it wouldn't hurt to get a little sleep, He put down the journal and went to sleep. Harry was jolted awake by a crash. His heart racing, he scanned his room for signs of the disturbance and quickly identified the source of the noise. A potted plant had fallen off the shelf. A second later, he saw Hermes jump onto his bed. "Ah, good, you're awake," the cat said nonchalantly. Harry grumbled. "Why did you have to knock the plant off the shelf?" Hermes' tail flicked and he said, "I have no idea what you're talking about." The cat began to lick its paw and continued, "I've been waiting patiently for you to wake up just as I was instructed by Mrs. Figg." Harry sighed. "Sure." He watched as Ratatosker climbed down his tree and went to tend to the plant on the ground. "Arabella told me to tell you that guild work came up and that she'll most likely be gone for several days," Hermes said. Harry nodded and rubbed his eyes. "Is that all?" he asked. "She also asked that you catch a porky back to Italy to fetch some more catnip. She's run out." Harry threw the blankets off of him, sending Hermes flying before the cat landed gingerly on his feet. "All right, get out," he said grumpily. "I've had enough of you." Hermes sniffed derisively and then sauntered out of the room, his tail held high. Harry shook his head and then flicked his wand at the broken pot while saying, "Reparo." Ratatosker ran out of the way as the pot mended itself, and then he cast a levitation charm on it and placed it back on his shelf. Sighing, he got up from his bed and collected the soil from the ground and placed it back in the repaired pot. He'd seen Remus and Sirius cast a single spell to do all of that by magic, but he didn't know how and had to do each spell separately. One day, he promised himself. He glanced at his watch and saw that it was just after 9 a.m. He was surprised Hermes waited as long as he had, honestly. With a sigh, he bent down and picked his friend the boat truckle up from the floor and then put him back in his tree before heading for the shower. Luna was most likely awake, but she probably wouldn't appreciate it if he came to bother her while stinky. After getting ready for the day, he ventured over to Luna's room and knocked. "Come in," he heard Luna say from behind the door. He turned the doorknob and walked in. He found Luna doing a handstand in the middle of the floor. Several books were spread out around her. "What are you doing?" he asked, unsure if he wanted the answer. Luna collapsed to the floor before righting herself and turned to face Harry. "I was trying to determine if there was a correlation between the moon cycle and certain weather patterns at the time of conception and the effect it might have on the gender of fairies." Harry scratched his head. "Why?" he asked simply. Luna frowned and cocked her head. "Why not?" Harry didn't have an answer for that, and so he shrugged concedingly. He looked around the room and noticed that Luna was back to her usual messy self. There were piles of clothes and dishes all throughout her room. It was oddly comforting. Returning to his original purpose and told her about his discovery just hours before. "Do you know what my grandfather might have meant by preparing the heart, mind, and magic?" Luna, who had been listening intently as Harry explained what he'd learned, nodded and said, "Yes." Harry sighed. "And can you tell me?" Luna got up from her spot on the floor and then walked over to her bookshelf. She ran a finger across each spine as she searched the shelf until stopping and removing a black book with several precious stones laid into the cover. "Arcane Magic and Forgotten Rituals," he read. "Hey, isn't this the book that Sirius gave you?" Luna nodded. "I had been asking him about family magic one night, and then one day he brought this book and told me I could find what I needed." Harry frowned. "But isn't the stuff in here a bit dark?" Luna nodded again. "Well, yes, some of it, but most purebloods still practice a lot of these rituals in secret. They don't think it's a big deal." Harry shook his head. From what he'd read and what Mrs. Figg and told him, most rituals were considered dark and were illegal. That didn't mean much to him, if he were being honest, but it felt somewhat irresponsible to give this book to a young girl. Luna stood next to him and then flipped the book open. She flipped through the pages quickly, and Harry had a hard time keeping up. It was clear to him that she knew what she was looking for. Every once in a while he'd see a picture depicting agonizing pain or gruesome acts, but mostly the book seemed harmless. Finally, she stopped on a page that read, "Magic, Might, and Ménage." "Here we go," she said. "Traditional pureblood families sometimes use this ritual to help tune a young witch or wizard's magic, mind, and heart. It is believed that by doing so, any latent magical abilities will be unlocked." Harry nodded at that. "Okay," he said, "but why the mind and the heart?" "Because magic responds to a witch's or wizard's thoughts and their desires. The two lead the third," she responded. Harry thought about that for a while. did align with most of what he'd learned and experienced about magic. Like when he cast Reparo this morning, he had to visualize what the object used to look like, and he had to want it to be repaired. In that case, the two had led the third, but there had been times where it seemed his magic acted on its own as well, like when it warned him of danger at the Saxton home or helped destroy a Horcrux without him understanding what was going on. He voiced his opinion to Luna, and she smiled brightly. My mother told me once that books were good for things that could be understood and taught, but that nature was the best teacher for everything else. My mother taught me that magic is a natural entity, and while it wants to do what you want it to do, it wants what it wants as well. It didn't really make sense to him, but a lot about magic didn't exactly make sense, so he was willing to give Luna the benefit of the doubt. He returned to the ritual. So this ritual is supposed to help the three be attuned, he checked. Right, she said. The attunement helps magic flow and work more easily since all three factors are now working together as one. Otherwise, there might be an imbalance. The imbalance can be overcome, but it comes at a cost. Harry nodded. Fatigue, he guessed. Yes, and other worse things like soul damage or even disfigurement. Soul damage, he asked. Yes, if you force your magic to do something it doesn't want to do, it could damage your soul. It's bad, obviously. Attunement with your magic will help prevent it because you'll have more of an understanding of what your magic wants, and as you and your magic grow together, you'll have more of a desire to do what it wants. It's a special bond. Harry was flabbergasted. None of the books he'd read described magic in this way. Everything he'd read had been so logical and sterile. But this, magic is a natural entity, he said. Luna smiled, glad that her message was sinking in. Exactly. He digested the new information and reflected on what he'd experienced with his own magic and his ability to sense and decipher what others' magic might do. He thought about what Fleamont had written about Remus magic and Sirius magic. It all seemed to boil down to what Luna had said. Magic was a natural entity. Some people were born with the bond, and some were not. There was one final piece he was trying to make sense of. Do you think we are sharing the same magic, or do we each get our own? He asked. And with family magic, if my family was still alive, would we share that bond with one magical entity, or would we each get our own? Luna looked deep in thought. I don't know, she said finally after several seconds of silence. I've always thought of magic as infinite, but maybe it's not. Maybe that's why not everyone can have it. And maybe that is why your dad didn't have the ability, but your grandfather did, and now you. Harry was beginning to develop his own opinion on the subject. To him, magic was like the ocean. There was a lot of it, but not an infinite amount, and not every fish could thrive in it. To him, family magic was beginning to feel like a part that existed in that ocean. It had a mind of its own, and there were limits to how many people it could be bound to. It wasn't a perfect example, but it was close. So being attuned would have helped my father unlock his ability to use the family magic, he said, returning to the original topic. That's probably what your grandfather believed, yes, she said. Harry reflected on what his grandfather had said about wiping the area of magic. Do you think the ability to cleanse an area of magic is like a special ability or something anyone could learn to do? Luna said. That's a good question. I think someone would need the ability to sense magic to come up with the idea, but I think anyone could probably figure out how. Harry agreed. I can sense magic because of my family magic, and you can sense magic because of yours. I wonder how many people could do it. My father told me once that most older witches and wizards eventually develop the ability, Luna answered. That makes my family magic feel less special, he admitted. I don't think so, she said. You've told me that you've been able to do more than just feel and interpret, that it seems to lead you, and then you can do things with it that other people like me can't. But you can interpret magic too, and your family magic leads you as well, like with Sirius, he said. Luna nodded. I think our family magics are similar but different. Maybe we'll both discover more about it as we grow. Harry hoped so. He felt like there was more to find, more to unlock, but maybe at least new and interesting ways to use it. He definitely wanted to try the ritual to see if it made a difference. His grandfather mentioned a workshop in his journal, and he desperately wanted to find it. Maybe the attunement would help him with that. He asked Luna if she'd help him with the ritual, and she happily agreed with the condition that he help her with her own ritual after. The two both read the instructions. A ritual was a lot like a potion, he decided. It required ingredients and things needed to happen in a particular order. Luna let him know that there were a lot of complex elements, but she felt confident she could make sense of it all. Afterwards, he would just have to copy what she did, and it should all work out for both of them. You should know that performing rituals is sort of like an agreement you make with magic. You shouldn't make the agreement in bad faith, Luna said. Harry paused at that. What am I agreeing to? He asked. It's not like my firstborn or anything, right? Nothing like that, at least not for this ritual, she said, trailing off. It's more of a promise that you don't intend any ill will towards magic. Harry was confused. How could someone have ill will towards magic? He voiced his confusion. Luna sighed. Remember how I said that magic is a natural entity? Harry nodded that he remembered. And how magic wanted to do what you want it to do, but that it also wants what it wants. Harry agreed. Well, there are rituals that sort of tip the scales more in the favor of forcing magic to do what you want and to ignore what it wants. Oh, was his reply. So I be promising not to do rituals like that then? Luna nodded. And a bit more than that, I guess. You're promising to help magic achieve its desires ahead of your own. Harry frowned. But what if it wants me to do something awful like murder someone? Luna laughed at that. When have you ever felt like magic has wanted to cause anyone harm? Harry could think of a few times that he'd felt a certain malevolence surrounding magic. He said as much. Think about it. Harry, was that magic inherently wanting to do harm, or was it simply agreeing to do so, or being bound to do so by a witch or wizard? He didn't understand how he was supposed to feel the difference, to be honest. It was all so confusing. What was it that Mrs. Figg had said? Trust your instincts, trust your magic, he murmured. Luna cocked her head at that. Something Mrs. Figg said recently, Harry answered. All right, let's do this. I agree to the terms. Luna nodded and said, I'm going to need some Audrey feathers, 2 griffin claws, and 2 empty vials. Harry left to get the ingredients while Luna drew a circle in chalk on the floor. He tried to walk quickly, but not run, because he didn't want anyone to wonder what he was up to. With any luck, he wouldn't run into anybody. Luck seemed to be on his side, and he made it all the way to the potion lab and back with nothing more than a glare from Astrid, who was entering the library. He opened the door and entered quickly, making sure to lock the door behind him. Luna was sitting on the floor just outside of the ritual space. She'd drawn a white circle on the floor and had lined it with candles that had been lit. Circle was large enough for him to lay down inside without him touching any of the edges. She invited him to lay down in the center, and then she proceeded to draw 3 runes inside the circle. After the runes were drawn, she placed the Audrey feathers and griffin claw on 2 of the 3 runes. I'll need some blood, she said calmly. Blood, he exclaimed. Yes, just a vial full. Sit up, she commanded. He obliged, embarrassed by his outburst. He trusted Luna. Besides, his grandfather had done this. Luna grabbed his hand and extended his arm before piecing the crook of his elbow with a sharp knife. She placed the vial beneath and filled it with his spilling blood. Once it was full, she cast a quick healing spell on his arm and he watched the cut heal. Good job, he said. Luna smiled and put the vial of blood on the final rune. Lay back down and close your eyes, she said. Harry did so, and then she told him to repeat the words, mind, might, and magic, over and over again. Harry felt kind of dumb, but he did what he was told. He wanted this to work. He wanted to discover the family magic secrets. He wanted to find his grandfather's workshop. He wanted to be better at magic, at his family magic. He wanted to do what previous Potters had done. He wanted to be connected to them. He wanted to make them proud. He began to feel magic swirl around him as he repeated the words. It was the warm, familiar magic he associated with his home. And he began to feel other magic join the fray. The new magic felt more wild and yet somewhat familiar. The magic swirled around him as he chanted, and he felt warmth begin to feel his heart. Then he began to feel something cool within his head. The 2 sensations swirled with the magic and then joined as one. The hot and cold mixed into a comfortable, warm sensation in his throat. He heard an ethereal voice fill his mind that said, Well met, Potter Scion. I am magic, and I heed your call. Harry didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Do you promise to always strive to do my will? It asked. Harry wanted to say yes, but he was afraid of what magic might ask of him. How will I know your will? He asked. Fear not, for you will know. Trust your magic, Harry, he heard Mrs. Figg say. Renewed, he said, I promise to strive to do your will. Good, magic said. Then I will help you discover your family's secrets. I will set you on the path to unlock your full potential. Know that should you defy me, I will remove your bond with magic. You will be cast out of your family and sent back to the mundane world. Do not trifle with me or you will regret it. I promise, Harry cried. I promise. Harry felt something deep within him snap into place. It felt painful at first and then comfort eased in. It reminded him of the relief of popping a stiff knuckle. Well, that didn't exactly go the way I thought it would, he heard Luna say. What do you mean? He asked. Just that magic doesn't typically show up and talk to people face to face. She was quite beautiful, you know. Harry's eyes snapped open. Magic was a woman. You looked ridiculous with your eyes slammed shut, by the way, she added. Harry couldn't help but laugh. It had all been so intense, and he couldn't believe he'd kept his eyes shut. He just had the experience of a lifetime, and Luna was cracking jokes at his expense. Well, it's your turn now, so I'll get to see her then, he said smugly. Luna shook her head. Somehow, I don't think my ritual will go exactly the same way. Besides, I'm not really in the mood, maybe another time. But I thought you wanted to go after me, he said. Luna shrugged. I've changed my mind. I think you've just ruined ritual magic for me by setting the bar so high. Luna, you can't mean that. Luna looked down at her shirt. Oh, bother, you've bled on me. I need to change my shirt. It's time for you to go. Harry crossed his arms defiantly. I'm not leaving. Suit yourself, she said, as she began to pull her shirt up over her head. Harry cursed and left the room while wondering why weird things kept happening to him and why he couldn't just perform a simple ritual like a normal wizard. Chapter 22. The Cellar. Chapter Texter N. I just want to give my profound thanks to everyone that has reviewed, followed, and favorited. When I started this fanfic, I had originally planned on Harry getting right to Hogwarts and starting the story there. That clearly hasn't happened as I've tried to add some complexity and didn't want to rush. However, I've decided that each school year will be its own fanfic, and this one, which has laid the foundation of this series, is coming to a close within the next few chapters. It's been just over 1 year since I posted Chapter 1, and we're very close to the end of Book 0. Thanks for sticking with me on this story. I've really appreciated it. Harry wandered out of the master suite as he headed to the kitchen. He was still confused about his experience with the ritual, and he didn't feel any different, except now he was starving after skipping breakfast. He met Astrid as she exited the library, and he offered her a small smile, which she met with a scowl. Are you following me? She asked in an annoyed tone. Harry chuckled in response and raised his eyebrow. Do you really think I have nothing better to do? Astrid rolled her eyes in response. I honestly hadn't given what you do in your free time a second thought. Us lowly peasants are too busy toiling away in exchange for your scraps. Harry didn't know what she meant by that. He hadn't exactly asked for them to lift a finger around the house, save for picking up after themselves. It seemed like she was determined to hate him simply because he was rich. The pair had been walking together as they exchanged barbs, and now found themselves outside the kitchen. Astrid had clearly not realized they shared the destination as they walked, and had hoped to lose Harry as she entered the kitchen. She now stood awkwardly as she realized her mistake. With a huff, she stormed off towards her living quarters instead. Harry called after her. Hey, don't you want some food? I don't mind sharing my scraps. I'd rather starve than eat with you. Besides, unlike you, I've gone without food before, she yelled back before entering her living quarters and slamming the door. Harry huffed in frustration and shook his head. Harry barely managed not to jump when he heard a voice behind him say, Wow, she really doesn't like you. He turned and found Sirius in the kitchen doorway wearing a smug smile. I don't know why. I haven't even done anything, but every time we talk, she gets me all riled up, he said. Sirius chuckled. She probably just needs more time to adjust. You're a great kid, Harry. She'll come around. Harry looked up at Sirius then. What, not going to keep making fun of me? Sirius laughed. I would never. He rubbed his knuckles on Harry's head and added, Besides, it wouldn't be a fair exchange seeing as how you're so. He trailed off and gestured to Harry in general. Hey, Harry declared. I could take you any day, old man. The pair carried on with their teasing and then sat together at the table to eat. It was nearly dinner time, but no one else was in sight. How has work been? You've not been around very much, so you must be busy, Harry said. Sirius nodded. Sorry about that, pup, he said. I've been working long hours. Some rich old pureblood family was robbed. It's been quite the hubbub, really, because whoever did it destroyed a large stockpile of potions ingredients. I have to go back tonight to finish going through the inventory that was turned in. Harry nodded at that. The Saxtons, he acknowledged. Sirius gave him a look. How did you know? He asked. I read the prophet, Sirius. Harry laughed, trying to mask his nervousness. He shouldn't have said anything. You're the strangest 10-year-old I've ever seen, Sirius chuckled. Where is everyone? Harry asked, changing the subject. Sirius raised his eyebrows at Harry. Oh, right, you weren't around, he said. Sylvie and Tabitha went to St. Mungo's with Remus to get his situation evaluated. They won't be back until tomorrow. Harry nodded solemnly at that. It's too bad about Remus' injury. I had really hoped for a full recovery. Sirius nodded his agreement. The boys are off exploring, I think. Aldo said something about hunting for a demiguise he thought he saw. Apparently, Caleb doesn't believe him. Harry had wondered about the creature and was relieved to hear it was still around. What were you and Luna up to today? Sirius asked. Harry contemplated the merits of telling Sirius the truth. On the one hand, Sirius grew up in a pureblood household and might even have family magic of his own. He might be able to help guide Harry even further on his path to understanding his own family magic. On the other hand, Sirius might accidentally reveal his secret. He trusted Sirius, but the man was so irresponsible. Still, his father had trusted him, and he was his godfather, so he decided to confide in the man. Do you know any privacy spells? He asked. Sirius raised both eyebrows at that before smirking and taking out his wand. You're looking at a marauder, Harry. I know all of them. This one fills the ears of anyone in the vicinity with a buzzing sound. Harry watched as Sirius waved his wand and said, Muffliato. Harry grinned, and after getting a promise from Sirius that he wouldn't share this secret with anyone, told him about the ritual and magic appearing before him. Sirius sat silently as he listened, and once Harry finished, he said, Interesting, very interesting. The man stood up then and started pacing, clearly deep in thought. I know the ritual, having done it myself as a kid. My family always performs it on our 9th birthday, you see. 9 is a magical number, and so my family believed it should strengthen the likelihood that we inherit the family magic, or a share of it. A share of it, Harry checked. He and Luna had speculated that family magic might have to be shared, and Sirius seemed to be confirming his theory. Sirius nodded. Yes, there is a legend in magical history that certain gifts, certain abilities, you could say, were gifted to families by magic herself. The gifts seem to dilute as they're shared with more people. Sirius stopped pacing and said, My family's magic is the ability to transfigure our body into something else. My family has proudly stated that the first metamorph magus and animagus have come from our family. But can't anyone learn how to become an animagus? Harry checked. Sirius nodded. Yes, of course, but that doesn't stop my family from boasting that we were the first. A black is more likely to achieve it, however, thanks to our family magic. The metamorph magus ability is still unique to my family, however. I have a cousin that is one. She's the first in nearly 200 years, I think. Harry nodded. Do you think that magic actually showed up, or am I just going crazy? Sirius looked him in the eyes and said, You're not crazy, Harry. Your account matches what the legends say. It is clearly a rare kind of event, however. Do you feel any different? James confided in me that he hadn't inherited the family magic like Fleamont had, but I'm not fully aware what the Potter family magic entails. Harry explained that he'd actually been able to use the Potter family magic to sense magic for a while now, and that he was hoping the ritual would help him get even better at it or add to it in some way. Sirius nodded his understanding. I performed the ritual myself, a second time, just as we decided to become animagi. It's what helped me to figure out what my animal was. Your father helped with the ritual, in fact, and we joked that the Black family had adopted him because he also learned his animal form very shortly after. Peter took ages, filthy rat. Harry was digesting Sirius words very carefully. Last night, in Fleamont's journals, he'd read about his family magic and forming bonds with others. Did that mean the Potter family magic used those bonds in some way? Maybe his father did have a portion of the family magic after all, and had used his bond with Sirius to borrow the Black family magic. He wasn't sure he wanted to share that bit of info just yet, and decided to focus on another part of what Sirius had said. You can do the ritual more than once, Harry asked. Sirius nodded. Oh, yes. While the ritual is mostly used these days for unlocking family magic, some wizards and witches use it more regularly to simply feel closer to magic. It's kind of like a religious practice, if that makes sense. Harry understood. It had been a pleasant experience, if a bit strange, and it was one he could see himself doing more of. There was just one more thing he wanted to ask Sirius about. Sirius, I had one more, he started, but then the door slammed open and 3 boys walked in. Sirius waved his wand and cancelled the Muffliato spell. Hey, boys, Sirius said loudly. How did your little excursion through the house go? Did you find the demiguise? Sirius and Harry listened as they shared the details of their adventure. Harry was still distracted by his conversation with Sirius and kept getting lost in his own thoughts. Sirius was far better at carrying the conversation and even gave them some ideas to try trapping the creature. Harry saw Astrid waiting outside the door, clearly not wanting to come in while he himself was still there. He got up from his seat with a sigh, not wanting to fight any more with the girl. He exited the kitchen and returned to his living quarters to remind Luna to eat. Later that night, Harry sat up in his bed, frustrated. He'd checked his grandparents' room again and had found nothing. There had been no change in his family magic, or maybe he was simply looking in the wrong place. He blew out some air in a huff and got out of bed. He was feeling restless and annoyed at the lack of progression. Perhaps tonight would be a good night for him to go out and visit Truset. He smirked at the thought, and then dug into the hiding place beneath the floorboards to gather his things. He'd been able to restock the potions he used, and he still had the bottles that Ratatosker had etched runes into. He would just have to recast the blue bell flames, and they'd be good as new. One thing caused him to hesitate, and that was the fact that all the adults had left the house. If anything happened while he was gone, Luna and the others would be on their own. He reckoned the chances of that were low, however, and he'd be back before dawn. As he packed his bag, he heard what he assumed was Ratatosker rummaging around his tree. He turned his head and saw the stick creature sliding down the tree trunk like a fireman descending a pole. Harry finished packing just as Ratatosker arrived next to him. You want to come with me? Harry asked. Ratatosker nodded and Harry picked the creature up. It might be dangerous, he added. The stick creature simply folded his arms and rolled his eyes in response. Harry chuckled at that and said, Fine, but no complaining. The dew slipped out of his room and into the family room. Light flickered beneath Luna's door, a sign that she was still awake as well, and he considered letting her know he would be back before dawn, but he reckoned she already knew and he needn't bother. He needed to hurry anyway. Creeping down the stairs from the master suite, he entered into the main hall and towards the flue. The room was dark, practically pitch black thanks to the darkened moon outside. He didn't want to be seen in Hogsmeade, but he didn't know how else he could get there quickly without using the flue. He wished he could disapparate, but that was several years away. Throwing in some flue powder, he cried, The 3 broomsticks. He spun in a flash of green until he popped out of the fireplace at his destination. Barely managing to stagger to a stop before falling on his face, he noticed the room was dark and vacant of patrons, but he heard someone call from a back room that they'd be with him in a moment. He quickly left the bar and couldn't help but chuckle as he thought of how annoyed they'd be when they arrived, and he was already gone. The cobblestone road outside was barely visible thanks to the now dim lights that lined the road. It was a good night to travel unseen, but he still wished he had his invisibility cloak. He removed his broomstick from his bag and straddled it easily before taking off into the sky. It was still cold in the night sky, but decidedly warmer than his last flight. Still, he was glad he had his bluebell flame jars to help him stay warm. He placed one in his hand of glory to help light the way around him. It took him nearly 15 minutes of flying before he descended into Feldcroft. Feldcroft was notably smaller and even darker than Hogsmeade, he was happy to note. He hopped off his broom while still holding the hand of glory and crept down the path to his destination. The houses here were quite quaint, but he could hear families laughing together inside as he walked by. He paused to let the feeling of jealousy slide by. It wasn't their fault he didn't have what they had, after all, so he could still be happy for them. In the distance, on a hill overlooking the tiny hamlet, was a large manor that he knew was his target. Surprisingly, he saw light spilling out onto the grassy yard from several large windows. He'd have to be more careful as he got closer, lest he be seen. He flew up into a nearby tree and made himself comfortable. He could just wait until the lights dimmed, and then he'd make his attempt to enter the home. He felt Ratatosker shift from within his robe pocket, and then the creature stuck his head out to scope out the area. "We're going to have to wait a bit," he said out loud. "Might as well get comfortable." Harry mentally went through the intel he'd received from Fina. Every once in a while, his thoughts would be interrupted by someone walking by the window. He tried to distinguish who it was, but they were simply too far away. Time moved slowly, and he felt himself start to nod off in boredom, but then quite suddenly, the lights went out, and he became alert. He waited a few more minutes to be sure everyone had turned in for the night, and then began to focus his magic, and sent out some probes. The building and grounds were vibrant with magic, and he soon began to feel overwhelmed, but he pushed through until he could comfortably decipher whether or not there were any wards to be wary of. There were wards he was more familiar with, like anti-apparition and a few muggle-repelling charms. He supposed they were far enough away from Hogsmeade that there might be muggle villages nearby, so that made sense. A few wards seemed to be the sort to set off an alarm, and a few that stunned or immobilized anyone that triggered them. The building was quite secure, more so than Saxton's had been by far. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Truset was more vigilant to begin with, or if he had recently increased security because of what Harry had done to the Saxtons. Whilst the anti-apparition wards were large and likely anchored to the house, it simply wasn't safe or practical to set up stunners or immobilizers in a large area. They were typically scattered around the perimeter or more localized areas instead. He contemplated his next move. Remus had been rather forthcoming with his knowledge on wards when Harry had asked him during lessons one day. The man had told him that wards wouldn't be covered until he was well into Hogwarts, but Harry had insisted. Being able to detect magic had helped Harry understand more complex subjects a little easier, and he surmised that he had a better understanding of magic than most people. Most wards, he knew, had to be anchored to something. If he could find the anchor, he should be able to lift the wards without setting them off. Of course, if the person setting the wards was competent, they would ensure the anchor was well protected. Harry sent minuscule probes to inspect the area and was not able to detect the anchors. What a bummer, he thought to himself. Remus had said that alternatively, a ward could be broken if it was simply overpowered, but he was only 10 years old and didn't have a lot of power. Ratatosker was placed back inside his pocket, and then he descended the tree and walked around the property as he checked out the wards. He noticed that most of the wards that would incapacitate him were paired with an alarm ward as well. He guessed that if he set off a stunner ward, that it would also trigger the alarm. He continued scouting the area, hoping to find a fault in the layout. Sure enough, the warder had gotten sloppy towards the back end of the property. There were 2 stunner wards that didn't touch an alarm ward. He prepared to flee if his plan failed, and then sent a strong probe of magic to set off the ward. He saw several flashes in the distance in front of him as the wards attacked his probe. He kept at it until he noticed the flashes begin to become less vibrant, a sign they were weakening. Eventually, his probe was able to move freely without setting off the wards. Although he was more exhausted, he rushed forward past the wards and entered the property. Once he was safe and hidden from view, he uncorked an energy potion and took a swig. Feeling revitalized, he scoped the area for any other wards that he might have missed before he continued. He was relieved to find none, and a little surprised. The Saxton house didn't have the wards all over the property, but the wards around the buildings and house had been a whole lot stronger. He supposed Truset just didn't have the resources the Saxtons did. The coast clear, he cast an Alohomora on a nearby window and then climbed in. He found himself in a small, formal dining room. The light of his blue bell bottles reflected off several portraits lining one wall. He flinched, expecting to be caught, but relaxed as he remembered that, thanks to the hand of glory, only he could see the light and the portraits remained asleep. Moving lightly, he made his way out of the room and into the hall and out of view of the portraits. Once clear, he focused and sent a multitude of magical probes to map out the area. In his mind's eye, he traveled the hallway and inspected each room remotely. It seemed that Benjamin Truset lived alone and was sleeping in his bed upstairs. Harry was free to move around on the main floor. He roamed the house carefully, using his magical probes to search for wards or traps. He picked up several random objects that looked valuable and interesting as he searched the house. His intentions were simply to scope out the house and look for intel that might be useful, but that didn't mean he couldn't help himself to a trinket or two. Eventually, he found himself entering a large study. Opposite of the door was a large, ornate desk with a few chairs sitting in front of it. It looked like this was a place that Truset did business. In the middle of the room stood a large crate. Suddenly, lights flared to life around the room, and he heard a voice off to the side say, "What do you think?" Harry reacted quickly and sent a freezing charm in the direction of the voice. His heart racing, he saw that a magical portrait had gone unnoticed by his probes. The subject of the painting stood frozen, mid-speech. Harry guessed the room was spelled to light up when it sensed a presence and had alerted the portrait. He mentally thanked Remus and Sirius for the target practice that made him do so many times, and let out a relieved breath as he looked around the room. Noticing an unfinished letter laying on the desk, he started reading. It seemed to be a letter to Truset's mother that lived on the continent. Benjamin was sending a magical portrait to her so that they could communicate more quickly without using the flu. It looked like his mother was getting too old to crouch down on the floor to make the call. Benjamin had the twin frame, which Harry guessed he had just frozen. The man, it seemed, was not a great businessman or practiced politician and was calling on his mother regularly for advice. Harry smirked. Harry reckoned the other magical frame was what was in the crate in the center of the room. He hated to steal something that was going to be helpful for an old lady, but an idea was forming in his mind that he thought might be the solution to his problems. I shared his idea with Ratatosker, and the two got to work. The next morning, Harry woke up to the sun shining brightly in his room. He'd left Truset's the same way he'd entered, and had returned home without issue with a little time to get some sleep. He sat up in his bed and stretched before getting up from his bed and walked towards the window. He still sometimes looked over his property and the woods in awe, in complete disbelief that it was all his. It was nearly the end of spring now, and birds sang happily as they flew through the air. He watched as they performed their aerial dance and contemplated life. A lot had changed in the last year, and he'd changed from the meek, scrawny boy in the cupboard and found family and friends along the way. His reminiscing was interrupted when he noticed a small figure walking briskly out of the woods. Whoever it was, they were too far away for him to make out, at least with his natural eyes. He focused his magic and imagined himself flying down towards the mysterious figure. As his consciousness got closer, he was finally able to make out who it was. He ended the magic and frowned. What was Astrid up to, he wondered. A knock sounded on the door, and then Luna walked in before he could answer. "I sensed you were about to come look for me, so I saved you the trouble," she said as she approached. "Aye," he started before she cut him off. "Astrid spends a lot of her nights in the woods these days," she said. He started again. "I don't know why," Luna answered. "She's still incredibly conflicted and constantly uncomfortable." Harry paused a moment before he decided it was safe to talk. He said before being cut off yet again. "I can't read minds, Harry, just emotions," she said. Harry laughed in exasperation at that. "Sure seems like you can read minds to me, Luna." Luna shrugged and said, "I know you, Harry, you're easy." He shook his head at that. He'd be worried about how easy she could read and understand him, but it was Luna and he trusted her absolutely. "I don't understand Astrid, and that makes it hard for me to trust her. I don't remember seeing her that night," he said. Luna nodded. "I know, we talked about this." They had talked about it, and Luna had refused to say anything to confirm or deny his concerns. "I have a feeling that we should give her the benefit of the doubt," she said, "at least for now." Harry huffed. He didn't like it at all. Still, if Luna insisted, then he'd follow along. "Fine," he said. Luna shook her head. "You could try being more understanding, Harry." "What do you mean?" he asked angrily. "I've not done anything to her except open my home." Luna sighed. "Yes, you did that. But how do you think she feels in a strange place, abandoned by her family, and placed at the mercy of someone she doesn't know? How would you feel?" "Lucky," he snapped. Luna glared at him. "You of all people would not feel lucky, Harry Potter." He uncrossed his arms and turned away from Luna. His thoughts returned to his life on Privet Drive. He'd been forced into a home that he was uncomfortable in. He'd always felt like an outsider, but he'd been treated like one too. Hadn't treated Astrid or the boys like that. Still, he hated having no control over his life. It's what had driven him to stealing after all. That and boredom, he supposed. Stealing had given him a purpose in a way. Maybe that was what Astrid needed to find her purpose. She hates me, though, he said. I don't think that's true, Luna said. I think she's jealous. Harry scoffed. Think about it, Luna said. You have everything she's lost or never had. Friends, family, money, and an easy life. I don't have an easy life, he said. Luna chuckled. Obviously, I know that. She doesn't. Harry stood there and considered her words. Maybe he just needed to give Astrid a little more time to come around. Maybe they could become friends eventually. All right, fine, he conceded. I'll give her a break. I knew you'd come around eventually, Luna laughed. Sirius is going to be so mad. Harry's eyebrows furrowed. Don't tell me you two bet on this, he checked. Okay, I won't, Luna said as she skipped out of the room. Harry lost himself to his thoughts as he prepared dinner. He'd spent most of his day relaxing and going through his grandparents' journals for hints about the family magic. He hadn't found anything substantial, to his utter annoyance. Remus, Sylvie, and Tabitha were supposed to have come home by now, but he hadn't seen any sign of them returning. He had thought about calling on Creature to make dinner, since Sirius had basically given him permission to do so whenever he wanted, but decided against it. He liked cooking, and he hadn't done it in a while. His thoughts turned to the crate he'd found at Truset's and to the plan he'd come up with. He desperately wanted to check on the outcome of his and Ratatasker's actions, but he wasn't sure how to go about it without incriminating himself. If it all went well, he'd hear about it soon enough. He was in the middle of dicing mushrooms when he heard the kitchen door open. He looked over his shoulder and found Astrid standing stiffly. Her eyes were practically popping out of their sockets, and her jaw had dropped open. Harry looked away, not wanting to get in another fight. He was too tired. A moment later, he heard Astrid pull a chair out from the table and sit down. With a heavy sigh, he decided to attempt some conversation. I'm making pizza. Is there anything that you'd like me to leave off? He asked. She started. Her words got stuck in her throat and she coughed to clear it out. Anchovies, she finally answered timidly. Harry nodded. I don't care for them either, he said. He heard the chair scoot, and a moment later Astrid stood beside him. I didn't know you could cook, she said. Harry nodded. I used to cook for my Muggle family before I found out I was a wizard. He had paused and nearly choked on the word family as it passed his lips. He knew better what a real family was now. He chanced a glance towards Astrid and saw the girl was frowning in confusion. He wasn't sure he really wanted to talk about his life with the Dursleys, particularly with her right now. Making an excuse, he said, I need to get something from the cellar. He walked away and collected himself. He didn't really need anything from the cellar, and now he was in a bit of a predicament if he didn't want to be caught in a lie. At the top of the stairs, he began to feel uncomfortable. He suddenly realized that in the almost year-long period he'd lived here, he hadn't ever gone down to the cellar before. A pressure grew within him as he descended the steps. It was odd. He'd never been afraid of the dark, really, having spent so much of his time in the cupboard under the stairs. In fact, he quite enjoyed the dark most of the time. At the bottom, he turned and looked into the dark abyss, and dread filled his entire being. He bolted back up the stone steps and was relieved to see that Astrid was nowhere in sight. His pride still somewhat intact, he grabbed a crate of butterbeer from the pantry and made his way back to the kitchen. He was relieved to see that Luna had arrived and was conversing with Astrid. He made eye contact with his blonde friend, and she gave him a quick wink. She must have felt his discomfort at being alone with Astrid and had come to the rescue. He wondered if she'd sensed his fear just moments ago, but she appeared unconcerned, so he guessed not. He continued preparing dinner while trying to ignore the nagging feeling he had that something important was in the cellar, but he couldn't think of a time he was more terrified. He also thought he could sense Astrid looking at him every now and then, but whenever he checked, she'd be looking the other way. Dinner was a mundane affair. The boys shared some of their recent exploits to everyone's delight. To his surprise, they'd ventured far and wide both in and outside of the house. They'd assured him that they hadn't entered the forest at all. He glanced at Astrid at the mention of the woods, and he noticed a small, guilty look in her eyes for a moment before it disappeared. Remembering his conversation with Luna, he chose not to comment. Instead, he asked if they'd ventured into the cellar at all, and they each shrugged and nodded nonchalantly. Yeah, a few times. It's pretty boring, though, Caleb said. Harry was surprised at that. He'd been terrified. After everyone finished eating, Harry got up to put dinner away, but Astrid, to everyone's surprise, got up first and offered to take care of cleaning up. Harry didn't know what to do. She made it clear to him that she thought he was a spoiled, rich brat, and he was tempted to prove her wrong by insisting he'd do it. But Luna shook her head just slightly, and he decided to drop it. He thought he heard Astrid breathe a sigh of relief when he simply nodded and offered his thanks. A moment later, he heard the fireplace flare, and he ran out and caught Tabitha coming through, followed by Sylvie pushing Remus in his wheelchair. "Hey, Remus, everything all right?" he checked. Remus nodded and attempted a smile. Harry thought it looked genuine, but it definitely didn't reach his eyes. Sylvie interjected then. "The healers think that Remus' body will go through a bit of a cycle, mirroring the moon's." Harry thought for a moment about what that might mean. Sylvie must have sensed his confusion and clarified. Basically, when he transforms into his wolf form, his spine will be repaired, and he'll be able to walk up until around the new moon, where his body will weaken and his injury will resurface. Harry frowned. He'd really hoped Remus would fully recover. "It's better than nothing," Remus said. Harry smiled at the man, impressed by Remus' optimism and courage. He doubted he'd handle the news half as well if he was in Remus' place. "I've made dinner if you're hungry, although I think Astrid might have cleaned it up already." Remus sighed dramatically and looked up at Sylvie. "I told you we should have come straight home instead of going out for dinner. Now we've missed out on Harry's famous cooking." Tabitha chuckled at Remus and said, "Good thing we saved room," before giving Harry a side hug and entering the kitchen. Remus rolled on to catch up with her. Sylvie sighed and shot him a wink. "Thanks a lot, Harry." Harry just chuckled and shook his head at the family's antics. Harry was sitting up in bed trying to meditate. The book he'd found in the library said that clearing your mind with meditation was the first step to learning to occlude the mind, but that to truly master the art you needed someone that could perform legilimency. He didn't have that, and wasn't likely to find anyone able and willing for years to come, but that didn't mean he couldn't prepare now. His meditations had been so far unsuccessful, especially tonight. He tried to focus his thoughts on his breathing, but that kept straying away towards the dark cellar, and the problem with the painting he'd found at Trousset's. He had come up with a plan, but it was risky. As much as he wanted to handle everything himself, he knew it wasn't practical. Mrs. Figg was too busy with her own problems, so he couldn't rely on her. The guild might help, but he needed to save his guild coins to hire a legilimens, so that wasn't an option. That left one person that might be able to help, and luckily they had some skin in the game. Frustrated that his thoughts had strayed once again, he got up from his bed, threw on a robe, and walked to the balcony. He stared out onto the dark grounds, looking for nothing in particular. The night clouds were fascinatingly both dark and light at the same time, as they amplified the small amount of light from the sliver-thin moon. Cool air billowed across his skin, and he closed his eyes as he took the sensation in. His thoughts again turned to the cellar as he remembered the terror he'd felt as he tried to descend the stairs, and then a different memory surfaced, one that involved a silvery blonde pants and a manipulative ring. His eyes snapped open as a realization struck him. The cellar must have been charmed to ward people off the same way Malfoy's ring was. The question now was, who had done that and why? The only way to find out was to enter the cellar, he reckoned. He felt goosebumps raise on his arms at the thought, and he grinned. Whatever secret was down there wouldn't stay secret for long. Anne, please read and review. Sorry for the cliffhanger. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Mrs. Figg's Return. Chapter text Anne. Wow, so sorry that it's been so long since I posted a new chapter. Life has been busy, and I've had some hesitation in continuing with one of my ideas. It's taken some reworking to move forward. Harry stirred his metal spoon in frustration. He'd just gotten back from another fruitless morning in the cellar. Its secrets remained secret. Taking solace in his potions lab, he tried to calm himself. Brewing potions whilst angry was likely to result in explosive results after all. It had been nearly 2 weeks since he discovered that there was something in the cellar eluding him. He confirmed it by taking Luna down there with him. She'd not felt the feelings of dread and fear that he had. No one in the house reacted to the cellar like him, and Luna couldn't even sense his growing trepidation as they descended the steps. He'd spent nearly every night and early morning in the cellar, persevering through his fear, searching out with his magic, but he kept coming up empty. He'd hoped that the repeated exposure to his fears would at least lessen them, but it did not. Each night was the same, and was a battle of conquering his fears. About the only interesting thing to happen in the 2 weeks was a letter from the guild leader instructing him to throw a summer solstice party. He'd wanted to refuse immediately, but Mrs. Figg had insisted he throw one and invite all the children and their parents that he'd met at the winter solstice. He had conceded, but insisted that the Weasleys be added to the invite list. Mrs. Figg agreed, and then went to Sirius, which to Harry's surprise had taken the whole thing very seriously. Apparently, it was an important pureblood tradition to throw a huge summer solstice party before going off to Hogwarts. There was a bunch of maneuvering involved between purebloods to decide which families were going to host an event. Often, several parties would be held, and folks would have to decide which one to attend. It was a huge ordeal, and hosting a party could either raise your standing or could be a total disaster if no one showed up. Sirius and Mrs. Figg had worked together to coach him on what to write in his invites, and then had decided how best to decorate. To his relief, not only had several people already responded with agreements to attend, but the Malfoys, Crabs, and Goyles had all rejected his invitation, stating that the Malfoys were hosting their own event. He was still waiting to hear from the Narts and Greengrasses, but he wasn't surprised. Harry shook out of his thoughts and returned to his potion. He sighed in relief as the bubbling liquid turned a potent green, just as described in his potions book. At least he didn't have to add a faulty potion to his list of annoyances. He smiled and filled a couple of vials full and placed them in the cabinet for later. Mrs. Figg would be proud of his progress in potions, he thought. He'd come a long way from his first attempts in the bedroom of her house back in Surrey. In the past 2 weeks, he'd only seen her once, and just for a moment, though she'd promised to be back by the full moon to keep him company, since Sirius was still working long hours on the Saxton case. It was a small miracle that the Auras had made no progress, and he felt a little guilty that Sirius was working so hard on the case, but he was grateful that he had nothing to worry about from the Ministry for the time being. Tonight was the full moon, and Luna and the others would be entering the forest so they could transform in peace without worrying of harming a human being. Mrs. Figg should be here soon, and he was hoping to ask her if she'd heard from her contact that she'd promised could help him relieve Randolph Ferguson of the magical creatures he was caring for. The man should not be allowed anywhere near animals if the allegations were true. So far the man had gotten off scot-free because he was close with the pureblood traditionalists like Malfoy, McNair, and Nott. Smash! Snapped out of his thoughts, Harry jumped and nearly dropped the cauldron he'd been cleaning. Smash! He rushed out of the potions lab, still gripping the cauldron, and into the hallway, and came face to face with the interruption. Caleb and Tobias were running down the hall towards the back door. He wondered for a moment where the crashing had come from, and then he realized they must have jumped from the banister on the second level. "You'll pay for this," he heard Astrid yell from the banister near his ward's living quarters. He turned and looked towards the girl and held back a laugh. "What in the world is going on?" someone said as they left the kitchen. Harry turned again and saw Sylvie's curly hair bounce as she ran. "Is everyone okay? Those monsters won't be when I get my hands on them," Astrid declared, chest still heaving in anger. "The little mutts wrote all over my face with a marker while I was sleeping." "Oh dear," Sylvie said, and then covered her mouth with her hand. She looked concerned, but Harry suspected she was covering a grin. Before he started laughing again, he heard Luna call as she descended the stairs, a book in hand. "Harry's probably got something in his potions lab that can help," she said brightly. "Don't you, Harry?" Harry paused. He did have some cleaning potions that would probably do the trick. Mrs. Figg had insisted he keep things in stock so she'd have a way to clean, not that she'd been doing much cleaning lately, he mused. "Harry?" Luna asked again. "Oh, yeah," he said. "I do." Harry looked back towards Astrid, who looked horrified at getting help from Harry. The girl had been acting more odd than usual since he'd made pizza a couple of weeks ago. He rarely saw her, and she hadn't joined them for meals since. "Well, come on then," Luna said. gesturing for Astrid to come down the stairs. Harry saw Sylvie looking hesitantly at the kids, obviously worried at the outcome, but she shook her head and left them. Harry appreciated that none of the adults tried to coddle any of the kids and left them to work things out for themselves, though he had to admit that sometimes the adults were too absent and they all got away with an awful lot. He couldn't help but wonder if it was common amongst magical families. It certainly wasn't normal in the Muggle world. Astrid eventually made her way towards the group, and Harry found himself holding the door to the lab open for the two girls. He knew it probably annoyed Astrid, but that just made him want to do it more. She huffed as she walked by, and then he caught Luna's glare. "You promised you'd try, remember?" she seemed to be saying with her eyes. He sighed and nodded a nonverbal apology and then said, "I'll go get the potion." The two girls found a seat at one of the tables as he searched through the cupboard of finished potions. When he approached them, he had to try really hard not to laugh. The boys' work was really quite good. They'd drawn round glasses like the ones he wore, and had even drawn a lightning-shaped scar on her forehead. He was impressed that they'd managed so much, and had obviously drawn things they knew would irritate the girl the most. Instead of sharing his appreciation for their work, he dipped a clean rag into the potion and then tried to hand it to Luna, but she shook her head. "I don't want to risk my hands being contaminated. It might scare off the humdingers," she said. Harry knew she was making the creatures up immediately, but didn't say anything. Instead, he moved towards Astrid's face, pausing for a moment, and asked, "May I?" She huffed and rolled her eyes before grabbing the rag out of his hand. "I'm not completely helpless, you know," she said. Harry just shook his head. "I'm such an idiot," he thought to himself. "Of course she can do this herself." He turned to hide his blush for a moment and then put the potion down on the table. "You missed a spot just there," he heard Luna say, pointing to the girl's forehead. Astrid tried again, but kept missing the mark. Luna shook her head again, and Astrid groaned in frustration. "Harry, please help Astrid get the last of the marker off her face," Luna said sweetly. "I don't need," Astrid started to say, but then stopped at a look from Luna. "All right, fine," she said, handing the rag back to Harry. Harry took the rag and started to rub away the remaining mark. He couldn't help but notice just how tense the girl was at his touch. He tried to hurry, just as uncomfortable as the girl. "There," he said finally. "It's all gone." Astrid looked down at the ground and started to say something, but Luna smacked her on the arm, causing the girl to glare. Luna gestured towards Harry, clearly trying to communicate without saying anything. It was painfully obvious to Harry that the two girls had probably had a similar conversation to the one Harry and Luna had about trying to be friends. Astrid looked up to meet Harry's eyes and tried again. "Thanks." Harry nodded in response. "No problem," he said plainly. Astrid left quickly after that, leaving Harry and Luna alone in the potions lab. "That was super awkward," Luna said with a laugh. Harry just leveled her with a look. "Humdingers," nonplussed, Luna laughed. "Do you think she at least bought it?" "Not at all," Harry said, shaking his head. "You're a terrible liar." Luna shrugged. "You'd be surprised," she said before hopping off the table and walking towards the door. Before he could fully consider what she just said, she added, "Come on, Sirius just got home and he brought company with him, red-headed company." She said the last part whilst wiggling her eyebrows, and Harry blushed. Luna left, and Harry waited a moment to regain his composure. These girls were going to kill him. Even Astrid was starting to look cute, and he didn't even like her. At least Susan was good company. He stepped into the entrance hall and was pleased to see Susan already walking towards him with a bright smile on her face. Luna was trailing after, just a few steps behind, and Astrid had already vanished. Susan greeted him with a hug and a quick kiss on his cheek. Surprised but pleased, he glanced down at her with a small grin. He wasn't sure when exactly they'd gotten to this level in their relationship, but he wasn't exactly complaining. He liked Susan, and she was very, very pretty. "Sorry," Susan offered softly. "I'm just excited to see you." Harry was about to say that he didn't mind at all, but he was interrupted by a loud, slow whistle from Sirius. Both Susan and Harry groaned in embarrassment. Before Sirius could tease them further, Amelia slapped his arm and said, "Oh, leave them be, Sirius." Sirius, not put off for a moment, just smiled and then said, "Yes, boss, whatever you say." Amelia scowled. "I told you not to call me that when we're not at work." Sirius smiled mischievously. "Except in the bed. Sirius Black, you scoundrel. You shouldn't talk like that in front of this lot," Amelia shouted. Harry couldn't tell if the redness in her cheeks was from embarrassment or anger. Sirius looked like he couldn't tell either. Harry coughed to cover his awkward laugh. Luna giggled. Susan looked just as mortified as her aunt. Sirius recovered quickly. "Let's go get lunch, you lot. I'll take you to that place we like in Hogsmeade, and we can get that chocolate cake you like, Amelia." Harry guessed the man was used to talking his way into trouble and then back out of it again. He wasn't sure whether Sirius's offer for lunch and dessert was going to be enough to get him back in Amelia's good graces. "If you think your bribe of dessert is enough to," Amelia started. "And then we can drop by that jewelry shop around the corner," Sirius interrupted. Harry watched in complete disbelief as Amelia paused and then nodded her agreement. He had not thought that would work. He supposed he had a lot to learn about women. Sirius went to let Remus know what they were up to. When he was finally out of earshot, Susan rounded on her aunt. "You aren't going to let him off the hook that easily, are you?" Amelia chuckled. "Of course not, but it's a start. You can't let men like him get away with too much too often, but you can't wall them off for long either, or they'll become discouraged." Luna and Susan nodded as if they understood. Harry just stood there, confused. It seemed he had more to learn about women than he thought. He suddenly realized they were going to be in Hogsmeade, and he needed to pay a private visit to Fina, if possible. He'd have to come up with an excuse to get away. It was time to confirm whether or not his stunt with Trussett's package had worked. Lunch had been a pleasant affair, all things considered. Amelia had calmed down considerably. Sirius seemed to sense he wasn't out of the woods just yet and was on his best behavior. Harry, Luna, and Susan took turns saying things to try and get Sirius to slip up, but the man seemed to take it as a challenge and persevered. Harry's opportunity to slip away came after dinner when Sirius and Amelia left to visit the jewelry shop. He silently signaled to Luna, hoping that she understood. She stared at him blankly, clearly not getting it. Relief came in the form of Theodore Knott, who arrived shortly after Amelia and Sirius had walked away. "Hey, Harry," the boy greeted, nodding at both Luna and Susan in turn. Susan nodded curtly back. Luna just smiled. Harry turned and shook his hand. "Hey, Theo." The group paused awkwardly, adjusting to the new dynamic. Harry knew Susan and Theo ran in very different circles. Susan's aunt bearing an aura and Theo's dad was a somewhat notorious suspected Death Eater. Harry liked Theo, though, and was willing to give him a shot despite it all. Susan looked put out at Theo's arrival, and Luna must have sensed the girl's discomfort. "Susan, have you picked out a dress for Harry's party yet?" Luna asked. Susan's eyes bulged. "No, I have." "I bet there's a shop here that has some." Susan looked hesitantly at Harry, clearly not wanting to leave him on his own with Theo, but Luna managed to drag her away. "Meet me at Honeyduke's when you're done," he shouted at them. Luna waved that she had heard him. He glanced at Theo, curious if he'd give any sign to his intentions of attending or not. "Might have plans to attend the Malfoys' solstice, but I'm close to convincing him to let me come to yours without him." Harry was surprised that Theo would attempt to go against his father's wishes, but he had to admit he was pleased to hear that Theo might be able to come. "I hope you can come, but I'll understand if it doesn't work out," he said. Theo nodded. "Listen, I didn't mean to scare those two off," he said. "I am headed to meet with some friends. I'd invite you, but—" He trailed off with a shrug. "Sorry." Harry released a relieved breath. He wasn't sure how he was going to escape without being rude, but Theo had managed it for him, and he'd unknowingly helped him with Luna and Susan, too. "Cheers," he said with false bravado. "I have somewhere to be anyhow." He clapped Theo on the back and said, "I hope I'll see you at the summer solstice." Theo waved goodbye, and they parted ways. Annoyed at his feelings, he headed towards Fina's shop. He was somewhat hurt that Theo felt uneasy about him meeting his other friends. It was an odd sensation for Harry, feeling both relieved and rejected simultaneously. He had to remind himself that a year ago he had no one in his life at all to make him feel this way. He wasn't sure if that was a soothing thought or not. He shrugged it all off. He couldn't lose focus now. Fina was helping a customer when he arrived, but he got her attention quietly, and she signaled him to head upstairs. His heart raced as he climbed the stairs, wondering if he'd find what he had hoped to find. He'd left a whole lot up to chance with his plan, if you could even call it that. Mrs. Figg would be furious with him if she knew. He peeked around for any sign of the painting, but he didn't see anything, at least not out in the open. Of course, she was an intelligent witch, and if she did have the painting, it wouldn't be anywhere easily found. He tried a couple of the doors on the way to her office, but they were locked. Discouraged, he entered the office, his mind racing for ways to get the answers he was looking for without giving himself away. If Mrs. Figg would kill him for his foolish plan, she'd certainly kill him if he gave himself away. He scanned the desk for any sign of his note, but all he found was a bunch of parchments of inventory and budgets. He sat down with a sigh. This was going to be harder than he thought. He was such a fool, and he had no right being a member of a secret organization. His thoughts were interrupted as Fina strode into the room. "Harry, lad, to what do I owe the pleasure?" she asked, smiling brightly. She was in a good mood, but was it because she'd received his gift, or was it something else? "Oh, I was just getting a bite to eat with my friends and thought I'd stop by," he said. She cocked her head, a curious expression on her face, and asked, "And you ditched them just to visit me? You could have brought them, you know." Harry paused, trying to come up with a good excuse. Was she suspicious of him, or was she just being curious? He couldn't tell. "Oh, I know, but they wanted to go robe shopping and that just sounded boring," he answered. Fina smiled wickedly. "Ah, these friends of yours are girls," Harry smirked. He would let her tease him if it helped his cause. He nodded. "Luna and Susan Bones, but you know I only think of Luna as a sister." Fina sat at her desk and rested her elbows, her hands forming a steeple as she looked at him speculatively. Harry swallowed, wondering if his plan had worked at all. He couldn't just come out and ask her if she'd received a mysterious package without giving himself away. He needed to know that the runes Ratatosker had used to divert the package had worked. He needed to know that Fina had received his instructions to use the paired painting to sabotage Trusset. He felt sweat start to form on his brow as his nerves began to take over. He had been so stupid. She probably suspected him at this point after he'd asked so many questions about the man. He should have kept the painting and used it himself instead of bringing someone else in. He didn't have the time, though, or the know-how, he mused. "I'm honored that you go out of your way to escape a pretty young witch like Susan Bones to chat with an old witch like me," she said. Harry chuckled. "You don't give yourself enough credit," he said with a blush. Fina was a very attractive witch after all. Not that she'd care what a 10-year-old boy thought about it. She just liked to tease him. Fina laughed and smiled a genuine smile. "I like you, Harry." She stood up and walked over to a cabinet. "Tea," she offered. He nodded, relieved to have a minute more to think. Harry sat in silence as he waited for Fina to prepare the tea. The only sounds were those of spoons and china tapping into each other. "So how's our friend, Mrs. Figg, doing?" she asked, breaking the silence whilst placing a cup of steaming tea in front of him. Harry frowned and answered, "She's been busy, and I haven't seen her much, but I have Sirius and Remus, so it's been all right." Fina nodded in response. "Has she said anything about Trusset since you passed on my notes to her?" Harry shook his head no. "Why?" he asked, hoping Fina would get to the point. "Just curious," she said with a shrug. Harry was getting nowhere, but he didn't dare push further. Maybe it would be safer to just assume she gotten the painting he'd stolen from Trusset and was using it as he'd explained in his anonymous letter. He finished his tea and decided to change the subject. "How's Daphne? Do you know if she'll be attending my summer solstice party?" Fina smirked. "One witch not enough for you, Harry." Harry coughed on his own spit, and Fina laughed. He heard her mutter something under her breath that sounded like too easy, and he scowled, which just caused her to laugh even more. "The witches at Hogwarts are going to have so much fun with you, Harry," she said cheerily. "And no, I don't know whether or not she'll be allowed to come, but I do know that she'd prefer you to Malfoy. Her parents might too, honestly, but it could cause problems." Harry nodded in understanding. "I should probably get back downstairs, Harry," Fina said with a regretful tone. "Thanks for stopping by." Harry gave his goodbyes and made to leave. "Tell Mrs. Figg that I got her message and her gift," she said in a whisper as they walked down the steps together, causing Harry to nearly stop in his tracks. So she had gotten it after all. Harry was relieved to hear that his plan had worked, even if Fina had vibed to the incorrect conclusion about who the gift was from. But now he really was going to be in a world of trouble if Mrs. Figg ever found out. He should have known that Fina would suspect her instead of him. He was just a 10-year-old boy after all. "I don't know what you're talking about," he muttered quietly. "Sure, Harry," she said with a smile. "Just tell her I'm putting it to good use." And then she walked away, leaving him to gape after her. Bollocks, he thought to himself. He was really, truly screwed now. Mrs. Figg would know one way or another what he had done. Best it came from him instead of it being a surprise from Fina. He walked down the path towards Honeydukes, perplexed by the dichotomy of emotions he was feeling. "Harry, there you are," he heard Sirius say with relief. "Why'd you go off on your own?" Harry shook himself out of his thoughts. "What?" he said. "Oh, I was with Luna and Susan, but then Theo showed up, and then Luna and Susan wanted to go robe shopping, and then Theo had to leave, so I decided to go visit Fina Greengrass. She's a friend of mine and Mrs. Figg." Harry noticed how Sirius's eyes flashed at the mention of Theo, and he was prepared to defend his friend, but Sirius didn't say anything else about him. "I'd rather you had stayed with Luna and Susan next time, okay?" the man said. Harry shrugged. Sirius hadn't said explicitly that they needed to stay together. He shouldn't be in trouble. "We need to go," Sirius said. "Amelia and I have a new lead on the Saxton case, so we're leaving straight there, and you and Susan are going home. She's staying over." Harry didn't know where to start with that. He started with the most obvious and safest question. "It's a full moon, Sirius. Are you sure that's a good idea? They have wolfsbane, and they go pretty deep into the forest. Besides, Amelia knows the risks, and she's fine with it," Sirius said. "Wait, you have a lead on the Saxton case." He tried. That was worrisome. "Yeah, the kid, what's his name? He said he remembers something." "Don't know why he's only sharing it now, but we have to go find out what he knows," Sirius answered. Harry tried not to react to the news. This was bad. Really, really bad. He tried not to panic. He couldn't let anything show. He pulled on his perfect Harry mask and said, "That's great news, Sirius. I hope you figure it out. You've been putting in a lot of overtime. Does this mean we'll get to spend more time together?" He felt guilty instantly. He needed the distraction. Anything to explain any weird behavior he might have let slide through the cracks. It made his stomach turn to use guilt against Sirius. He knew the man was there as often as he could be, and honestly, Harry liked the dynamic they had. Sirius frowned. "Sorry, pup. I know I've been really busy lately. Yeah, I should have more time once this case is solved. I promise we'll spend more time together." Harry felt awful, but it was the only way. He didn't have much of a choice. Harry nodded. He needed to change the subject. "Susan is spending the night. It'll be just the two of us." He checked. Sirius laughed. "Making a move, Harry. That's my boy." He ruffled Harry's hair playfully and then added, "No, Mrs. Figg will be home tonight, so no shenanigans." Harry blushed, but was glad that the diversion had worked. He knew he was easy to tease, but he could use that to his advantage, too, when he needed. "Right, she should be home now, I bet," he said, ignoring the feeling of trepidation he was experiencing as he contemplated telling Mrs. Figg about what he'd done with Trusset and Fina. But maybe Susan would provide a buffer, and he could put it off a bit longer. He could only hope. Sirius and Amelia dropped off Harry, Luna, and Susan before dispersing to the ministry to prepare for their investigation. The trio stood in the entrance hall for a moment before Luna whispered something to Susan that made the girl blush and giggle. Before Harry could ask what was so amusing, the duo ran off, leaving Harry alone in confusion. Girls were weird like that. It was just his luck that the very person he was trying to avoid spun out of the flue in a splash of green flames a moment later. "Ah, hello, lad. It's good to see you're well. I hope you've been keeping up with your studies," Mrs. Figg asked. He hadn't. He'd been so absorbed in the mystery of the cellar that he'd hardly put any effort into studying. "Of course, Mrs. Figg," he lied. "How is your research going?" he said, trying to change the subject. She wouldn't tell him what she was about. Her eyes narrowed. "You're lying. That was a pretty pathetic attempt, too, I might add," she said. "We both know I won't tell you about that until you can occlude your mind." He sighed. "I've been busy with," he started before stopping himself. He had just been about to admit to his search for something he'd learned about in his grandfather's journal, something to do with a workshop and the family magic. He wasn't sure he trusted Mrs. Figg with the secrets of his family magic. She seemed to be hiding something from him, and he remembered the greedy look in her eye when he had brought up the family grimoire. "With Trusset," he finished, and then he sighed again. He hadn't wanted to admit this either, but it was the only thing that popped into his mind that would excuse his hesitancy. "I messed up." She stopped him there and then looked around suspiciously. "Let's go to my quarters for dinner, tea, and catch up." They walked together silently. His heart raced as his thoughts turned to his impending doom. When they got to her rooms, he told her what he'd done. He told her about using her as an excuse to ask Fina about Saxton and Trusset and the ingredient shortage, about his breaking into Trusset's house and diverting the magical painting that the man planned to use to connive with his mother and get her advice on politics and managing the family business. He told her about how Ratatosker had etched runes into the crate to confuse the delivery owls so they'd take it to Fina instead. He explained about the instructions he'd left with Fina to use the painting to plot against Trusset, emphasizing that he'd left it all anonymously. Mrs. Figg listened raptly and didn't interrupt even once. Finally, when he had paused long enough, she asked, "I think I know the problem, but why don't you go ahead and tell me what you think you messed up?" Harry paused. She didn't seem upset. "I stopped by Fina's today," Mrs. Figg sighed heavily, cutting him off. She took a large sip of her tea before continuing where he left off. "She suspects that you know, not you, that I had something to do with the painting showing up at her apartment." She checked. Harry nodded. "Tell me where you think you went wrong," Mrs. Figg commanded. Harry swallowed and answered, "I shouldn't have gone to see Fina today. I should have checked with you before doing anything." He trailed off. Those were both blunders, but he knew it went beyond that. "I should have planned better," he finished. Mrs. Figg nodded. "You hardly planned at all. It seems you were winging it every step of the way," she shouted, causing him to flinch. "And to top it off, you just had to check on your work if you planned, if you bothered to confirm your runes worked it all the way you wanted them to." He knew she was right. He'd messed up. Mrs. Figg paused for a long while, deep in thought. "It's not ideal that Fina suspects that I have something to do with it, but it's not the end of the world," she said finally. "It at least tells us that Fina is willing to play a little dirty." Harry let out a relieved breath, but the relief was short-lived as Mrs. Figg rounded on him. "Don't think you're off the hook. This was very sloppy work. When I report this to Guild Leader, she'll probably kick me off the project I'm on so I can keep a closer eye on you." He had been about to interrupt, to deny what she was saying, but she wasn't having any of it. "It's as much my fault as it is yours, more so mine, really," she said. "You're so mature for your age that I convinced myself selfishly that you didn't need me, but I was clearly wrong." Harry shook his head. He didn't understand what she was on about. "I'm coming back home. My part in the mission be damned, the Guild Leader did warn me. Healer Juniper warned me, hell, even Mundungus warned me, but I ignored them," she muttered to herself. Harry tried to piece everything together, but she continued in a biting tone. "You need me here. The Guild needs me here to watch you more closely and to train you better," she clarified. "The Guild Leader will be thrilled to know she was right, yet again, but it's going to cost her dearly to lose me. Why couldn't you have just—" Harry flinched. He'd let everyone down. He didn't understand exactly how badly, but it was clear he'd messed up, and now Mrs. Figg was going to be pulled off a mission to babysit him. She stood up and ushered him out of the sitting room. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Figg," he said pleadingly. "I didn't mean to mess up so badly." "I know, lad. It's not too late for you yet. We'll just have to iron out these bad habits you're forming before they get away from us," she said in a calmer but still frustrated tone. And then she started walking back towards the entrance hall. "I'll need to inform the Guild Leader right away so we don't lose traction on the mission, and I might be able to spin this in a more favorable direction if we can get the Guild to install some surveillance wards. Then we can monitor the situation with Fina more closely without confirming her suspicions. I'll be home before Remus and his pack come back from their night in the forest." Harry stopped in shock at the revelation of surveillance wards, but Mrs. Figg kept walking briskly towards the flue. He didn't get a chance to ask if there were any surveillance wards in his house, because Mrs. Figg had already vanished in a flash of green flame. He shivered at the thought that he was being monitored. He valued his privacy too much. Harry walked sullenly out of Mrs. Figg's suite. That had gone horribly, and he felt awful that Mrs. Figg was quitting her mission because of him. He grimaced in embarrassment as he thought of what the Guild Leader would think of him now. He'd have to make up for it at his solstice party somehow. Entering the main hall of his house, he was suddenly unsure what to do with his time. He was a bit tired of all the giggling that Luna and Susan had been doing since Sirius' announcement that Harry and Susan would be home alone all night. He didn't feel like brewing or reading either. He contemplated stopping by the cellar and giving that another go, but he didn't want to make his mood worse than it already was, especially since he'd probably be entertaining Susan tonight. It'd be rude to leave her on her own all night, he reckoned. At that moment, Loki climbed down the steps from the master's suite, his tail flicking in annoyance. "What's the matter?" Harry asked the cat, while simultaneously scooping him up in his arms. "Are the girls bothering you?" Loki shifted out of Harry's arms, using his claws to climb onto Harry's shoulders instead. "Ouch!" Harry exclaimed, but he calmed when Loki started purring gently. It wasn't common these days, as the cat usually preferred Luna's company to his own. "The hormones radiating off those girls and their incessant giggling are driving me mad," Loki said mentally. Harry noted that Loki's voice had shifted and was becoming deeper and more like his father's, which Harry had always liked. "Yeah, I need a break myself," was his own reply. "I was thinking of going to the greenhouse if you'd care to join me." Loki gave his assent, and the duo left for the back patio. It was still somewhat bright out, but the sun had started to descend and just barely peeked over the trees of the forest off in the distance. Harry reckoned there were still a couple of hours of sunlight left. He headed towards the greenhouses, but something off in the distance caught his eye. A small figure was walking towards the forest line. Harry squinted, trying to make out who it was. "It's just Astrid," Loki said simply. "How can you tell?" Harry asked. "Can you see that far?" "No, I just recognize her aura." Harry tensed a bit at that. "So you and Luna bonded." It wasn't a question. Loki had told him of his intentions to ask Luna to bond with him as her familiar. The Bikanako had said that the bond might enhance his own magical abilities, and it sounded to Harry like it had worked. It was still a sore topic for him since Loki had originally been his pet and friend first. Loki purred soothingly before answering, "Yes, it happened a while ago, and I have just started to be able to sense auras and the emotions behind them, though the human emotions are difficult to understand." Harry nodded in agreement at that. "Ain't that the truth?" He shook his head and added, "I'm happy for you, Loki." Loki responded by brushing his head up against his own, and then Harry opened the door to the nearest greenhouse. He was pleased to see that the plants were thriving. He and Luna had planted a large variety of magical and mundane plants. He had been surprised to learn that magical and non-magical plants could thrive together. There was hyssop, mint, and calendula growing alongside shrivelfig, pufferpard, and wormhood, and those were just a few. He hadn't been down here in a few weeks, but he guessed that either Remus or Sylvie was helping to take care of things. Loki jumped down and began sniffing and rubbing up against several of the plants. Harry couldn't begin to guess why. He trimmed a bit of wormhood and placed it in a jar he kept in his robe pockets. It was used in several useful potions he'd brewed in the past few weeks, and he needed to restock. He continued to work in the greenhouses alongside Loki, who insisted on following him from greenhouse to greenhouse. Harry wasn't complaining. He enjoyed the cat's companionship. Before he knew it, the sun had begun to set, and he heard Remus calling out from the house, "Harry, Astrid." He'd forgotten all about Astrid leaving for the forest. The young werewolf needed to take her wolfsbane before transforming. He'd be furious if someone got hurt tonight because she'd neglected her potion. Harry and Loki left the greenhouse, and Harry shouted back, "I'm coming." He turned to Loki and asked, "Any sign of Astrid?" Loki just meowed, which he originally took to mean no, but then Astrid came running up the sloped grass towards the house near him. Harry couldn't help but admire how fast she was, and he was even more impressed at how silent she had been. He hadn't heard her approach at all. How was she doing it? Before he knew it, she'd passed him, and she stuck her tongue out at him cheekily as she did. Was she actually playing with him? He wondered. He stuck his own tongue out and ran after her, but he couldn't come close to matching the young werewolf's speed. He blamed it on the fact that tonight was the full moon, and that was when a werewolf was at its strongest. She laughed as she reached the patio and raised her arms, pumping her fists as she did. "Behold the winner. Tell me how great I am." Harry huffed and puffed as he breached the stone patio. He didn't have the strength to say anything. "You're in a good mood," he barely managed to say between his wheezing. She shrugged in reply. "I enjoy the full moon transformation and all, and the forest is quite beautiful at night." Harry agreed to that. Remus opened the door then and rolled out in his chair with a goblet of what Harry guessed was wolfsbane. "Here, drink this quickly." Astrid groaned at that. "Come on, Mr. Lupin. I don't need that stuff." "I want to let loose tonight, please," she begged. Harry wasn't used to this version of the girl. She'd been so sullen whenever he'd run into her, except when he'd made dinner, and even then she'd been pretty quiet. Remus seemed to be considering it, to his surprise. Harry was worried that someone might get hurt if they had to rein in an out-of-control werewolf. The man glanced at Harry for a moment and said, "There are enough of us taking it that we should be able to control the situation tonight, but it's your house, and they are technically your wards, so I'll let you decide." Astrid glared at that, clearly not liking that Harry got the final say. He was pretty uncomfortable himself. Despite the discomfort, he was torn. He really didn't want anyone to get hurt. On the other hand, he wanted to have a say in whether or not he took a potion once a month for the rest of his life. Astrid was still looking at him, her glare replaced by hopeful eyes. It was clearly very important to her. He couldn't make the decision for her. It wasn't right. If Remus said they could handle it, he believed him. Rather than just say yes, he said, "It's up to you, Astrid. I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do. Just be careful, all right?" "Yes," she exclaimed. And then she rushed over and hugged him tightly, popping his back in several places and practically lifting him off the ground. She let go and kissed him right on the cheek. He blushed. She grinned. Remus cleared his throat. "You'll want to get a head start," he said to the girl. "Please go to the cleaning we used last month." She nodded and ran towards the woods. "Thanks," she shouted over her shoulder at them. Harry turned towards Remus. "I hope I made the right call." Remus was beaming. "I'm very proud of you, Harry. You're a very good person." Harry blushed even deeper than when Astrid had kissed him. Remus called over his shoulder, "Come on, you lot. We ought to be heading into the forest." Harry said goodbye and wished everyone a safe night in the woods as they walked past him. Caleb, Tobias, and Aldo gave him high fives on the way, and Luna hugged him. Finally, Sylvie gave him a motherly kiss on his forehead and then pushed Remus ahead of herself. Susan came and stood next to him, and the pair watched the pack enter the woods in comfortable silence. When the pack finally disappeared, Susan faced him, her hands on her hips. Then she leaned up and planted a kiss right on his lips. Harry guessed she'd seen the kiss from Astrid and was feeling jealous. He didn't know why, but he felt the need to defend himself. He hadn't kissed the werewolf girl back after all. Before he could say anything, though, she kissed him again. "Mine," she said firmly. Her eyebrows formed an angry V-shape, but she had a smile on her face that told him she wasn't angry, at least at him. His blush deepened. Please review. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. The Betrayal. Chapter text. Chapter 24. The Betrayal. A few hours earlier, Astrid strode into the forest quickly. Her werewolf senses heightened. She heard something behind her and turned around. Off in the distance, she saw Potter approaching the greenhouse. She wasn't technically supposed to go into the forest, a rule she ignored frequently, but he'd definitely seen her and hadn't tried to stop her. She had to meet Greyback before dusk, or else everything would go to crap. Deep down, she hated what she was doing, hated herself, but she had no choice. Demi was counting on her. Greyback had ordered her to watch his precious children the night that Harry had snuck in and rescued Luna and the others. Astrid had blended in with the others by sneaking around while he unlocked all the cages. Most of the kids were in rough states and hadn't been paying much attention. She'd managed to avoid a confrontation, but had later been punished severely for not stopping him. She wished she could have just gone with Potter then, but she would have had to abandon Demi, and she'd never do that willingly. It had been for nothing, however, as she'd quickly been ordered to get in on the stupid little foster care situation, forced to get close to Harry Potter so that Greyback could get his revenge. Demi was held in captivity, all to ensure her cooperation. Stupid Potter. Stupid Luna. Why did they have to be so likable? Her betrayal would be so much easier if they were awful people. She tried to hate Potter, and in the beginning it was easy. The rich Ponce, who probably never worked a day in his life, had everything handed to him on a silver platter, and thought he was better than everybody, or so she thought. Instead, she found a considerate and even modest boy who worked hard and was basically nice to everyone all the time. She'd spied on him regularly, hoping to find some flaw, but the only flaw she could find was that maybe he was too kind and too trusting. Hardly offenses worth hating him over. The boy worked in his potions lab or practiced magic, illegally, she added, most of the time, read or cooked meals at other times, and he was a damn good cook, obviously well practiced. She hated how hard he was to hate. Luna was worse. She was always looking at her with understanding. It was as if Luna knew what Astrid had to do and was nice to her anyway. She probably did know what Astrid was doing if Greyback was right about her gift, but she didn't understand why Luna didn't do anything to stop it. Tears formed in her eyes as she walked deeper into the forest. She'd been coming here weekly since the last full moon to provide updates to Greyback. He'd arrived in the forest after Astrid had worked out just where they were and had been able to give proper directions to the place. It hadn't been easy. She'd had to dig through scroll after boring scroll for information about the property. Most of it had been in one of the offices below her bedroom. Potter was far too trusting for his own good, and Mrs. Figg was far too distracted. That woman at least seemed to have an inkling of Astrid's motives, but for some reason hadn't done anything. She wiped her eyes as she walked. She didn't have a choice. Demi needed her. She arrived at the standard meeting place and waited. Greyback better deliver today. She'd done everything he'd asked and only had one last thing to do. Greyback arrived only a moment later, a little late. "Good, you're here," he said lazily. She said nothing. She hated this monster. Every time she saw him, she was reminded that her own mother had sold her and her sister to his gang. Money had been tight all her life, but when her father had died, things had gotten far worse. Mother, depressed as she was, couldn't get out of bed. She lost her job, and so Astrid started stealing food for her family to survive. She was good at sneaking around, but after months of no payments, they lost the house too and were forced to live on the streets. Things only got worse from there. When Greyback's gang came by advertising that they could pay a lot of money for children, her mother made the deal. "Oh, don't be like that. The Potter boys' wolves don't matter. Once they're out of the way, Luna and the boys will see reason with time. With her and her little gift on our side, we'll finally be able to make a difference." Astrid sighed. "Not this nonsense again. You'll free Demi after tonight like you promised." She checked. Greyback grinned wickedly. "Of course, dear," he said. "I'm a wolf of my word, though I do hope you'll reconsider joining me. You've been very useful after all." She shivered. "I just want to go my own way with my sister. I want out Greyback. You promised." "As you wish, dear," he said with a frown. "Are you ready for your performance?" She nodded. She was going to try to get out of taking the wolfsbane so they would be distracted by keeping her in line. Then Greyback and his pack would pounce. She told Greyback where he could find their changing grounds and made her way back towards the house. "Good, now I can't have you messing this up for me," he said as he removed his wand. "I'll need a little assurance." She couldn't hold back the gasp that left her lips as he cast the spell. "Imperio," he said viciously. Calmness enveloped her, and she felt every worry, every inhibition leave her mind. She felt a nudge at the back of her mind telling her to do a handstand. She complied. Doing a handstand was simple and enjoyable after all. Another prompt came next, telling her to beg like a dog. She knelt on the ground, ignoring the pain in her knees from the hard, jagged ground, and begged like a dog. "Good girl," Greyback said with a smirk while patting her head. "Now go convince Lupin that you don't need wolfsbane tonight." She felt herself nod in agreement, got up off the ground, and started the journey back to the house. Remus, Pav, Remus, and the others entered the small clearing in the forest that they had been using to transform once per month. He took a deep breath and smiled. Transforming alone as a child had always been daunting, but that had all changed when his friends James, Sirius, and Peter had become animagi. Together, it had become something they had all looked forward to, despite the pain of the transformation. For years, after the war, he'd had to transform alone for the most part, and it had become something he dreaded. When he visited the packs in Europe, it was more bearable than it had been during his later Hogwarts years. But now that he had his own pack, it had become something he looked forward to. It probably helped that he was able to walk for a couple of weeks after the full moon. Sylvie and Tabitha were his family now, and he considered Luna, Astrid, Caleb, Tobias, and Aldo to be part of his pack as well. He felt responsible for each of them as if they were his own. Sylvie pushed his wheelchair next to a large stump, and he propped himself out of his chair and onto it. He could feel the transformative magic humming through his veins. It was just about time to transform. He looked around at everyone and said, "Get ready." The others nodded, and each took a space in the clearing. A moment later, his pulse began to quicken and his body tensed. Breathing raggedly, he felt himself begin to transform. Bones cracked and muscles strained as he was forced to contort into something new. He could barely hear the screams and grunts from those beside him because of the dull thudding in his ears. After a few agonizing seconds, it was over. He looked around as everyone else finished their transformations. Thanks to the wolfsbane potion, he was able to retain his human mind and control his actions. Without it, the wolf's instincts and drive to hunt, chase, and kill would take over. Sylvie and Tabitha finished next, followed by Astrid, and then Luna and the boys. Remus and Sylvie moved closer to Astrid to help keep her in check. They would spend most of their time keeping tabs on the young wolfsbane free wolf. Luna, Tabitha, and the boys would wander off together, away from Astrid to prevent any injury from her wild instincts. A wind picked up, and Remus, werewolf-enhanced nose, picked up the scent of rabbits off in the distance. Astrid took off, following the scent. Remus and Sylvie followed after, wolfish grins spreading upon their faces. Most of the night went on relatively easily and without worry. Remus could sense where the others were, off in the distance, and he knew that they could take care of themselves. A few hours went by, and then suddenly everything changed very quickly. Sylvie picked up a scent and got his attention. When he stopped and sniffed, he became worried. There were other werewolves in the forest. Sylvie and Remus both paused, tense, as they considered what to do. Astrid would be more vulnerable in her wolf form without the wolfsbane, especially if the other werewolves had taken wolfsbane. But his primal instinct was to protect Tabitha and Sylvie above anybody else. He guessed that Sylvie probably felt the same way because she took off towards Tabitha, Luna, and the rest, and he chased after Astrid to help keep her safe. When he finally caught up to her, she was surrounded by werewolves that were snarling, frothy drool hanging from their mouths. He reacted instantly and placed himself between her and the rest, snarling in warning. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold them all off for long, however, due to their greater number. The werewolves lunged at him, and he dodged, attacking them when he could. Every once in a while, claws and teeth would graze his skin, drawing blood. Astrid tried to fend off the attack too, but her bloody scent began to permeate the air. They would have to run. He nipped at her to get her attention, and then bolted, hoping she would follow. He was relieved when she remained at his side as they attempted to escape the pack. Remus ran in the opposite direction of Sylvie and the others, hoping to draw them off. Out of nowhere, he felt something large slam into his side, and he tumbled through the air before he smashed into the cold, hard ground. He rolled several times before coming to a stop. When he did finally stop, he felt sharp teeth bite into his upper arm, and he howled in pain. Out from behind a tree, he saw something draw a bow and shoot. What Remus guessed was an arrow deflected off of what he now recognized as Greyback's hide. He felt his eyes widen in surprise at the realization that Greyback was here in the Potter's forest. This was very, very bad. Remus watched as Greyback began to run after the person who had shot the arrow, but he was too injured to run after him. He heard a scream, followed by a light thud, and he guessed that Greyback had reached his protector. He gritted his teeth and stood on his damaged leg so he could face the monster himself. He chased after Greyback and lunged for him. Remus managed to get several swipes in, and they landed hard against the werewolf's back and torso. He dug his claws across the old werewolf's skin and was pleased to feel bits of flesh peel away, and Greyback howled in pain. He was put on the defensive once again as Greyback attempted to bite him, but Remus was quick and able to dodge. Remus got a few more solid swipes in, and Greyback collapsed to the ground. Seeing his opportunity, Remus opened his mouth wide and clamped it over his opponent's throat, hard. Greyback moved no more, and Remus pulled away, revolted at what he'd just done despite the necessity of it. He heard shouts around him, and he looked around. Several magical beings that Remus now recognized as Naga. Half-man, half-snake beings that he'd thought had been killed off several decades ago. They surrounded him and Greyback's body, bows and swords drawn to attack at any moment. Remus collapsed back onto the ground in surrender when he saw Sylvie, Luna, Tabitha, Astrid, and the boys, along with several other werewolves that he recognized from their attack on Astrid, being dragged off in chains by another group of Naga. He tried to collect his thoughts, to figure out how to get out of this mess, when he realized that the sun was starting to ascend. The short summer night was already coming to an end. His body tensed, and he felt the transformation taking place yet again. His pulse filled his ears for a second time, drowning out his and the other werewolves' screams as they transformed back into their human forms. He lay on the cold, hard ground for a moment, recovering, and then he felt a shackle close around his wrists and neck. "Get up, werewolf," one of the Naga ordered. "You have much to answer for." Harry Parv Tilda Harry groaned as he sat up in bed and stretched. He and Susan had stayed up late playing games and talking. Mrs. Figg had returned as soon as he and Susan had come back inside after seeing their friends off safely into the forest. She'd taken a quick look at Susan's and Harry's intertwined hands as they'd walked in and had chaperoned them the entire evening, not really letting them out of her sight for more than a brief minute or two. When it came time for bed, she told them they were to stay in separate rooms, Harry in his and Susan in a spare room. She then employed Hermes to stand watch in the living room all night. The Bake Nico had grumbled about that incessantly until Harry threatened to light his tail on fire. Harry didn't understand why the cat had turned so grumpy since moving away from Surrey. Harry couldn't help but notice that stark contrast in how Mrs. Figg treated Harry and Susan compared to Harry and Luna. The latter had shared a bed for Merlin's sake. He hadn't found an opportunity to ask her about it, though, but he'd made a mental note to ask later. It was still early morning, he noted, and there was time for him to take a quick shower before Susan was likely to wake up and the werewolves returned. When he exited his room, he saw Hermes get up from his post and stretch. A second later, the cat dashed off, probably to inform Mrs. Figg that he was awake. Once he was ready, he considered waking Susan, but changed his mind when he remembered how much Luna hated it when he did that to her. He figured girls might be like that in general. Instead, he made his way to the kitchen to make hot chocolate for everyone. Remus had said it helped with the body aches after a transformation. He made the cocoa in peace, reveling in the silence of the house in the early morning. He was pouring the cocoa into several mugs and was just about to cast some warming charms on the mugs when Susan walked in. Harry silently reprimanded himself for being sloppy with his secrets and slid his wand back up his sleeve, hoping he was quick enough to hide it. "Oh, good morning, Susan," he said, while offering a mug of steaming cocoa. Susan only paused briefly before she accepted the mug from him. "Thanks," she said. Harry noted that she was dressed for the day like him, and that her slightly damp hair held a floral scent. His fondness for the girl grew a little bit. He knew it was silly, but he appreciated that she had similar habits to his. "I'm surprised you're up already," he said. "I'm usually up alone for several hours before anyone else." And then he added, "Well, except for Mrs. Figg when she's here. I don't think that she sleeps at all." Susan laughed brightly. "I've always been more of a morning person, really." Susan took a sip of her cocoa and sighed happily. "This is really good cocoa," she said. "Yeah," Harry said. "It's from Honeydukes. I'm friends with the owners and they sent me some of their new stuff to sample." He tapped his chin and then added, "Well, I think they sent it to Remus, actually, since he's the expert. I don't think they'll mind as long as we pass on our feedback." Susan smiled brightly and said, "No notes from me." "This stuff is heavenly." Harry nodded in agreement as he took another sip. A while later, they refilled their mugs and then took the tray of cocoa outside to the patio. It was about time that Luna and the rest started to return home after a long night out in wolf form. Harry and Susan sat down in two of the chairs facing the grounds and chatted, just enjoying the sunset and the slightly cool, fresh air. It didn't take long for Mrs. Figg to join them. Harry noticed the woman was scanning the pair shrewdly, probably trying to discern whether or not the duo had done anything inappropriate. He offered her some cocoa, and she accepted gratefully. "Heavens, this is divine," Mrs. Figg said after her first sip. "The flumes have really outdone themselves this time." Harry's reply was cut off when he saw several birds fly off from the forest. A moment later, he saw something else fly out from the tree line. He thought it looked like an arrow, but he had to be mistaken. There was a slight whistle and a thud as the object flew through the sky and then made impact with the back door. Everyone hopped out of their seats and turned to look. An arrow stuck out of the door. Harry started walking to inspect the door more closely, but Mrs. Figg stopped him. "Let me check first, lad," she said. Harry stopped and shared a look with Susan, who, he noted, looked more curious than anything. A moment later, Mrs. Figg returned with a piece of parchment. There was a tear running from the middle up to the top of it. He glanced at the door and saw the arrow was still protruding from it, and guessed she'd been unable to remove the arrow and had been forced to tear the parchment to remove it. Harry reckoned whoever had launched the arrow was a very strong and experienced shooter. Mrs. Figg must have come to the same conclusion, he guessed, because she began ushering them all back inside the house. Harry was torn because he was worried about Luna and the rest, but he wasn't a fool, so he didn't argue. Mrs. Figg huffed as she read the note to herself silently. "Euphemia, what were you thinking?" she muttered as she finished reading, followed by a village in the forest this whole time, and I never knew. "What's going on?" Harry finally asked. Mrs. Figg glanced at him and said, "I guess there's no point in stopping you. They'll likely only deal with you as the last Potter anyways. Better if it were a girl, though." She said the last part while eyeing Susan thoughtfully. "Maybe the pair of you." Harry was getting anxious. "Mrs. Figg," he asked. The woman sighed and handed the parchment to him. "You have breached the agreement of the land made between our people and Euphemia Potter. We have taken custody of the intruding shape-shifters and will deal with them as we see fit. The Queen of Serpents summons you to her court immediately to answer for the breach. Failure to comply will result in the complete dissolution of all agreements made between our kind and the Potters," he read aloud. Harry was confused and worried. Why had they taken Luna, Remus, and the rest? Just who were these people, and how has he breached the agreement of the land? "Who is the Queen of Serpents?" Susan asked. Harry shrugged and looked towards Mrs. Figg expectantly. She at least seemed to know what was going on. Mrs. Figg sighed and said, "She's the leader of the Naga." Harry's eyebrows creased. He didn't know what a Naga was. Susan did, however, and her jaw dropped. "You mean the snake people? I thought they were extinct." "So did I," Mrs. Figg said. "I didn't know they were alive, let alone in the forest. Euphemia must have offered them sanctuary." Harry felt like the history lesson could wait. They needed to go and rescue Luna and the others right away. He said as much. Mrs. Figg agreed. "You're right, of course." "Susan, you should stay," he started before being interrupted. "Luna is my friend too," Susan interrupted. "I'm coming with you." Harry shook his head. "You don't have a way to protect yourself, either of you." Susan frowned. "Oh, and you do," she said bitingly. Harry did have his wand, but she didn't know that. He held his tongue. Mrs. Figg seemed to be considering. "The Naga are dangerous, but they aren't unreasonable," Mrs. Figg said. "Historically, they have been peaceful and less provoked, and they prefer dealing with females. They're clearly unhappy about werewolves in the forest," Harry said. "The note mentioned shapeshifters. I think they might feel provoked." Mrs. Figg nodded, but Susan shook her head. "Auntie always said that Nagas were known for striking first when they felt provoked. They wouldn't have sent a note if they were really angry," Susan said. It didn't make Harry feel any better, but they needed to move now before someone got hurt. "Fine, we'll all go." The two women nodded in agreement. "I should bring Ratatosker. He might know the way," Harry said, realizing he didn't actually know where to go. "I'll write a note to Auntie and Sirius in case they come home," Susan said before running off to get some parchment. Mrs. Figg nodded. "I'll be back shortly," she said, not saying where she was going. Harry guessed she was going to tell Hermes. Harry ran to his room and found Ratatosker roaming his tree. "Hey," Harry said, approaching the bowtruckle. "Do you know where the Naga live in the forest?" Ratatosker nodded and gestured to be picked up. He stuck out his tongue and made some hissing noises, his head tilted to the side. Harry guessed the stick creature was making sure he'd understood Harry correctly. "Yes, the snake people. I need your help finding their village," he said. Ratatosker nodded and then climbed into the front pocket of his robes. Once everyone was back from their individual tasks, the trio left and approached the forest quickly, Mrs. Figg in the lead, Susan and Harry just behind her and to either side. Harry's wand hilt was resting in his palm, but still mostly hidden up his sleeve. Harry gave directions to Mrs. Figg as he got instructions from Ratatosker. The group navigated the forest, climbing over and under many fallen trees. Harry didn't remember ever going this way. He noticed scratches in the bark of several trees that he guessed had been caused by werewolves. He heard Ratatosker huff indignantly whenever he found a particularly damaged tree. They'd been walking for nearly an hour when he started noticing some smooth paths in the forest floor, likely caused by some creatures that frequently traveled this way. Harry reckoned another hour had gone by, and he noticed a small amount of blood on the dirt, just off the path a bit. He pointed it out to Mrs. Figg, and she just nodded with a grim frown. He wondered whose blood it was, hoping it hadn't come from one of his friends. The trio had been mostly silent as they walked, so Harry jumped when he heard a twig snap in the distance. "Stupid, useless piece of cloth." He heard someone angry from afar. Harry thought it sounded like a girl. The trio paused. Harry heard several more branches snap and some cursing. Those Potters are going to pay. First, Slay gets attacked by that stinky werewolf. Pratt might have deserved it, but now I have to wear this stupid skirt all day until they arrive. Harry tensed at that. The Potters were going to pay. That didn't sound good. He heard some fabric tear and more branches break, followed by more cursing. "Calm down, Narella," another voice said with mirth. "You're just making it worse." Mrs. Figg and Susan started walking, but Harry didn't follow immediately. "Hello," Mrs. Figg called. "My name is Arabella Figg, and this is Harry Potter and Susan Bones." There were surprised cries and then silence. Stay where you are, please," a voice cried out. "Just a moment." Harry heard something slithering towards him, and he dropped his wand into his palm instinctively. He heard Susan gasp. "I knew I saw you with a wand this morning," she said. "Does Sirius know? I bet he does." Harry huffed and then whispered, "Yes, all right. Please don't tell anyone." Susan nodded. "Of course I won't," she said as if it were obvious. "Quiet," Mrs. Figg hissed as the slithering got closer. Seconds later, Harry saw several figures approaching from within the forest. It was several more seconds before he got a good look at any of them, but his eyes widened and his jaw dropped when he did. They were surrounded by a variety of men and women with different colored skin all around. It seemed every nationality was represented to some degree, but the group mostly had darker skin. Some had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake, like he'd imagined, but there were a few that fully resembled humans. The men were bare-chested, but wore something resembling a loincloth around their waist, regardless of what their lower bodies looked like. The women wore dresses or skirts and some kind of covering over their torsos. He saw that one of the Nagas with skirts was torn severely, and she was trying to manipulate the fabric to cover the dark scales of her lower serpentine body. He guessed this was the one he'd overheard earlier. She was about his age, he guessed. Next to her was a boy with equally dark skin and similar facial features that made him assume they were likely siblings. The boy had human legs, though unlike the girl. Some men and women had bows and quivers full of arrows with black feathers on their backs. Others had scimitars sheathed at their waist. No one was smiling. Mrs. Figg nudged Harry gently. He cleared his throat and bowed low, respectfully. He wasn't sure it was the right custom, but the pureblood rituals were the only thing he had to offer. "I am Harry Potter," he said clearly. There was a commotion towards the back, and then several of the Naga slithered or walked aside to make a path. At the end of the path, in the distance, he could see a clearing in the forest, and what looked like a large, flat boulder protruding from the ground. "You may approach," a female voice said clearly. "Narella and Jet, my children, you will lead our guests." The dark-skinned boy and girl he had noted earlier hurried to stand before Harry, Susan, and Mrs. Figg. They gestured for the group to follow them and then approached, whom Harry assumed was the Queen of Serpents. The Naga stared at them as they walked forward. Some of the Naga began filling the vacant space behind them, essentially boxing them in. Harry felt Ratatosker lower fully into his pocket. He wished he could do the same. After what felt like eternity, and all too soon at the same time, Harry found himself standing before a regal-looking Naga. Jet stood to his left, while Narella was to his right. Mrs. Figg and Susan stood closely together, just behind him. He took another step forward and bowed deeply as a sign of respect. He wondered if he should be kneeling instead, but it was too late to correct if they were the case. He chose not to speak. When he looked back up, he found the Naga grinning at him. He thought he saw a twinkle in her bright blue eyes that reminded him of a certain aging headmaster. She had light skin, unlike her children, and long white curly hair that flowed to her waist. She was markedly aged, but still quite beautiful. "I am Queen Delphine. It has been a long time since a wizard has visited us in our home," she said. "It's unfortunate that we're meeting under such unfavorable circumstances." Harry heard some muttering from the crowd. The Queen raised her hand to silence the congregation. "For the last few months, werewolves have been entering our forest uninvited. Last night, a werewolf attacked one of our own." Harry tensed at the words. He should have known better than to let Astrid transform without the wolfsbane potion. "Slay will recover," the Queen continued, "and the werewolf responsible lies dead." The crowd cheered at the news, and even Narella and Jet joined in. A look from their mother stopped them in their tracks. Harry felt his heart drop. Someone had died tonight. He instantly hoped it wasn't Luna and then felt guilty. How could he place the life of any of his friends above that of another? "Please, Queen Delphine, tell me who has died tonight," he said through a tight throat. The queen turned her eyes to him. "Bring out the prisoners," she ordered. Several Naga moved from behind the large stone the queen was using as a throne. They held chains in their hands that were pulling nearly 24 people towards the clearing. They were all gagged. It took several glances before Harry recognized first Remus, then Luna, then Sylvie, and the rest. Tabitha, Astrid, Caleb, Tobias, and Aldo were all there. They all looked filthy and a little bloody, especially Remus and Sylvie. But who were the others, he wondered. Group of Naga moved from the rear of the group, carrying what looked like a makeshift stretcher that was holding a body. "Greyback," he heard Mrs. Figg curse under her breath, and then Harry recognized that the man on the stretcher was a bloody and mangled Fenrir Greyback. He couldn't believe it. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Potter?" the Queen asked angrily. "Why have you allowed these vicious monsters into our forest? We have had an agreement with your family for decades, but you have pushed that all aside." Now why? The grin she had held was markedly absent now, replaced instead by an ugly scowl. Her eyes burned into his with righteous anger. It took all his will not to flinch. Harry cleared his throat. "Queen Delphine," he said, "I did not know of the agreement. I didn't even know you were here. My grandparents and parents died when I was very young." The crowd hissed sorrowfully at his announcement. The Queen's eyes softened a bit. "I knew that your grandparents had died, but I knew not that your parents had perished with them. You have my condolences." Harry nodded, a lump forming in his throat unexpectedly. "But that does not fully excuse the situation," she went on. "Someone must pay for the attack on one of our own and breach of contract." He was still trying to make sense of Greyback and his pack. What did they have to do with all of this exactly? He wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at Luna, Remus, and the rest one last time for any clues. Astrid was crying and wouldn't look him in the eyes. If he had to guess, she looked guilty and ashamed. He would have suspected that she'd been the one to attack one of the Naga, but that clearly wasn't the case. Luna looked a little doe-eyed, as usual, and didn't give anything away. Remus took a small step forward, restricted by the shackles. One of the Naga removed his gag after a signal from the Queen. "We," Remus said, indicating his pack, "were attacked by Fenrir Greyback and his gang last night. I tried to draw them off, away from my family. I was trying to fight off Greyback and losing badly when one of the Naga, Slay, rescued me by distracting Fenrir. Fenrir retaliated and attacked Slay. The distraction was enough that I was able to surprise Greyback and kill him." Harry, Susan, and Mrs. Figg all gasped at the revelation. How was Greyback able to get here? Harry asked, turning his attention to Mrs. Figg. "We were supposed to be safe." Harry saw Astrid flinch at his question, and suddenly he knew who was to blame. He didn't want to believe it, however, so he said, "Astrid." Astrid looked up at him, tears running down her face. The Queen nodded for one of the Naga to remove her gage, and they did so. "What do you have to say for yourself?" the Queen asked sternly. Astrid swallowed and explained her deal with Greyback. Harry felt his anger ebb away at her explanation. He would have probably done the same thing had Luna been in danger. "I didn't want to do it, Harry, I promise. I didn't have a choice." Harry looked her in the eye and nodded. He could forgive her for her decision to try to help her sister, but his trust was definitely broken. He wasn't sure he could completely forgive her for this. Jet and Narella grumbled in frustration. Queen Delphine noticed and said, "Harry may have forgiven you, but one of our own was injured in the process. A price must be paid." "Queen Delphine," Mrs. Figg said, "I am Arabella Figg, and I have been serving the Potters for several years. I can assure you that neither Harry nor I had any idea that you and your people were here in the forest. We had no idea that an agreement had been made." Harry watched as the Queen of Serpents took in what Mrs. Figg had said. At first the Queen gave nothing away, but then she nodded. "I believe you," she said. "We were on the run when Euphemia, the light bless her, found us and offered us sanctuary on this land. Most of us were hesitant to come here, but we were growing even more wary of remaining in the lands we called home. Secrecy was of the utmost importance, and part of the agreement was that no one, besides the Potter family, would know we were here." Harry surmised that the secret had died with his family. But the treaty was still breached. Queen Delphine started before being cut off by Harry, who couldn't help himself. "We didn't invite Greyback and his pack," he said. Both Jet and Narella glared at his interruption. He cleared his throat and said, "Sorry." The Queen simply gestured for him to continue, completely unbothered by his poor manners. Greyback and his pack are enemies of mine. I don't know how they even got here, but I'm glad he is dead. Surely his death is enough of a payment. The Queen nodded and said, "Normally, yes, but only if you, as the person who breached the contract, had been the one to end the life of the perpetrator." Harry was growing frustrated. He reckoned it shouldn't matter. Dead was dead. Seeing as how he's already dead, what price could I possibly pay? He asked, dreading the answer. The Queen of Serpents smiled slyly, clearly happy that negotiations were going her way. "My kind have a deep interest in the prophetic arts, and we can sense that Luna here has a gift that we would like to study," she said. "If Luna would agree to visit us every so often for the remainder of the summer and continue in the years to come, I think we can agree to letting this matter go." Harry balked at the thought of handing Luna over to the Naga. He didn't have the right to force Luna to do anything. "I'd like that," Luna said, interrupting his thoughts. "Luna," he yelled. "We don't even know these people. You can't just—" "I can make my own decisions, Harry Potter," she said firmly, "and I would like to share whatever knowledge of my gift I can with them." Harry sighed. He knew he was in trouble when she used his full name like that. "Fine," he said. "But what are we going to do about Greyback's old pack? We can't just let them go free with this secret." He looked to Queen Delphine. "Your people won't be safe here." Jet and Narella looked worried at his words and nodded their agreement. Harry heard several grunts coming from a few of the werewolves that used to be in Greyback's pack. The Queen had their gags removed, and an older man with a long, straggly beard and a few wispy hairs growing out of the top of his head stepped forward. "Please, some of us were only here because Greyback has threatened our families like the girl there," he said. Harry sighed. "How are we supposed to know you're telling the truth?" The old man seemed at a loss for words for a while as he contemplated an answer. One of the other men nearby said desperately, "We'll swear a vow, and we'll stay on the property and work. Whatever you need done, we can do it." Several of the werewolves around nodded their agreement, but the majority of them scoffed and shook their heads. "Why would you want to do that?" Harry asked. "You'd be giving up your freedom, living like servants." The old man from before spoke up. "It would be better than dying, and much better than what we've been doing for Greyback," he said. "Us werewolves don't have a lot of opportunity to work, you know." Harry looked to Remus, and Remus nodded. "I think it is a good idea," he said. "You need someone to take care of the greenhouses and the magical creatures you plan on having. I can direct things here while you're off at school." Harry contemplated the decision. He didn't really like the idea of having more people on the property that he didn't really know, especially people that had been part of Greyback's gang. "I can vouch for some of these men," Astrid said timidly. "If my opinion means anything to you, that is. But this group here," she pointed to 8 men and women, "should not be allowed to stay." The group was amongst the werewolves, shaking their head at the old man's idea of working as servants. "And what should we do with these people then?" Harry asked. Jet shrugged and said, "Kill them." Narella and Queen Delphine nodded in agreement. Before Harry could interject, the group of werewolves was dragged off by several of the Naga. Mrs. Figg put a hand on his shoulder and said, "It will be best to let the Naga handle the situation in their way, Harry, since they're the ones at risk." Susan nodded her agreement, which surprised Harry. He would have figured she'd want them tried before facing justice. Harry held his tongue. "The matter is settled then," Queen Delphine said. "Luna will visit us often during this summer, and any time she is home, the werewolves that Astrid says are worthy will work at Potter Manor, and the rest of you will be set free." The Naga saluted their queen and nodded their agreement. Mrs. Figg nudged Harry and he said, "Thank you, Queen Delphine." Queen Delphine nodded her acceptance of his thanks. "There is just one more thing I wish to discuss with you, alone, please, Harry," she said to him. Harry nodded, and she gestured for him to follow her into a nearby tent. Susan and Mrs. Figg smiled reassuringly at him and then walked over to Luna and the others. Harry started walking towards the tent, and Jet and Narella followed. Harry guessed that alone hadn't meant what he thought it meant. It was too late to back out without being rude, so he just kept walking. Before he walked too far, he heard Luna say, "Whatever she is about to ask of you, I give my consent." Harry shook his head. It was frustrating knowing that Luna had probably had some sort of vision or had received some instruction from fate, and that he was being played like a fiddle. He entered the tent after Jet and Narella, and they told him to remove his shoes. So he did, only a little self-conscious about the state of his socks after the journey into the woods. Narella handed him a goblet filled with an amber liquid. He sniffed it, noting a sweet honey smell. He took a small sip only after the queen had taken a sip of her own goblet. It tasted lightly sweet, and he noticed the warming feeling in his chest. It was unlike anything he'd had before, but he liked it. Queen Delphine looked him over as if contemplating how to start. After a while, she shook her head and said, "You look remarkably like your grandfather, Fleamont." Harry was used to being compared to his dad and was surprised at the comparison. "I liked your grandparents quite a bit," she said. "They were always kind to us and gave us our space and privacy. In return, I gave your grandfather a runestone that my people designed to hide things. The runestone was returned to me when he died. It's how I knew of his death." She reached under her blouse and removed a small, smooth stone attached to a leather cord to show him what she was talking about. "This is a key that is tied to the Potter bloodline. It most likely unlocks something in the manor, though I admit that he didn't tell me what he'd used it for exactly." Harry instantly thought of the cellar, hoping that this was the key to unlocking its secrets. He reached out for it, expecting her to hand it over to him. She only smiled. "The trade I made with your grandfather doesn't extend to you," she said. "At least, not yet." Harry cocked his head to the side in confusion before he realized that she likely wanted to make another deal. "You want?" he asked plainly, which only caused the Queen's smile to grow even wider. "I think I like you as much as I liked your grandparents, Harry," she said. "I like a man who gets to the point." Queen Delphine took another sip of her goblet and then gestured to her children. "Jet and Narella are very precious to me, and I want what's best for them." Jet and Narella exchanged a quick, surprised glance. Apparently, whatever the Queen was about to ask for was a surprise to them, too. "I want them to attend Hogwarts with you." Jet and Narella gasped in surprise, and smiles grew on their faces. "Really?" Narella said eagerly, clearly pleased with the idea. "Really?" Queen Delphine said. Jet looked contemplative and said, "But what about?" He trailed off. "Our kind has never been welcomed at Hogwarts before, and I don't think that will change any time soon," she said. "We won't be welcomed into Hogwarts if they know that we are Naga." She gestured to Jet and Narella and added, "But you can see that we can shift ourselves into a human form and can conceal our identity as Naga." Jet's eyes widened in understanding. "But it comes at a cost, Harry," she said. "We have to feed on human blood regularly to maintain the transformation." Narella smiled at him, showing off 4 very sharp teeth that he hadn't noticed before. He shivered before he could stop himself, and she grinned wickedly in response. Harry looked at Jet with his human legs and asked, "But where did you get the blood to transform?" He trailed off, realizing that the answer was obvious. "Greyback," he checked. "Yes, Greyback," Jet said. "A few of us couldn't help ourselves, I'm afraid, though I do admit some regret. The man had a vile aftertaste. We are picky eaters, Harry, and can't feed off just anyone for very long. The magic works better if we form a bond of sorts," Queen Delphine continued. "I am proposing that Jet or Narella bond with you and only feed from you, while the other bonds and feeds off someone else." "Luna," Harry said, realizing that this must be what the girl was talking about earlier. He tried to ignore the satisfied look on Jet's face when he mentioned her. Queen Delphine nodded. "Yes, Luna would be a good choice," she said. Harry looked at Narella and imagined what it would be like to have her feed off of him. His thoughts returned to the cellar. It had been very frustrating for him that he hadn't managed to get in, and here was the solution. He'd finally have a place to work in peace without worry of being discovered, and who knew what else his grandfather had hidden away in there. "I'll agree to the bond," he said finally. "But how do we get them registered at Hogwarts?" Queen Delphine smiled brightly. "I'm very glad to hear that, Harry," she said. "There is a book at Hogwarts. All you'll need to do is write their names down, and they'll get their acceptance letters. I'll leave the specifics of how you get their names entered to you." Harry was pretty sure he'd heard of the book during Christmas while the professors were visiting, but he didn't have a clue where it was. "And once I've written their names, you'll hand over the runestone," he checked. "Once they've received their Hogwarts letters, and you and Luna have bonded with them so that they are both able to maintain the transformation, I'll give you the runestone," she clarified. "It will probably be good for them to live in the manor for the time being." Harry hummed at that. "I'm having a summer solstice party and can introduce them to a few people too." It will help them be accepted at school, I think, he said. Both Jet and Narella looked like they liked the idea of that. He looked at both Jet and Narella and added, I don't really know either of you. I don't want you to cause trouble, so I think it will be best if you both agree to follow some rules to prevent any problems. Queen Delphine laughed at that. He was glad she wasn't offended. Don't worry so much, Harry. Aside from drinking blood, we're not all that different from most witches and wizards, she said. Harry had his doubts but didn't say anything. Instead, he held out his hand to Queen Delphine. I agree to your conditions, he said before he could change his mind. He really hoped he wasn't making a really dumb decision. Anne, I hope you like this chapter, and that it wasn't too jarring having some additional paths. It made it easier to explain everything that is happening without a huge dialogue dump. Thanks for all the reviews and kudos. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The Visitor. Chapter text. Harry spent some more time in the tent with the Queen so they could go over some more details of the new agreement. He brought in Luna, Remus, Mrs. Figg, and Susan to help negotiate. The first thing they addressed was the werewolves. The Naga didn't have a problem with werewolves in the forest, generally, but precautions would need to be made. Wolfsbane would be administered monthly to prevent any issues. One of the stickier subjects was about secrecy. Susan now knew about the Naga, and the Naga didn't like that. Harry felt he could vouch for her, but he wasn't too sure about informing Madame Bones. That might be more complicated since she was the head of a department in the ministry. They had brought Susan in to discuss it, and Harry had been surprised when Susan had easily agreed to keep her aunt out of it. But that meant he would have to keep Sirius out of it too, and that complicated things. Harry eventually convinced the Queen that Sirius and Amelia could be trusted, and that keeping it secret from them would be too complicated to pull off with the increased werewolf population showing up at the house. Besides that, Mrs. Figg had suggested that the Naga and Harry might benefit from a more collaborative relationship, and invited them to visit the property more often. Harry didn't have a problem with that, but he wasn't sure what Mrs. Figg had in mind exactly. He had said as much, and Mrs. Figg had elaborated that the Naga were adept at healing and protective magic. Having them more accessible could be helpful. In exchange, Harry could provide herbs and magical creature byproducts. Remus had even suggested inviting anyone who wanted to come be taught by him. The Queen had been particularly excited by that idea and suggested that she had someone in mind who could assist in the teaching. Harry smiled fondly as he remembered just how excited Remus had been at that prospect. Luna pointed out that it would be best for the Naga to transform into human forms if they were going to be on the grounds or in the manor to maintain their secrecy. This had added more complications, but Remus agreed that he and some of the werewolves would be willing to help make the transformations possible. Harry thought that Susan had looked upset at the revelation that Narella would need to feed on Harry's blood. Luna had told him later that it was because it seemed like a rather intimate act. He hadn't thought of it that way until then. The new treaty was written and agreed on, but it wouldn't be sealed until Narella and Jet had fed on Harry and Luna, respectively, and they'd gotten their Hogwarts letters. The old treaty had been rather simple. The Naga could live in the forest, unbothered and protected from harm or discovery by witches and wizards. In exchange, they would protect the Potters from any harm in the forest and provide the runestone for his grandfather. Harry had managed to keep that particular part of the agreement secret from the others. The new treaty was rather longer and more complicated, but a lot more beneficial for both groups, he thought. Narella and Jet had left with Harry and the others when they returned to the house, but not before the Naga helped heal everyone who was hurt. Harry took the opportunity to talk to Narella and Jet about something that he was curious about. Just how often do Naga need to feed to maintain the transformation? Harry had asked. Narella had answered, it depends. At Hogwarts, Jet and I will need to feed once per week, maybe more, but here, with less risk of being discovered, it will be less. Harry nodded at that. Once a week wasn't terrible, he reckoned. How much blood do you need? He checked. Narella grinned wickedly at that. From a healthy wizard such as yourself, only a swallow, I'd say, but I wouldn't say no to more of a taste. Jet made a sour face at that until he made eye contact with Luna, and then he grinned wryly. He thought Susan looked pretty upset, which made him wonder if Narella was flirting with him. He felt his cheeks warm. That's not so bad, Luna said simply. She looked shyly at Jet and added, I hope I taste good. Harry couldn't tell because of the boy's dark skin, but if he had to guess, he'd say that Jet was blushing. Susan huffed and walked over to Mrs. Figg, leaving the group behind. Harry sighed. He'd have to talk with her and find a way to make her feel better about the whole situation. He noticed the smirk on Norella's face and frowned. This was going to be a problem. Remus called him over when they got to the manor grounds. Harry asked Luna to help Norella and Jet find rooms they liked. He walked over to Remus, noticing Astrid was there with him. Hey, he said. What's up? Remus gestured for Astrid, who was avoiding eye contact with Harry, to speak. Astrid wrung her hands nervously and stammered as she attempted to talk. Remus placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, and she flinched slightly before calming. I know I don't deserve it, but I need your help getting my sister before she's hurt, she managed to say. I'm truly sorry for all of this. She had looked him in the eyes when she apologized, and he could tell she was sincere. Still, her betrayal had put everyone he cared for at serious risk. When he'd been facing the Naga and everything had been laid out in the open, he'd been too preoccupied to really consider how he felt. He wanted to forgive her. He certainly understood why she'd done what she'd done, but he was still rather angry. I don't know that I'm ready to forgive you, he said bluntly, and she flinched. But I'm willing to try. I'm not sure how to help your sister, though. Remus. He hoped the man might have an idea of how to move forward. He didn't really want to go back to Italy himself. I can take Sylvie and a few of Greyback's old crew with me, Remus said thoughtfully. Harry frowned. He didn't doubt the man's ability, but he was still worried that something might go wrong. We'll be fine, Harry, the man said when he picked up on Harry's concern. There might even be others that are willing to join us here. Astrid looked hopefully at Harry. It seemed more often lately that the adults were letting him make the decisions on things, and he couldn't help wondering why. Remus didn't really need Harry's consent, of course, but he gave it anyway. Thanks, Harry, Astrid said solemnly. Harry walked back to the house with Remus and the rest of the werewolves, including what remained of Greyback's old pack. At least, those who had come with Greyback to try to kidnap Luna again. He was still pretty wary of them and wasn't sure he wanted them in the house. He contemplated how hard and expensive it would be to build a guest house of sorts for the other werewolves, and he made a mental note to ask Mrs. Figg. When they entered the entryway, Harry noticed Sirius and Amelia talking to Susan and Mrs. Figg. When Sirius saw him, he ran over and hugged him. We can't leave you alone, can we? Sirius said jokingly. Mrs. Figg gave us the rundown on what happened. Amelia approached him as well, and he was surprised when she also gave him a hug. Thanks for taking care of Susan, she said. He hadn't exactly had to do anything there, but the hug was nice. We should go, Susan, Amelia said. Thanks for letting us stay the night and keeping a close eye on these two, she added to Mrs. Figg with a grin. Sirius barked a laugh at that. Harry hugged Susan goodbye and kissed her on the cheek, despite the audience. He noticed the shocked smile on her face and shrugged. He wanted to let her know that she didn't have anything to worry about with Norella. Susan had always been the one to initiate, but he took the lead this time. Surprisingly, Sirius didn't even crack a joke. Harry glanced at the man briefly and saw that he was just smiling fondly at the pair. A glossy look in his eye told Harry that maybe he was remembering something from long ago. Come back over when you can, he said to Susan Amelia, and Susan left in a flash of green flames after Sirius and Amelia had their own goodbye. Remembering that Sirius and Amelia had been working on a potential lead in the Saxton case, he asked in an eager voice, How did the investigation go? Are you closer to solving it? Sirius shrugged. Not great. The Saxton kid said he'd gotten into an altercation with whoever had broken in. The memory he provided was next to useless because whoever it was under an invisibility cloak the whole time. Sirius sighed and added, and the boy seems to think that whoever he tackled was a small kid, which makes no sense. Harry tensed at that and looked towards Mrs. Figg to gauge her reaction. She, of course, gave nothing away. That's too bad, Sirius, Mrs. Figg said. I'm sure you have other avenues to take now. Sirius shook his head. No, not really. We're probably going to leave this case open unsolved, especially now that we have this Greyback problem to address. Harry noticed a sad look flicker on Mrs. Figg's face before she hid it. She was probably wrestling with her own feelings about her ex, now late, husband. What are you going to do about Greyback? He asked. Dunno, Sirius said. The public will want to know he's gone for good, but we can't tell them how Amelia and I will have to come up with a cover story. Listen, Harry said. Remus and a few of the other werewolves are going to Italy to search for Astrid's sister. Harry explained to Sirius all of the details behind the attack tonight and Astrid's role and motivation. He also told him of his reservations about Greyback's werewolves. It would be a relief if you, Amelia, and a few auras went with him, he finished. Sirius nodded. I'll see what I can do, he said. Harry nodded gratefully. Thanks, Sirius, he said. Sirius just nuggied Harry's head in response, messing up Harry's already messy hair. Stop that, Harry exclaimed, wrestling out of Sirius's grip. Mrs. Figg and Sirius just laughed, and then Sirius yawned heavily. I should probably go find Moony before I head home and rest, Sirius said. It's been a long night. They said goodbye, and Sirius left to find Remus. Harry, now alone with Mrs. Figg, wanted to use the time to ask her a few questions. Can we go talk in your rooms, Mrs. Figg? He asked. Mrs. Figg just nodded and led him away. When they got there and entered her living room, he noticed some new additions. 7 new Kneasel kittens were playing in a pen on the floor. Hermes was perched high above them. Not mine, Hermes said in his rich, deep voice. Harry just shook his head. Mrs. Figg poured some tea. I have a bit more time now that I'm not working on that mission for the guild, so I took in some kittens for a friend. They should be old enough just in time for Hogwarts students to come and take them in. Harry felt guilty when she mentioned her abandoned guild mission. It was his fault she had to back out. Did you manage to have surveillance wards placed on Fina's apartment then? He asked. Mrs. Figg nodded and said, yes. The guild will be monitoring the situation and will inform me if anything worrisome happens. That was a relief. Am I allowed to work any of the other cases you gave me? He asked timidly. Mrs. Figg sipped her tea before answering. I've contacted an associate of mine to help handle Randolph Ferguson's magical creatures, she said. He will take the lead, and you will learn as much as you can from him. Harry felt his eyebrows furrow angrily. He knew he'd messed up, but he thought Mrs. Figg was going too far by handing his case off to someone else. You might have heard of him, she added. Who is it? Harry asked. Mrs. Figg smirked and said, oh, just an old friend. Harry's annoyance grew. His name is Newt Scamander, she finally said. Harry nearly spilled his cup of tea at her announcement. His annoyance vanished, replaced completely by excitement. Newt Scamander, the famous magizoologist who had been rumored to have helped defeat Geralt Grindelwald, was going to help him rescue a bunch of magical creatures. Luna is going to be so jealous, he said with a chuckle. Mrs. Figg shook her head at that. He's planning to stay here until after your solstice party, if you're okay with that, that is. Harry was more than okay with it. The mention of the solstice party reminded him that he had a plan for getting Norella and Jet accepted at Hogwarts. Oh, that reminds me, Harry said. Can we invite Dumbledore and McGonagall for the solstice too? Is this about Norella and Jet? She asked. Harry hesitated. No one else knew that their acceptance into Hogwarts was part of an entirely different agreement between him and Queen Delphine. He'd managed to make it seem like it was just part of the new treaty. So far, he'd avoided telling Mrs. Figg about the cellar or the runestone key that likely unlocked his grandfather's workshop. He didn't really know why he wasn't telling her about it. She'd earned his trust, hadn't she? Then he reminded himself of the hungry look she'd had when he'd asked about his family grimoire and her secretive nature about her work in the guild. He decided to continue maintaining his secret goal, at least for now. Yeah, he said with a shrug. I was thinking of just asking Dumbledore outright. He did let Remus in as a kid, after all. Mrs. Figg put her cup down and said, it's not a bad idea, but Dumbledore would likely view it as a favor, either from you or from them, or both. Are you sure that's a good idea? Harry thought about it. He didn't love the idea of owing the headmaster a favor, and it would add another wizard in on the secret that the Naga lived in the forest surrounding his home. But he didn't know how he was going to sneak around Hogwarts looking for the damn registry, especially without his invisibility cloak. He said as much. Mrs. Figg nodded as she listened. I know where the registry is, laddie, she said. It's not really a secret. It's not, he checked. Where is it? Mrs. Figg chuckled and said, McGonagall's office. Harry groaned. That'll be impossible to break into, he said. I think I'll just ask Dumbledore. Mrs. Figg shook her head. And what if he says no? She asked. Harry paused at that. If the headmaster said no, and then Harry somehow added them to the register, then Dumbledore would suspect what Harry had done. Shit, he said. Mrs. Figg chuckled. Don't worry, laddie, she said. We have until the summer solstice. That's about when letters go out. Harry groaned. You're just making it worse. That's in less than 2 weeks. Let that be a lesson in making agreements you're not ready to make, laddie, she said. Harry awoke with a groan the next morning. Mrs. Figg had knocked on the door and told him to be downstairs in 5 minutes. He got ready quickly and descended the stairs to the main hall. He found Mrs. Figg waiting for him just outside the kitchen. Go ahead and get started outside, laddie, she said. I'll get breakfast started. Harry went outside and started exercising for what seemed like the first time in a long while. He was surprised at how much more difficult it was than he remembered. Taking a few weeks off had cost him dearly. He struggled through his exercises, vowing to himself that he would never take more than a few days off again. 2 hours later, a very sweaty and sore Harry Potter walked into the kitchen. Mrs. Figg chuckled at the state he was in. You've been neglecting your workout, lad, she said. Harry, still breathing hard, just nodded and accepted the offered plate of food. He sat there for a while, just staring at his food. His body ached too much to be hungry. He thought he might be sick. Narella walked in just then and took in his appearance. You look a mess, the girl said. Mrs. Figg smiled at the girl and said, He's been neglecting his workouts. Harry watched as Narella looked from Harry to Mrs. Figg as if deciding something. I will help, she said simply. From now on, we will work out together. I don't want to drink weak blood after all. Mrs. Figg nodded as if discussing the weather and not the consumption of human blood. Harry groaned. Eat, Mrs. Figg said. Narella sat next to him and accepted a plate of food. She inspected the pancakes before shoveling them into her mouth without a fork. She swallowed it all after only a few bites. Harry was sure she would choke, but she just helped herself to more. These she started before stopping, clearly not sure she had the right word. Pancakes, Harry offered. Yes, pancakes, she said. They are quite delicious. The day before, Luna had taken Jet and Narella around the house to acclimate them to their new home. Having grown up in the forest, they were unaware of most of the things that he himself took for granted, like indoor plumbing. He grinned at the memory of Luna explaining how to use the toilet. For Jet, who had already transformed into a human, it would be easy. But Narella still had the serpentine lower body of a snake, and he wasn't quite sure he wanted to know how that would work. The girl would need to change soon, he reckoned. Harry watched, impressed, as Narella jammed even more into her mouth and swallowed them. I'll just make some more, Mrs. Figg said with a shocked expression. After breakfast, Harry got himself cleaned up and went to his room to study as much as he could of the file he had on Randolph. He hadn't been able to the night before because he'd been busy with Jet and Narella. A knock on the door interrupted him. Gah! He yelled in frustration before getting up to see who it was. He really needed to get into his grandfather's workshop, where he could be left alone, he thought to himself. He opened his door just a crack and found Narella standing there. Yes? He asked shortly. He noticed the hurt look on the girl's face just then. She was made to leave, but he reached out and grabbed her arm to stop her. Sorry, he heard himself say automatically. What was he doing? He needed to study, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, his stupid half kept talking. What do you need? He said gently. Narella stopped and turned to him. I was just hoping we could hang out some more, she said. Jet is busy with Luna, and I don't really know anyone else very well. Harry felt guilty and frustrated at the same time. A part of him wanted to tell her to go find friends amongst the werewolves or go back to the forest. But he couldn't send her away. He needed her to be able to get into the workshop, he told himself. Yeah, all right, he said. I'll be out in a min. Great, she said while pushing her way in. She looked around the room, completely oblivious to the fact that he hadn't invited her in. He hurried and hid the file while she was busy inspecting Ratatasca's tree. You have a boat-truckle companion? She asked curiously. Harry tucked the files under his bed quickly and then joined Narella across the room. He surveyed the tree with his magic sense to pinpoint Ratatasca's location. He reached down and held out his hand, and his snap friend stepped on. He brought the boat-truckle out to introduce him to Narella. He'd technically been there when Harry met the Naga, but he'd been hiding away in Harry's pocket. Hold out your pointer finger, Harry instructed. Narella smiled and extended her finger, and Ratatasca shook it. Ratatasca and I met shortly after I moved in while I was out collecting some Wiggentree bark, he said. He's been with me ever since. Mother says that boat-truckles are good judges of character, Harry. Narella said, while looking him in the eyes. You seem like a good wizard to me, too. Harry was surprised at the compliment. Narella and Jet, he added, had both seemed tense when he met them, and he didn't get the impression that either of them liked him, really. Thanks, he said sincerely. At this point, Ratatosker had started to climb into Narella's hand and up her arm to her shoulder, causing the girl to laugh. Narella slithered over and exited onto the balcony. You have a great view of the forest from here, she said. Harry agreed. It was one of his favorite things about his room. What rooms did you and Jet end up picking? He asked, realizing he didn't know. We picked 2 rooms below, she said, laughing. Jet wanted to be closer to the ground. Harry nodded, not sure what else to say. He remembered how odd it was for him to move into this huge house after having a broom closet for a room. He imagined it was difficult moving into a place like this after growing up in the forest, living in tents. A dull vibration interrupted his thoughts as Harry looked around for the source. Narella chuckled. It's my mother, she said while reaching into her neckline. She removed what Harry thought looked like one of Luna's makeup mirrors, except it was attached to a gold necklace, and opened it. It was a little mirror, but instead of a reflection, he saw Queen Delphine's face. Hello, Mother, Narella said with a small amount of annoyance. Narella, dear child, the Queen said in her regal tone. How are you and your brother? Narella sighed. We're fine, Mother, she said. Jet is with Luna, and I'm here with Harry. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it, Queen Delphine said. You know, I worry about you too, so make sure you check in every day, and I will, Mother, Narella said shortly, cutting her off. Queen Delphine shot her a dirty look. Don't take that tone with me, young lady, she said. I have every right to check in on you and your brother. Sorry, Mother, Narella said in a bored voice. Harry wondered if this was a typical conversation between a mother and daughter. He couldn't relate. If he could talk to his mother, he was sure he wouldn't be so rude, but maybe that was only because he'd never had a mother to talk to, he mused. Have you transformed yet? He heard Queen Delphine ask. I know it's your first time, but you should really be in disguise outside of the forest. Mother, Narella interrupted again. Can we talk about this later? I'm with Harry. Harry walked back into his room to give them some privacy. The 2-way mirror was pretty cool, he thought. Hadn't seen anything like it in any of the shops he had visited. He thought he remembered reading in one of the journals that his father and Sirius had one, though maybe he could ask Sirius about it when he saw him next. Narella entered the room with a huff. Sorry about that, she said. Mother isn't used to us being away, and she keeps calling to check in. Don't worry about it, he said. Harry chose to say nothing. He couldn't relate, not really. Anyways, Narella said, she's right about one thing. Oh, he asked. I do need to transform, she answered. I need to feed and form the bond between us. Harry had been wondering about the bond. Hadn't Jet been able to transform without forming a bond? What exactly did the bond do, he wondered. He asked. Narella answered. The bond is needed for us to use magic. I can feed and change from any source, but I can't use magic like you can without the bond. Harry was less confused, but it still wasn't very clear. Naga could obviously use magic. The 2-way mirror was evidence of that. Oh, he said, but can't you use magic already? Narella nodded and approached him. She withdrew a knife that had been hidden beneath her belt. Mother said you can sense magic, she said. Is that true? Harry nodded, not sure why she was holding him at knife point. I am going to cut your arm and then heal you, she said. I want you to pay attention to how my magic feels. He held out his arm warily, choosing to trust the Naga princess. The knife was sharp, and he barely felt the cut. She then placed a hand on his arm, and he felt a tingle. Curious, he reached out with his magical probes to inspect. The first thing he noticed was that the magic felt a little more chaotic, especially when he compared it to the magic he performed. The next thing he noticed was that there was a whole lot more of it, like a lot. We can still do some magic, but it's wild and hard to control, she said. I could probably only heal you 1 or 2 more times before it was used up. Harry nodded in understanding. So the bond with me will allow you to use a wand. He checked. Right, she said. Without a focus, we can only perform basic magic that comes naturally to us. Harry couldn't help but wonder if he got anything out of the exchange, besides the runestone. He hoped it was worth it. He was taking a lot of chances here. Dinner that night, which had become a rather large event with the new additions, took place in the dining room. They'd been taking meals in the kitchen primarily, but now there were too many people to fit. Mrs. Figg and Sylvie made dinner in the kitchen, and then Remus performed several multiplication spells in order to feed the entire group without depleting the pantry. Sirius, Amelia, Susan, and a few trusted auras, including Kingsley, were there as they were leaving with the werewolves right after. Harry had given a general description of the area and some directions to Sirius and Remus. They'd arrive in the middle of the night and make their way to the illusioned wall. From there, they would have to rely on the other werewolves to navigate the cave system and find Astrid's sister. Astrid, he saw from his seat next to Luna and Susan, was sitting with Tabitha and the boys nearby, a couple of the more friendly werewolves from Greyback's pack. She looked happier than he'd ever seen her, but still worried. He guessed she was concerned for her sister, but probably more hopeful than when Greyback had still been alive. "You're still angry with her, aren't you?" Luna asked. Of course, he was still angry. Astrid had put everyone at risk. He looked at Luna, who had a weird, almost disappointed look on her face. "Yes, I'm angry," he muttered to her. "She put you all at risk, working with Greyback. She shouldn't have even been here." Luna's eyes shrank to a glare. "She was only doing what she had to," she said. "You would have done the same thing." Harry frowned. Luna was right. He would have done the same thing. It still grated on him that she'd been sneaking behind his back. "You're just embarrassed that she was able to sneak around like that behind your back," Luna added, emphasizing the word sneak. "Luna!" Susan exclaimed in shock. Harry felt the heat rise in his cheeks. Before he could reply, Mrs. Figg cleared her throat. "Maybe now isn't the best time to be discussing this," she said, while nodding in the direction of the werewolves. Harry glanced down the table and saw several of the werewolves listening with interest to the conversation. Astrid had tears in her eyes and was looking down in shame. Harry shook his head and said, "Sorry, everyone." He wanted to get up and leave right then, but he wanted to see Remus and Sirius off more. He continued eating his food in silence for the rest of the evening. He'd nod along at all the right parts as everyone talked around him, but he didn't add to the conversation. He wasn't embarrassed. He didn't care that Astrid had been able to spy on him and circumvent the protections on the property. Well, he did care, just not in the way that Luna had said. Harry was a little impressed by the girl's ability. No, he wouldn't go there. He was simply angry that she put everyone at risk. That was it. When dinner ended, Remus and Sirius got up from their spot at the table. Remus cleared his throat and said, "All right, you lot, it's time for us to go. You all know what we have to do and what's at risk, but with Greyback gone, we can gather our forces and strike while they're weak and without a leader." Greyback led like a tyrant. He threatened and blackmailed us to make us do terrible things. This ends now. The werewolves seated at the table cheered, swept up in Mooney's words. Even Harry felt goosebumps rise on his skin at the energy in the room. "He's taking over as the alpha," Mrs. Figg said quietly, a tinge of surprise in her voice. "I can see their auras shifting," Luna said quietly. Apparently not quietly enough, based on the confused looks on Susan, Jet, and Norella's faces. He chose not to worry about them for now. Harry felt his eyebrows raise in shock. He focused on his magic and scanned the room, curious if there was anything at play here that he could pick up. Overwhelmed by the amount of magic in the room, he almost wanted to shift his magic sense back off. He didn't. Instead, he tried to filter out the noise and focus. Eventually, after a few seconds of breathing exercises, he was able to get it under control. All around him, the werewolf's magic was traveling towards Remus, adding to his own. Remus' own magic expanded out to each of them, an exchange being made. The exchange wasn't equal, as Remus seemed to be gaining the most from it. Maybe that was how Greyback had grown so powerful, he mused. If that were the case, Harry was even more impressed that Remus had been able to kill Greyback at all. The amount of power Mooney was gaining was amazing. Remus' speech continued. "When this is over, we'll have added to our number and have our friends and families return to us. Thanks to Harry here, who has offered us a home, we can lead the lives we want to lead, free from the gruesome violence that Greyback offered." The group of werewolves cheered again in response. At the mention of his name, he had felt the magic of the home wake and swirl around him like it had when they destroyed the Horcrux in his scar. The familial magic he'd felt only once before warmed his heart. Magic tingled in his wand hand as power flowed between him and Remus. He felt something click into place between them, and in his mind's eye, the bond solidified vibrantly in red, gold, and silver. The bond between himself and Remus felt different from the bond between Remus and the rest, he noticed. but they were all connected now. He heard Luna gasp in surprise. She'd clearly sensed it too. Harry's body hummed with new power and strength, but before he had time to inspect the barn more closely, the werewolf pack left for the entry hall. Sirius gathered the auras. No speech was needed as they had become just as engrossed in Remus words, and they followed suit. The auras had organized a few untraceable two-way portkeys, courtesy of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, to get to and from their destination. The large group said their goodbyes, grabbed onto the portkeys, and vanished. All that remained in the entry hall were Mrs. Figg and the kids. Astrid, Tabitha, and the boys looked both worried and hopeful for their return. It was going to be a long couple of days before their return. The next day, Harry had been awakened by Mrs. Figg's footsteps outside the room. He put on his glasses and frowned. Everything was blurry. He took off his glasses, and his vision cleared. Odd. He met Mrs. Figg outside the kitchen as usual, the only difference being that Narella was also there. They began their workout, and Harry found himself impressed by the girl's fortitude. She was strong, fast, and had the endurance to keep up with him, which was saying something since the workout had been substantially easier for him than it had been the day before. He was barely breaking a sweat. He pondered over the change and speculated to himself that the bond between himself and Remus, along with the increase of power he'd felt the night before, was responsible for the change. He couldn't help but wonder if the increased strength would ebb and flow along with the moon's cycle. He hoped not. Harry watched in amazement as Narella's serpentine body flexed as she slithered with incredible speed next to him. They were neck and neck as they approached the tree line. They stopped quickly and then ran in the other direction, sprinting towards the patio. Harry usually hated this part as the trip back was at an incline. His thighs began to feel heavy, and he slowed slightly. Narella took the lead with a laugh and crossed over the imaginary finish line of the patio. The pair collected their breath for a couple of minutes. "You are quite strong for a wizard," Narella said brightly. "I wasn't expecting much of a competition, honestly." Harry was still a bit winded, but managed to say, "Thanks, you're quite strong yourself. I wasn't sure what to expect, to be honest." They dried off with their towels and walked back inside to get breakfast. Mrs. Figg did a double take when she saw Harry without his glasses, but didn't comment. Harry noticed the thoughtful look on her face, however, and was ready with an explanation if she asked. Luna and Astrid walked in, however, and Luna provided an alternate solution instead. "I see that Healer Juniper's potions are finally kicking in, Harry," she said. Harry only paused for a second before saying, "Yeah, it seems so." Their argument the previous night forgot. Harry glanced at Astrid briefly. It looked like she'd been crying all night, her eyes puffy and red as they were. He felt his heart soften a tad. "All right, Astrid," he said neutrally. Astrid looked shocked that he was talking to her, but she managed a nod followed by, "Thanks." They didn't talk much as they ate until Susan and Jet arrived a few minutes later. Harry had to explain why he wasn't wearing glasses for a second time, but they both accepted the story, naturally. Harry noticed that Mrs. Figg didn't look like she was buying it, though. She would probably ask Healer Juniper what she thought when she next had the chance. "Harry," Susan said, getting his attention, "have you been down to Jet and Narella's quarters yet? They are quite nice." Harry wasn't sure exactly when Susan had found herself down there, but he wasn't sure he liked it. He noticed a frown on Narella's face and a grin on Luna's. He mused to himself why that might be, but couldn't guess. "No, I haven't," he said, pushing the jealous questions from his mind. Susan frowned at the lack of response from him, but then Narella said, "We're done eating and can go now if you'd like, Harry. I don't mind showing you around." Harry couldn't help but notice that Narella's eyelashes fluttered each time she paused. Susan's frown turned angry. "No, that's all right," he said, noticing the tension. He didn't want to upset Susan. "We can go once everyone is done." Susan looked a bit happier after that, to his relief. He still wasn't sure what the whole thing with Jet was about. Was she trying to make him feel jealous? Mrs. Figg interrupted and said, "Don't forget about lessons, you lot. And I might add that none of you should be going off alone, one-on-one." Honestly, Harry was confused by that. He couldn't understand why there was a sudden worry about that when she'd been fine before. Luna interrupted his thoughts when she said, "All right, Mrs. Figg." Harry knocked on the door to Mrs. Figg's rooms. They'd spent the day in lessons with Mrs. Figg, which had gone longer than normal and were extra boring. No magic, just lectures on magical history, politics, and etiquette. He'd never been so bored in his life, and he'd been locked away in a cupboard for days. The others had escaped outside for some fresh air. He heard Mrs. Figg shout for him to come in, and he entered, noticing that he could already hear and smell the meowing Kneasel kittens. When he got to the living room, he found Mrs. Figg wrestling with one of the spunky kittens as she tried to clip his claws. There were several scratch marks up her arm. He pulled out his wand and said, "Immobilus," with a wave of his wand. The cats all froze, including Hermes, who started cursing him mentally, and Mrs. Figg. He'd never managed to freeze so many targets before. "Oops, sorry," he said. He cancelled the spell on Mrs. Figg and Hermes. Hermes ran off, agitated. Mrs. Figg shook off his apology. "No sorrow needed, lad," she said as she started clipping the frozen kitten's claws. "Something is different about you," she added as she moved on to the next kitten. "You seem stronger in more ways than one, I might add." Harry nodded. He hoped that maybe Mrs. Figg would have answers. "Something happened last night during Remus' speech," he admitted. "Our magic linked somehow, and I felt a surge of energy." Mrs. Figg paused for a moment mid-clip. "Do you know why?" she asked. He didn't. He had guessed that it had to do with his family magic, but he didn't really know. "No," he said simply. "I was hoping you might." Mrs. Figg shook her head. "I've never heard of this happening before," she said. "I can ask Healer Juniper if you like." Harry thought about it for a while. He doubted that the woman would know anything, and it would probably put Mrs. Figg off the trail, so he said, "Yeah, please do." He didn't like keeping his family's magic secret from Mrs. Figg. He felt like he trusted her with just about everything, but for some reason, he just felt like he needed to keep this to himself as much as possible. He couldn't explain it. He decided to change the subject. He had been wondering why Mrs. Figg had become so strict about the kids being alone with each other all of a sudden. He decided to bring it up. "You and Luna are different. I know you don't have feelings like that for each other," she said. "But it's obvious to anyone with eyes that you and Susan have a crush of sorts and are growing closer to one another. Same thing with Jet and Luna, I've started to notice." Harry contemplated her reasoning. He did have strong feelings for Susan, but he didn't really know what to do with them. He certainly wasn't ready to act on them beyond a hug or a kiss. He said as much. Mrs. Figg nodded. "I believe you, Harry, but lines have to be drawn for your own good as well as everyone else's. As your guardian of sorts, I feel obligated to draw them now early before it becomes a problem later." Harry felt his fondness for Mrs. Figg grow. It was nice to have someone care for him. Harry woke the next day and got started on his workout routine, as normal, with Norella. The two continued to push each other to work harder, and he found the competition helped him significantly. Mrs. Figg surprised him and everyone else during breakfast. Harry and the others were sitting together when Harry heard the flu. Mrs. Figg ran to get it before anyone else could. When she came back, she had two people with her that he didn't recognize. The first was an older gentleman with a kind smile and grey hair who was avoiding eye contact somewhat with all of them. The other was a boy who looked like he might be a couple of years older than Harry. The wand currently holstered at his waist confirmed it. Harry couldn't help but hope that one of them was who he thought they were. "Children," Mrs. Figg said formally, "this is my friend Newt Scamander and his grandson Rolf." Luna practically pushed past them all as she rushed to meet one of her idols. Harry followed suit with Susan and Tabitha. The boys came next, followed by Astrid. Mrs. Figg interjected then, before things could get out of hand. "Give them some space and show respect," she said. Harry noticed that Mr. Scamander didn't seem to like being surrounded by people, but he was a good sport and provided a show. Before the lark could get too close, he pulled something out of his pocket and swung it in an arching circle around him. A large blue and green creature swooped around them with a loud screech. Wings spread out and fangs bared. It brushed by them, just mere inches from their faces, causing a gust of wind to blow up their hair. Luna and the boys giggled, but Tabitha screamed in fear. Luna asked him what the creature was, and the old man answered with a smirk, swooping evil. He then spent a significant amount of time telling stories about the creature, helping him to stop Gellert Grindelwald. It was then that Harry noticed that Norella remained at the table, hiding her lower body from view. Jet was with her, a frown on his face. The Naga likely didn't know who this was or why it was a big deal. He glanced at Mrs. Figg warily, who frowned as she seemed to notice her slip-up. Mrs. Figg walked over to the pair of Naga to Harry guessed, apologized and helped sneak them away before Newt noticed. Newt, having broken free from his admirers, walked over to the pair and bowed. "Prince Jet and Princess Narella, I hope your mother, Queen Delphine, is well," he asked sincerely. The siblings' jaws dropped in surprise. Harry laughed in relief. "You know our mother?" Jet asked in a shrewd tone. Newt nodded. "Oh, yes," he said. "I gave your people passage in my expandable suitcase a few years ago." Narella spoke next. "That was real?" she asked in disbelief. "Mother told us the story of a brave wizard with a magical suitcase, but I didn't think it was actually real." Newt nodded again, but Harry noticed that Rolf seemed not to have heard the story. Harry guessed that Newt had taken the secrecy of where the Naga were very seriously. "Do you have a boat truckle, too?" Narella asked hopefully. Newt nodded and reached into another pocket, withdrawing the stick creature. "This is Picket," he said. Harry, excited to show off his own boat truckle companion, reached into his own pocket and withdrew him. "This is Ratatosker," he said happily. Newt handed Picket over to Luna. Harry couldn't help but joke, "Be careful. Luna usually wins over any magical creature she meets." Newt laughed genuinely at that. "Picket's probably tired of me anyway," he joked back. Newt walked over to Harry and extended a hand to Ratatosker, his eyes glistening slightly. "It's good to see you again, Bowie," he said. Harry paused, confused. "Ha!" he asked eloquently. "His name is Ratatosker." Newt smiled. "A good name, Harry, but this boat truckle was given another name long ago by your grandmother." Harry looked at Ratatosker. "What?" he asked. "I'd recognize that boat truckle anywhere," Newt said. "That's definitely your grandmother's old companion, Bowie." The boat truckle nodded at Newt's words and shrugged at Harry sheepishly. "I'm glad to see he's still alive and well," Newt said. "And that you found him, Harry." Harry was still trying to figure out the odds of finding his grandmother's old companion and determine the boat truckle's age. And then a thought suddenly came to him. "Is that how you know so much about runes?" he asked. "You learned it from my grandmother." Newt grinned as the boat truckle nodded again. He said he was nearly always with her in school when she was enchanting things. Harry felt a lump grow in his throat. He wasn't sad. He was happy that he had yet another part of his family with him. "I'm still calling you Ratatosker," Harry said to the boat truckle. Newt laughed genuinely at that. "Anne, please tell me what you think. Just 1 or 2 chapters until this one comes to an end, I think." Newt and Rolf won't be in the story often, but might come back for visits periodically in the future. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Magical Beasts. Chapter text. Chapter 26. Magical Beasts. Harry lay in bed, fully dressed, waiting for Mrs. Figg's signal. He'd been looking forward to his private meeting with Newt Scamander all day. Luna and the others had monopolized the man's time, of course. Harry had enjoyed the time with the group, too, but now he was looking forward to learning from the legendary book writer/hero. After what felt like slow, agonizing hours, he finally got the signal, which was simply Hermes mentally shouting at him to get downstairs to Mrs. Figg's quarters now. The mental shout had been jarring, and he noted that it would be a great defensive measure should the Bacanico ever be cornered. He shook his head to recover and crept out of his room and into the nearly pitch-black living room. Harry felt his pulse quicken as he snuck around in the dark. He didn't really have anything to worry about, of course, but he relished sneaking past imaginary foes. "Going somewhere," a voice said, causing him to jump. The voice, which was barely more than a whisper, was loud compared to the perfect silence he'd been experiencing. Harry looked towards the sound and found Luna standing in the doorway of her room, dressed in a large, oversized t-shirt. Loki sat at her feet, tail twitching occasionally. Luna, from the time she'd essentially been magically adopted into the family, pretty much knew everything going on in the house whenever she chose to pay attention. He didn't really understand how it worked, but the girl seemed to know things all the time. Harry sighed, frustrated that his sneaking had been interrupted. "Yes, I'm going to go meet with Newt. He's going to help me with a job while he's here." Luna nodded in understanding. "You might want to stop by the library on your way there," she said. "There is someone in there that would probably like to meet our guest." Harry paused at that. Everyone left in the house had met the man already. He said as much. "Just trust me," she said in an aloof tone. Harry was suddenly reminded that he had wanted to ask Luna something. "Did you know about Astrid?" he blurted out suddenly. Luna looked sad for a moment before responding. Not everything, no, she said. Harry frowned. What did you know? He asked. Luna shifted uncomfortably from leaning on one leg to another. Loki, likely sensing the discomfort, jumped up, and Luna caught him in her arms. Just what I already told you, Harry, she said. I knew she felt scared and guilty, and that she was leaving the grounds regularly. Harry nodded. She'd shared all that with him when he had raised his concerns about the girl. What he really wanted to know was whether or not Luna had had a vision or had guessed what was going on. But did you guess that Astrid was planning something with Greyback? He checked. Luna flinched as if stung. Of course not, she yelled angrily. I'm not omnipotent and I don't see or know everything that's going on. Luna took a calming breath and added, I would have told you if I had. Harry felt bad for doubting Luna. She'd never done anything to deserve his suspicion. He supposed that her relationship with fate had colored his perception of her. He wasn't being fair. Sorry, he said. I trust you, Luna, I do, but with everything that happened, and with your gifts, I just couldn't help but wonder if maybe fate had told you to let things play out. It was the wrong thing to say, he knew, because she turned on the spot and slammed the door in his face. He made for the doorknob, intending to follow her and apologize, but Loki stopped him. Not now, Harry, he said mentally from behind the door. You should try again in the morning. Harry sighed. He'd really messed that up. He left the living room and headed down the stairs. He walked past the library, forgetting Luna's cryptic message, only remembering when he'd made it all the way to the potions lab. He made his way back to the library and walked in. A single lamp was on, but he still couldn't see anyone. Guessing that whoever had been here had left, he made to leave, somewhat annoyed. But then he thought he heard someone breathing deeply, and he stopped. He scanned the room with his eyes again. Still nothing. He walked towards the lamp to turn it off, and he noted the sound of deep breathing growing louder. Finally, remembering that he could scan the room with magic, he did so. He focused on his magic and sent little probes around the room, inspecting every corner. And that's when he noticed something magical resting in the chair nearby. He approached quietly, not wanting to startle whoever was lying invisible in the chair. As he reached out towards the chair cushion, his hand stopped against something that he thought felt furry. A moment later, something clamped down on his arm. His mind filled with incoherent visions. He couldn't make sense of most of them. He saw himself standing eagerly in front of a large golden mirror. Then he was walking through a forest with an impossibly large man. And finally, he saw himself being thrown across the very library he was standing in. The vision ended, and he felt the grip on his arm tighten for a moment, and he was lifted off his feet and sent flying through the air, just as he'd seen seconds before. He landed hard on his back and felt the air leave his lungs. After several seconds, he was finally able to draw breath. Ouch, he said weakly while sitting up, preparing for another attack. He looked towards the chair and saw who he assumed was the very same demiguise that Luna and he had met several months ago. Guessing that he'd been attacked because he'd startled the creature, he got up slowly and approached the hairy ape-like creature with long, grayish-white hair. I'm sorry, little guy. I didn't mean to scare you, he said. He stopped inching forward once he was in arm's reach of the demiguise, wary of being thrown across the room again. He always tried to learn from his mistakes after all. He extended his hand and waited patiently. After a moment, he saw the creature reach out and take his hand gently. There is someone that I think you'd like to meet, Harry said, and then he led them out of the library. Luna was right, he guessed. There was someone in the library who hadn't met Newt yet. When the duo finally made it to Mrs. Figg's quarters, Harry found her standing outside, tapping her foot. Took you long enough, lad, she said impatiently. Sorry, Mrs. Figg, he answered. I got distracted by this little guy. Well, come on, our guest has been waiting long enough, she said. Though I can see why you stopped to bring the demiguise. Harry followed Mrs. Figg into her living room. Newt, he saw once inside, was sitting on the floor in the Kneasel kitten pen. The kittens were crawling all over the aging man, but Newt only smiled. Harry didn't think the man exactly minded that he was so late. When Newt realized that Harry had arrived and had brought someone with him, he stood and walked over to them. And who is this gorgeous creature? Newt asked with interest. Harry introduced them and shared that the creature had saved him and Luna a while back. I'm not really sure how to take care of him, Harry said before Newt interrupted. Huh, Newt said. She's a girl. Harry hadn't a clue how the man had discerned that the demiguise was a she. Girl demiguise have larger eyes and longer fingers than male demiguise, Newt explained. And I wouldn't worry about taking care of her, the man added. They are surprisingly intelligent and self-reliant creatures. Harry was relieved to hear that. They'd mostly left the creature alone and went without seeing it for months. The pair joined Mrs. Figg, who was laying some tea out. Harry, Mrs. Figg tells me that you're a bit of an entrepreneur and that you've become aware of some competition that is abusing their magical beasts, Newt said, after accepting some tea. Harry nodded and told him everything he'd learned about Randolph Ferguson, including the numerous allegations of abuse that continued to be ignored. After Harry finished explaining everything, Newt said, I'd like to help, and the trio got to planning. Harry awoke the next day feeling more refreshed than he had in a while, despite the late night he'd had. The meeting with Newt went well into the early morning, but the discussion had been invigorating. Harry had assumed that Newt was only in it for the animals, and that was mostly true, but it also turned out that Newt had an unscrupulous side as well and relished in dealing justice when the system failed to. Newt, he thought, was more like himself than he would have guessed. The way the man talked about sneaking into places and stealing something from someone that didn't deserve what they had, it was intoxicating to him. They were on the same page, but whereas Harry stole things, Newt stole magical beasts. Where they differed was that Newt was more of a planner. He'd sometimes take months to act before moving in on his target. He'd observe and map out an area, and then expand his scope and get to know every aspect of his target's life, including any other close people, carefully planning out every step. And the man was beyond good at it. There were, of course, times that Newt had been forced to abandon his plan and wing it, but one couldn't plan to live a long life doing that regularly. The problem was that Harry didn't have months at this point. He only had until Newt left because Newt was going to be taking most of the animals with him, save for a few that Harry wanted to keep for himself. Harry had been relieved to learn that Newt had actually been targeting Ferguson for months now and already had a plan of sorts, but was stuck on a few details. Harry was the missing piece. The property is very well warded, you see, the man had said. I understand from Mrs. Figg that you've inherited the Potter family magic and that you might be able to find a way around the wards and magical traps. Harry had been feeling the itch. It felt like ages since he'd stolen anything. He was very much looking forward to trying. Despite Newt feeling ready to act, he knew Harry wasn't and that Mrs. Figg wanted him to learn something from this. You're going to properly case the property every night this week, Mrs. Figg had told him. You're going to take notes on what you observe and draw a map of the property, and then we'll adjust Newt's plan with whatever insights you're able to provide, if any. Those two doubtful words at the end were said off-handedly, and they had agitated his pride. He felt like a fire had been lit beneath him and a sudden thirst to prove that he could find something that Newt had overlooked. He'd asked Mrs. Figg if he could have his cloak back, but she'd said no. If you are successful with Ferguson, and Newt tells me that you've done well, then I'll set up some sort of obstacle course for you to prove to me that you've learned your lesson. Harry sighed in frustration, cursing himself for handing his cloak over to the woman. Reminding himself that he'd willingly given it over so that he could learn to sneak more silently and not be overly reliant on it didn't really help. He reflected on the trust he'd put in Mrs. Figg. She'd taken him in, rescued him from his relatives' abuse, and brought him to his family's ancestral home. She'd taught him about his parents. She'd been taking care of him and had brought him into the guild and prepared him to enter back into magical society. She'd helped him rescue Sirius and been accepting and welcoming to the werewolves. But then she'd basically vanished while working on some secretive mission for the guild, and then that hungry look in her eyes when he'd asked her about his family magic and the family grimoire. He wasn't sure he was being fair in keeping his hunt for his grandfather's old workshop, where he suspected the grimoire was hidden, but he just had this feeling that he couldn't ignore. He was broken out of his thoughts by a knock on his bedroom door. "Come in," Harry said, after checking he was presentable enough. He was surprised when Jet walked in. The boy had been attached to Luna's hip since he'd arrived. "Hey, Harry," Jet said somewhat awkwardly. "I was just wondering if you could teach me how to fly a broom. Luna said that it's a subject during our first year, and I don't want to embarrass myself. I don't like heights." Harry remembered Narella saying something to that effect. "Yeah, I'd love to," Harry replied. "Flying is great once you get used to it." Harry thought Jet looked doubtful. Outside, Harry told Jet what he'd been taught by Sylvie. Extend your arm so your hand is above the broom and say up. Jet extended his arm as if the broom was going to bite him and said the command quietly. Nothing happened. You have to mean it, Harry said. I think the broom can sense your hesitation. Jet tried again, and after a couple more tries, the broom flew into his hand. Jet's confidence seemed to grow a bit at that, and he mounted the broom at Harry's command. Jet was able to take off the ground, but he didn't go too high. When Harry encouraged him to go higher, the broom began to wobble, causing Jet to lose his balance and topple over the side. He only fell a few feet, but Harry still cringed at the thump the boy made when he hit the ground. Harry thought that Jet might give up then and said, "We can try later if you want." But Jet got right back up and simply said, "I will try again." The broom flying lesson went more smoothly from there. Harry guessed that Jet falling off and surviving had actually helped the Naga prince to feel more confident. He was slightly impressed. Harry suddenly wished he had a second broom so they could fly together. Jet didn't do anything crazy, but he definitely wouldn't embarrass himself at Hogwarts. "Thanks," Jet said once he was back on the ground. "You're a good teacher." Harry bowed his head at the other boys' praise. Harry tried to find Luna to apologize several times that day, but his blonde friend seemed to be evading him. Whenever he asked someone where she was, they told him they'd been sworn to secrecy and wouldn't say anything more. Norella and Tabitha even glared at him when he asked, and he mused that they probably knew what he'd done to upset Luna and weren't pleased about it. Even Astrid, who he assumed would want to be on good terms with him again, wouldn't tell him. The Scamanders were off visiting friends and family while they were in the country. Harry suspected Luna might have talked her way into going with them somehow. "Taking back words is like putting a spilled potion back into the bottle," Mrs. Figg said sagely when he asked her where Luna was. It was annoying. Harry sighed. He might not be able to take it back, but he'd find a way to make it up to her. It would have to wait. Now he was getting his pack ready for the night's recon mission. He'd added a handful of parchment so he could take notes and map out the area. Once he was ready, he snuck downstairs, only slightly tempted to check if Luna was in her room. His hood drawn, he flew over to the 3 broomsticks and then caught the night bus over to a village that was nearby Ferguson's property. A quick broom ride, obscured by some clouds, and he was where he needed to be. His magic sense told him that he was clear to land, and he descended. Harry was grateful that the night sky was full of clouds that obscured any light from the moon and stars. He felt relatively safe as he trekked to the Ferguson property line, using his magic sense to check for any wards. As he got closer, he gasped as his magic vision erupted in light. This place was very well protected, he mused. The amount of magic surrounding the property was nearly blinding, though it had nothing on Hogwarts. After a few seconds of adjusting, he made his way around the property, checking for weaknesses. He found none on his first lap and went around again. He was stumped. Unlike Saxton, who had only warded his buildings, but like Truset, Ferguson had warded his property. Only, whoever had warded this property had been a whole lot more thorough. There were alarm wards linked to stunning wards, and some wards that had a particularly menacing energy about them. It made him nervous. After a few more laps, he gave up and headed home, head hung low. The next day, after a quick nap, he avoided Mrs. Figg and the others. He found his way to the library and looked up everything he could find on wards. He felt his frustration increase as, hour by fruitless hour, he found nothing helpful. None of the books in the library had anything about getting around wards. They were mostly about how wards worked and how to set them. The only thing they helped him glean was that Ferguson likely had several ward stones he was using to erect so many wards around his property, and that they were likely made of very rare and expensive materials. He yelled in frustration as he closed the last book. A moment later, he was interrupted when someone that he absolutely didn't want to see walked through the door. Astrid. Astrid, who had been so rude to him since the moment she'd gotten here. Astrid, who had been spying on him. Astrid, who had betrayed him. Astrid, who had found a way to sneak a pack of werewolves onto the property when that shouldn't have been possible. That Astrid. He must have had a look on his face because her eyes widened and she made to leave. "Wait," he shouted urgently. "I need your help." He hated to admit it, but she might be able to help. "How did you do it?" he asked urgently. Astrid's eyes grew worriedly. "Do what?" she asked. Harry felt his frustration grow. How did you get Greyback and the rest through the wards? He asked with more bite than he meant to, causing Astrid to flinch. I don't know, she answered timidly. I didn't know there were wards. Nonsense, he shouted. That doesn't make any sense. He saw tears start to form in her eyes. He hated it when people cried. I didn't have to do anything, she said as tears fell on her cheeks. Greyback just told me to meet them at the property line in the forest. Harry took a steadying breath. It didn't make sense, but he couldn't help but believe Astrid. Curious if he could detect anything, he reached out with his magic sense. He'd done it before and hadn't found anything noteworthy, but he didn't know what else to do. His magic probes inspected the girl, and he tried to sense whether or not there was anything unique about the girl. Anything that he'd missed. His probes inspected her clothing and jewelry, too, but he couldn't sense anything magical about them. Astrid tilted her head to the side, her lips fighting a grin. What are you doing? She asked. That tickles. You can feel that. He checked. He didn't think that anyone other than Luna had the ability to sense his magic. Luna could only see his magic because she could sense auras. Why could Astrid sense it all of a sudden? Did she have family magic, too, he wondered. Healer Juniper had said it was rare, but what did that mean, really? Maybe Astrid was doing something without realizing it, he mused. Suddenly excited about the prospect, he explained a little bit about his ability to sense magic. He didn't expand on anything else he could do, or what he suspected he might be able to do based on what his grandfather's journals hinted at. I'm thinking that maybe you have family magic as well. Something unique to your family, he said. Do you know if anyone in your family was naturally adept at anything or could do something unique? Astrid appeared to be considering it. I don't think so. My dad was a muggle, and my mom came from a long line of magicals, but I don't know if they could do anything special. My mom didn't talk very kindly about them. Astrid shook her head. My mom wasn't even very good at magic, really. It's why we were so poor. Harry took in the information. He considered that there must be a way to test it. Maybe if they went to the property line, they could see if anything happened. Will you take me to where you let them in? He asked gently, finally calmed down from his outburst. Harry and Astrid had been walking in awkward silence for what felt like hours. He'd personally never been this far into the forest, he reckoned. You didn't run into anything dangerous out here, did you? He checked. He'd been scanning the area, but nothing interesting came up. Astrid shook her head and said, No, nothing. Why? Mrs. Figg said the forest was dangerous, but I've never encountered anything in the woods, he said. Well, except the Naga, I guess. Harry walked a few more steps. But maybe that's just what she was told in order to hide the Naga, he added, thinking out loud. Maybe, Astrid said. As they got further in, Harry started to sense something. Hey, stop for a second, he said to Astrid. After a while, he was finally able to discern that they were wards, and they were magnificent. They were so large and vibrant that it took him significantly longer to recover from the mental impact than it had at Ferguson's. Okay, we're here, he said. Do you feel anything? Astrid nodded and said, It feels like something large is humming, just like it did last time I was here. Harry nodded. It did feel like humming to him, too. It was a start. Can you keep walking a bit? He asked. I want to check something. As she walked forward slowly, he followed behind and continued to observe the area with his magical sense. He was shocked by what he was seeing. As she got closer to the ward wall, a chunk of it disappeared into nothing, as if it didn't exist. Astrid had stopped at his gasp, and he asked her to keep going. She complied until she was standing directly underneath the ward wall. A large ellipsoidal gap had formed around her in the ward wall. It was large enough that a decent number of people could walk through without triggering anything. The humming feels really strong here. Are you sure we're okay? She asked. Is this what it was like with Greyback? He asked. She just nodded. Let's go back a bit, and I'll explain what I am seeing, he said. They walked together until they were away from the humming. Harry was relieved to see the ward wall reformed as they got further away. It looked like the wards just disappeared around you, he said as they walked back towards the house. You really weren't doing anything? No, not intentionally. I was just walking like you told me to, she said. Harry didn't say anything as he took in the information. The girl was a living, breathing ward breaker. Astrid may just be the key to him and Newt getting onto Randolph's property and getting the magical beasts out of the man's not-so-loving care. Reflecting on his missteps on his last mission, he realized that he still needed to check that Astrid's ability would work on anyone's wards and not just his own. He needed to verify that his plan would work before saying anything to Mrs. Figg and Newt. Astrid would need to come with him to scope out Randolph's property tonight. Harry wasn't sure he loved that idea, but he didn't have any others. He wished he knew more about how the bond his grandfather's journal touched on worked. Maybe he could learn how to use the ability somehow, like his dad apparently had while working with Sirius. He reflected more on what he could remember from his conversation with Sirius. Sirius and his dad had performed the ritual to attune their magic with their will. They'd done it together. Was that the key? Why, or was it the friendship they had formed? He wondered. He doubted he and Astrid would have a friendship any time soon, and he wasn't sure he was comfortable doing a ritual with the girl either. He supposed it wouldn't matter at all unless he confirmed that her ward-breaking ability worked on the wards around Ferguson's property. Later that night, Harry was preparing for another night of observation. He decided to check with Mrs. Figg about having Astrid tag along. A part of him wanted his guardian to say no, though he wasn't sure what he would do if she did. Astrid was his only hope right now. Mrs. Figg was amiable to the idea, however, and told him it might help him forgive the girl if she could prove to be loyal. He wasn't sure that was possible, and he didn't know why it was so important to the woman. In any case, if Mrs. Figg trusted the girl despite what she'd done, maybe he should at least try. So he'd approached her after dinner, and she'd agreed to come with him, despite his lack of details. He supposed that her wanting to mend the relationship meant she was more willing to help. There was a tiny part of him that enjoyed the prospect of having control over Astrid, and that made him uncomfortable. Bag packed, he raised his hood and started walking to the designated meeting point outside the kitchen. When he got there, he found Astrid sitting on the ground, waiting for him to arrive. She was dressed in dark active wear and a black hoodie. The clothing would allow her to move freely. He approved. Ready to go, he checked. Astrid got up, silent as the night, and said, "Lead the way." They took the same route he'd taken the night before. Luckily, the attendant on the night bus was a different person, so it didn't raise suspicion. Things got awkward when he pulled out a single broom for them to share. He really needed to buy a couple more, he mused to himself. Astrid held on firmly, her arms around his waist, as they flew. He even heard the small girl laugh a few times in delight. She had a pleasant laugh. He caught himself thinking on more than one occasion, and it encouraged him to do a few tricks as they flew. His anger at the girl, forgotten for the moment as they shared the ride. His good mood continued as they walked towards the property line. "That was great," she said. "I don't think I've ever had so much fun." Harry laughed and nodded along in agreement. "Perhaps we can try it again sometime," he said. Astrid smiled brightly at that, and he felt more of his anger melt away. They were just a few steps outside the ward wall when Astrid said, "I can feel the humming." Harry nodded that he felt it too. He gave her the go-ahead to walk forward, eagerly checking to see if the break in the ward wall would disappear. It didn't. She continued to walk forward, but nothing changed. He was so engrossed in hope that the ward would break that he only barely remembered to stop her before she set it off. A step further and she might have become a pile of ash, he mused, his heart rate rising considerably. "It's not working," he said in frustration. There had to be something he was missing, some key element that made her ability work on his wards but not on these. He sent his probes to inspect her again, forgetting that she could feel them. Astrid began to squirm and giggle. "Harry, stop," she exclaimed with laughter. "That really tickles." "Right," he said. "Sorry, I just need a bit longer." He didn't find anything, though. Nothing his magic scan gave away how her gift worked. With a sigh, he stopped. Astrid recovered a few small moments later after several deep breaths. "Merlin, that is intense," she said. "I don't think you understand exactly what you're doing to me." "Sorry," he said again, as Astrid walked closer to him. He looked over and found she was smiling shyly at him. She moved to cover her mouth with her hands awkwardly, unsure how to act around him. That's when he noticed something shiny on her middle finger. A simple gold band sat on her finger. He looked closer and noticed what looked like a stag engraved on it. "Astrid, where did you get that ring?" he asked gently. He suspected that she'd found it somewhere in the house, but he didn't care if she did. He still didn't care much for material things unless they were meaningful to him in some way or were useful. He saw Astrid's face start to heat, and she frowned worriedly. "I found it in one of the rooms at home," she said quietly. "I'm sorry I didn't ask." She removed the ring and handed it to him. He took it, but only so he could scan it. His probes inspected it again and again, but he didn't pick up anything magical about the ring. He handed it back to her. "It's okay, you can keep it," he said. "I just wondered if maybe it was the reason you could get through my wards." Harry felt discouraged. He had really hoped that he'd found a way to breach the wards. He still had a job to do, though. He had to watch the property and map it. The duo got comfortable high up in a nearby tree so he could get a good look at everything. "What are we doing here?" Astrid asked finally. "You never said, and I just kind of went along with it because she trailed off awkwardly. They both knew why she hadn't asked questions and why she had gone along without any inkling of what they were doing. Harry glanced at the girl thoughtfully. He'd felt comfortable enough to bring her here, and had she been able to breach the wards, she'd have probably helped him and Newt with their mission. Remembering Mrs. Figg's encouragement, he decided he might as well be forthcoming as to why. Her response would probably tell him a lot, and he'd know whether or not they could ever be friends. He could always get even if she ever betrayed him by spilling his secrets. It helped that he knew that both Luna and Mrs. Figg trusted her, even after she'd helped Greyback onto the property. "The man that lives here owns a lot of magical creatures, and I have it on good authority that he doesn't treat them very well," he said bluntly. He really didn't like the man and what he was doing. "I plan on rescuing them." Astrid didn't miss a beat. "So that's why Mr. Scamander is really here," she said. "He's in on it, isn't he?" Harry nodded. It wasn't exactly hard to put two and two together. "You can't tell anyone," he said. Astrid snorted. "Obviously, I won't. Thanks for letting me try to help. It's nice to be able to do something good for once," she said while wringing her hands guiltily. "I got used to stealing things from my family out of desperation, and Greyback used my skills to help fund and feed his pack. I'm no stranger to thieving, but it's nice to do it for a less selfish reason." Harry nodded as he listened. He appreciated her honesty. "Is that why you are so good at sneaking around unseen?" he asked. Astrid nodded with a frown, and he suspected she was feeling guilty again. Wanting to put her at ease after admitting something so personal, he spoke up. "I started stealing when I was small," he admitted. "It started with food because my relatives sometimes forgot to feed me, but soon enough I started stealing things for fun. I haven't been able to quit. Eventually, I decided that I would only steal from people who deserved it." He hoped he wasn't making a huge mistake by admitting his unscrupulous activities. He looked up slowly and found Astrid looking at him in shock. "I really have been wrong about you, haven't I?" she asked. "I started to wonder," Harry laughed. "You really didn't like me," he said. She punched his arm lightly at his laughing, but she started to laugh too. "Maybe you could teach me how to move so quietly like you do sometime," he asked. Astrid nodded and said, "Only if you teach me how to fly when we get back home." For the next few hours, Harry took notes of what he observed while Astrid, who it turned out was quite an artist, drew up a map along with some simple drawings. They ended the night by flying all the way back to the Three Broomsticks. It was a long flight, but they both enjoyed it. Harry had been enjoying a lion after a late night out with Astrid. That was until he had been so rudely awakened very suddenly by a glass of water being poured over his head. He'd launched out of bed, looking wildly as he tried to make sense of what had happened. "I told you I would get you back," he heard Luna shout from the foot of his bed. She was laughing hysterically. "You'll pay for that," he shouted as he ran after Luna as she made her escape from his room. Harry chased her around the couch in the living room. His newfound speed and strength made it easier for him to match the girl, but it was still not enough. He'd have to try something else. "All right, fine, I give up," he said, holding his hands up in surrender. Then he sat on the couch in defeat. Luna took the bait and sat down next to him. He pounced and pinned the girl between himself and the cushions. Holding her down with one hand, he began to mercilessly tickle the girl with his other. Her screams echoed loudly around the room, and he began to laugh maniacally. He heard the door open, but he didn't stop. Something tackled him to the ground, and he felt the wind get knocked out of his lungs. "Geez," he said as he rolled over and saw Jet standing between him and Luna. "You hit hard." Harry thought Jet looked like he wanted to murder him. Luna got up from her spot on the couch and put a gentle hand on Jet's shoulder. "It's okay," she said. "We're just playing." Jet looked surprised and confused, but he leaned down and helped Harry get to his feet. "Sorry, Harry, I thought you were fighting," Jet said. Harry shrugged. "No harm done," he said. Harry deserved it, Luna said with her hands on her hips. He cheated. This caused Harry to laugh. He looked over to Luna, remembering that he owed her an apology. I'm sorry for accusing you of withholding information, Luna. Can you forgive me? He asked. Luna seemed to be weighing his apology, and Harry gulped. After a while, she nodded. I guess, but I'm expecting more than words this time, she said. Of course, Harry said. He'd think of something. I need to head back and let everyone know that nothing is wrong. We could hear you from the library, you know, Jet said. Norella and I are going into the forest to visit for a few days. Mother is having second thoughts about us going to Hogwarts, I think. It would help if you and Norella were to bond soon. Jet and Luna had bonded already, he knew. Luna had been pretty tight-lipped about it. Harry nodded. It's Norella that wants to wait, but I'll talk to her about it when you get back, he said. Jet nodded and left the two friends alone. Harry brought Luna up to speed on what he'd learned from Astrid. He hoped that maybe Luna would have a clue, but she seemed more interested in talking about their budding friendship. Yes, all right, we got on just great and had a good time together, he admitted. But I want to talk to you about her ability to break through the wards. I couldn't figure anything out on my own. Harry explained what he'd seen happen to the wards when she'd approached them, but I don't understand why it worked here and not there at Ferguson's. Luna nodded, but remained quiet as she thought. Did you say she had a ring with a stag on it? Luna asked. Yeah, he said with a shrug, but it's not magical or anything. Luna sighed. Magic isn't everything. Let's go. She started walking out of the living room, and he followed in exasperation. It would be nice if she'd explain at least where they were going. Luna didn't stop until they got to Astrid's room, where they found the girl reading a book in bed. Hey, Astrid, Luna said cheerfully from the doorway. Harry stood stiffly behind her. He hadn't been in this part of the house since Astrid had moved in. Astrid glanced at her messy room and urgently began to clean up before inviting them to sit on a small couch. Harry looked around with interest. The furniture was his, of course, but Astrid had put a few photos of her and her sister on the wall. Your sister is older than you, he asked, when he realized the other girl in the photo looked a few years older. Astrid followed his gaze to the photo and then nodded when she realized why he'd asked. Yeah, she's 16. He was confused. He'd assumed that Astrid was the older sister since Greyback was holding her sister hostage. Greyback took an interest in me, she said. He told me I was special. I just assumed it was because I was good at stealing, but now I'm suspecting he knew about my gift with wards. Luna hummed at that and asked, but you don't know how it works? No, not really. Luna reached out and asked to see the ring. Only a few seconds passed, and Luna smiled. The ring has been imprinted, she said. I bet Astrid's magic used the residual emotions and memories of the ring to dispel the wards. Harry took in Luna's assessment. If she were right, then Astrid would just need something that had been imprinted by the Ferguson family to get them through his wards. Now, of course, he remembered reading that ward stones, which fed the wards, were the most powerful when there was a strong tie to whatever they were protecting. They were steeped in the magic, emotional energy, and memories of the land. He hadn't made the connection before, but it made sense. So Astrid just needs something of Ferguson's that's been imprinted on, and then she'll be able to breach the wards. He checked. That's right, Luna said brightly. Harry sighed, unsure how they would get their hands on something of Ferguson's. Purebloods like Ferguson only kept their things in Gringotts, at home, or on their person. And then an idea popped into his head from practically nothing. Just a note he'd read in the man's file that he regularly did business in Diagon Alley. Harry, Luna, and Astrid spent the next couple of days in Diagon Alley, simply hoping to come across Ferguson at random. Each day, they rotated positions outside of Nocturne, Gringotts, and the Leaky Cauldron. Harry had shared the photos in his file, so the two girls knew who to look for. The days so far had been boring for Harry. When he'd complain about it, Luna told him to people watch. People are interesting creatures, Harry, she had said. You learn a lot about a person just by watching them. Astrid walked a lot, choosing to move between Luna, Harry, and her post. It's good to practice sneaking between people and learning how to blend into crowds. To Harry, people were boring for the most part, and he didn't want to risk missing Ferguson because he was sneaking around. Instead, he practiced using his magical sense, hoping that increased exposure to a lot of magic would help him get used to it so he wasn't overwhelmed as often. Harry had had to make excuses to Susan, who he thought was disappointed that he was so busy lately. He'd had to hide when he had spotted Susan, Hannah, and a witch he recognized as Hannah's mother. He was disguised, of course, they all were, but he didn't want to risk it. Hopefully, Luna and Astrid wouldn't be spotted either. Distracted by Susan's red hair, he almost didn't see Luna running towards him. "He's heading towards Nocturne," she whispered urgently. "Astrid is heading down the alley now." Harry nodded, and the pair headed towards Nocturne Alley together. He ignored the menacing looks of some of the usual crowd he'd gotten used to seeing down here. Nocturne, he'd noticed, had its regulars. With his magic sense, he looked ahead, trying to ensure he didn't lose the man. He found Astrid first, about halfway down the alley. He caught up with her a moment later. "Where is he said when he was close enough. "He went into that apothecary," she said, pointing to one of the rundown buildings. Luna caught up then, and Harry came up with a plan. He explained his thoughts, and they prepared for when the man came back into the alley. From his spot now, about the midpoint between the apothecary and the alley entrance, he could see Astrid waiting from her spot closest to the apothecary and Luna at the opposite end near the alley entrance. Astrid, who Harry reckoned was more adept at pickpocketing than him, would try first. If Astrid failed, he'd make his own attempt. If they both failed, Luna would distract him at the entrance, and both Harry and Astrid would try again. Harry watched as the man exited the apothecary a moment later. He saw Astrid disappear, obscured from his view by their target. He saw the man stumble briefly and turn slightly, and assumed Astrid had made her attempt. He didn't get a signal from Astrid, whom he couldn't even find now, so he assumed she'd failed and it was his turn. From the front, Harry walked directly towards the man. Harry had his hood up, and he was hunched over, looking directly at the ground. He relied on his magical sense to keep him on his path. He walked directly into the man, and Ferguson stumbled back with a curse. "Filthy rat, watch yourself," he said, withdrawing his wand. Harry's eyes widened at the sight. He had his own wand hidden in his sleeve and waved it slightly, sending a red bolt at the man, who easily dodged it. The dodge did cause Ferguson to lose sight of Harry, however, and Harry used the precious seconds he gained to blend back into the crowd, his heart racing. Astrid caught up with him a moment later. "I was really close, but he stayed out of reach," she said. Harry indicated he'd failed, too. He chanced a glance and saw that Ferguson was pretty close to the alley entrance. Luna was up, and they needed to hurry. Astrid and Harry ran to catch up, and Harry saw Luna leaning against a stack of cauldrons. When Ferguson was about to enter Diagon again, Harry saw the stack of cauldrons start to teeter. A moment later, they fell with a large crash directly onto the man, who fell to the ground with a grunt. To Harry's shock and delight, several people from Nocturne rushed the man while he was down and started pulling at him. Harry and Astrid used the distraction to make their own moves. The commotion was drawing the attention of Diagon's patrons. Most of them ran away from the commotion, but a few looked like they were going to help. Before they could, he reached down and grabbed at the man's waist, aiming for the man's pocket watch that was attached to a silver chain. He wrapped his fingers around it and pulled. His increased strength made quick work of it, and he felt it tear away. Astrid came away a second later with a ring that she'd managed to wrestle out of someone's grip. They ran away and met Luna at the entrance, just as someone had cast a spell that pushed everyone away from the fallen man and escaped home. That night, Harry and Astrid made the trip to Ferguson's property, and using the ring, which Luna confirmed had been imprinted on, proved that their theory about Astrid's gift was right. The wards fell away around Astrid as she walked towards them. Harry and Astrid were in. They snuck around the property, Harry attempting to mimic Astrid's moves, and made some adjustments to their notes as they got a closer view. They'd be ready to act, along with Newt, very soon. Several hours later, Harry, Astrid, and Newt stood at the property line. Harry was dressed in his usual dark robes, his hood up, and Astrid was dressed in the dark workout clothes she'd been wearing each night, her hood up as well. Newt just wore his normal blue robes, appearing not to care if he was seen or not. Harry wasn't sure how the man got away with it, seeing as how he was rather famous himself. His relationship with magical government officials, particularly in the Aura department, probably helped, Harry reckoned. Harry didn't want anyone to know what he himself got up to in his downtime. Personally, he didn't want the attention or the problems that might come with it. Earlier that day, he disclosed to Mrs. Figg, and Newt just what he'd learned while casing Ferguson's property. "I'm impressed," Mrs. Figg had said. "You did things properly. You took detailed notes. Your map and drawings look great. You found a solution to a very big problem and confirmed the solution would work before acting." Newt had nodded his agreement. "It sounds like you and your friends work well together," he'd said. "I've found that friends are often our very best assets." Harry had nodded his agreement. He still found it hard working with others, but it had been nice sharing a part of himself that he normally hid. Having that part of him be accepted felt really good. They'd gone over the plan a few more times, to Harry's dismay. Now they were ready to act. Astrid approached the wards, creating a hole in the wards so they could all walk through. Newt led them to a nearby barn and they snuck in. They could see the house from here, but all the lights were extinguished. Inside the barn were several cages of various sizes. Weak-looking animals barely looked up as the three humans approached them. Harry and Astrid took turns unlocking the cages that the animals were kept in, and Newt ushered them into his expandable suitcase. Harry had been curious what it was like in there, but Newt hadn't invited anyone to see it yet. There was a large variety of magical beasts held within the cages, including ashwenders, billywigs, clabberts, and krups on one side. On the other hand, they found diricals, darksies, urklings, and f-whoopers. Harry guessed that Ferguson was housing them alphabetically. How uncreative. They released them all, not sparing a single one, and Newt directed them into his suitcase. They moved on to the next barn and did the same thing. Jarbuknolls, Neasels, and a mackled Malaclaw marched into Newt's case. The next barn strictly housed mooncalves, and the fourth barn had nifflers, nogtails, pixies, and puffskeins. Harry saw red when they got to the barn full of unicorns. They looked awful, clearly not meant to be kept in captivity. He could see their ribs poking out beneath their dull grey and patchy skin. He was tempted to burn Ferguson's house down. He had the jars of purple potion he'd used before. Newt looked equally upset, but talked Harry out of doing anything rash, at least for now. The last barn had been a surprise he wasn't ready for. It was locked by some extremely difficult locking charms. Nothing Astrid did worked on them. Harry tried probing them as well, but it didn't work either. Newt, it seemed, was prepared for this and pulled a key out of his pocket. He inserted and turned it, and the door swung open. They walked through. It was definitely larger on the inside. "Dragons," he whispered as he took the sight in. 4 green dragons that he guessed were common Welsh greens were staring back at him from a distance. A little closer, Harry noticed, was a pack of baby Nundu. "You and Astrid will leave, back to the ward line now," Newt ordered. Harry only hesitated for a brief moment. Astrid didn't hesitate at all, and he had to run to catch up. From the ward line, Harry and Astrid watched with anticipation. Neither could see very well. After what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds, Harry saw fire fly through the sky. The dragons were escaping. They flew through the sky, scorching the grounds and thankfully empty barns. Harry hoped that he and Astrid wouldn't be spotted. Newt showed up just as the dragons turned and sent torrents of fire towards the house. "We need to leave now," he said urgently whilst fishing something out of his pockets. "It's an emergency portkey that I made myself, completely untraceable," he explained. "Grab hold." Harry and Astrid complied quickly, and Harry felt the familiar tug around his navel as they were pulled into nothingness. Thanks for reading. Please review. We're getting closer to the end of Year 0. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Registries and Rituals. Chapter text. Chapter 27. Registries and Rituals. Harry's vision spun, and he lost all coordination as he traveled through the nothingness. A moment later, he landed roughly on the ground with a groan. Astrid landed on top of him a second later. He groaned again. Their bodies were sprawled out in a pathetic heap compared to Newt, who Harry saw had landed easily on his feet in front of him and Astrid. Astrid stirred from her spot, perched on his back. "I hope that whoever invented portkey travel died slowly," she groaned. Harry agreed. He felt Astrid climb off of him, and then he was pulled to his feet by the older man. Harry looked around and found they were on the back patio of his home. "It just takes practice," Newt said. Harry ignored him. "What happened back there? What about the dragons?" he asked. Newt laughed. "They'll take care of themselves, I think. I captured the 4 young Nundu," he said while tapping his suitcase. "Was trying to calm the dragons, but they got a little excited and managed to break the chains. If I had to guess, Ferguson might have neglected taking care of them. It was only a matter of time for the fool. Harry smiled at the memory of the dragon's fire, scorching the house of the man who had been abusing them. Mrs. Figg opened the back door just then and ushered them inside so they could tell her about their adventure. "I'll leave the storytelling to Harry and Astrid," Newt said, "but they both did great." With that, Newt opened his suitcase and started to climb down the ladder. "I've still got work to do," he said before grabbing the lid and closing it shut. Harry wished he'd been invited and was curious what it was like inside. Instead, he and Astrid told Mrs. Figg about their night. When they were finished, Astrid excused herself to shower and sleep, leaving Harry and Mrs. Figg alone. "So can I get my cloak back?" he asked urgently. He would need it if he were going to get Norella and Jet added to the Hogwarts registry. Mrs. Figg smiled. "It's in my quarters somewhere," she said. "You can have it if you can find it and get it without me catching you." Harry nodded, remembering her terms. He'd get it back, he vowed to himself. But first, he needed to shower and get some sleep. It had been a very long day. He decided to wait a couple of days before trying to steal his cloak back. He hoped it would put Mrs. Figg off her guard. Instead, he spent time with his friends and the Scamanders. Norella and Jet were back from the forest, and it turned out that Jet had been right about their mother having doubts. She had told Norella that since she hadn't bonded with Harry, she didn't think the girl even wanted to go to Hogwarts anyway. Jet had bonded with Luna, however, and didn't want to go to Hogwarts without his sister. He'd managed to convince his mother to give Norella more time. Harry, who wanted the runestone he'd been promised, was grateful, even if he was still reluctant to have the Naga princess drink his blood on a regular basis. Norella was nervous about transforming, never having done it before, but she asked Harry if they could do it soon. He'd agreed. Harry had met with Newt, and the man had agreed to let Harry take on a few magical creatures here at Potter Manor, including all of the moon calves, some ashwenders, f-whoopers, jarbucknolls, diracals, and nifflers. The Nundu were off limits, of course, and the unicorns required a lot of attention and care after their abysmal treatment. He'd asked if there were any other creatures in Newt's case that the man had been willing to part with, but he'd been told no. He'd been disappointed, but Newt promised to reach out to Harry if he came across anything interesting during his travels. The deal made, Harry asked Mrs. Figg if she'd get in touch with Dung about forging some documents. Harry wanted to cover his bases. The morning after his adventure with Newt, an article appeared in the Daily Prophet stating that dragons had been sighted in England, and that magical law enforcement was investigating a mysterious fire that had originated near the sighting. The article went on to explain that human remains had been found amidst the fire, and they were suspected to be Randolph Ferguson and his hired hands, but it wasn't confirmed just yet. Randolph was married and had children, but they had been visiting family on the continent, so no innocents had died that night, Harry knew. Harry was currently sitting in one of the armchairs in the library, perusing one of his dad's old journals. He'd read it before and was mostly reading just to pass the time until everyone went to bed. Astrid was going to give him some tips for sneaking, but they didn't want to be interrupted by any of their other friends. Harry was looking forward to it. He'd been enjoying time with Astrid since their adventure. He was a little surprised at how quickly he'd gotten over his anger and frustration at the girl, but he supposed learning more about her and realizing how much they had in common had helped. She'd been vital in his success with Newt as well. The door opened, and Astrid walked in. "Ready?" she asked, standing just inside the room. She was wearing her usual outfit that she'd taken to Ferring for their excursions. He reckoned she was taking the whole thing very seriously, which he appreciated. Harry nodded and got up to follow her out to the back patio. Her instruction had been rather practical, he mused. She'd had him try sneaking around her as she stood with a blindfold. If he made a sound loud enough for her to hear, she'd raise a hand to stop him. After several failed attempts, she stopped him. "You are walking heel to toe," she said bluntly. "You need to walk toe to heel." Harry tried, but it was difficult to do since he'd been walking one way his whole life. When he raised his frustrations, she told him to take off his shoes. "Try it without the shoes on," she instructed. He tried again and found it to be a lot easier. "Good," she said, removing her blindfold. "I can't hear you at all now." Harry was glad to hear he was improving, but wasn't sure it was practical for him to go barefoot. He brought up his concern and she answered, "Just keep practicing the toe-to-heel walk whenever you can, and I'm sure you'll pick it up in no time." She gave a few more tips and they ended the session. "Thanks," he said as they walked back inside. "I still owe you flying lessons, I haven't forgotten." Astrid smiled and said, "How about tomorrow?" But then her smile faltered and she looked away. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern. Astrid glanced up into his face with a contemplative look. Finally, after a few silent moments, she answered, "I'm just worried about my sister and the others," she said. "It's taken longer than I thought it would." Harry nodded his agreement. It had been a long time. He'd been a bit distracted, but he'd had his moments of worry, too. He calmed himself when he'd reminded himself that no news was good news. He placed a consoling hand on her shoulder, and she pulled him into a hug. Harry returned it a moment later. The two embraced for a few seconds longer before Astrid pulled away. "Thanks, Harry," she said. He wasn't sure exactly how he'd helped, standing there silently like an idiot, but he was glad it had seemed to help anyway. A couple of days later, he'd felt ready to attempt to retrieve his invisibility cloak. He entered Mrs. Figg's quarters after dinner. He knew she would still be awake, but he wanted to try anyway to really show her that he'd improved. He used his magical sense to keep tabs on her and Hermes, and to look for the cloak. He found it easy enough to locate items or people that he was used to, and he thought he felt the cloak's familiar signature in one of the rooms nearby. The problem was that he'd have to make it through the living room and a small dining nook before he got to the room where his cloak was. Mrs. Figg was in the living room, he could tell, and Hermes was with her. He snuck towards the living room as quietly as he could. He'd been practicing the new way of walking that Astrid had shown him pretty often, and it almost felt second nature at this point. He used his magic sense to peek around the doorway and could tell that Mrs. Figg was facing away from him. Hermes was sleeping, luckily. He stayed low and continued to creep carefully behind the woman. His heart raced, and he felt his pulse in his ears as the adrenaline hit. He was getting closer to the next room. A few more quiet steps, and he made it through, much to his relief. He continued through the dining nook, and soon enough, the only thing between him and his cloak was a door. He placed his hand on the doorknob and tried to turn it. Locked. He muttered a nearly silent Alohomora. Still locked. Damn it, he thought to himself. He reckoned there must be a key somewhere. He sent probes out to search the room he was in, doubting it would be so convenient. He found nothing, just as he expected. He crept back to the dining room and glanced around quickly. Mrs. Figg was still facing away, brushing the kittens, and he saw a single key attached to her belt. She was surely playing with him, he mused, but she hadn't indicated that she'd heard him. So he continued to walk slowly towards her, hoping he'd time it right. As he got closer, he started to doubt himself, unsure how he was going to be able to lift the key without her noticing. He had to try, though. He noticed a rhythm as she brushed the kitten and tried to match it. He reached for the key as she extended her arm out. She bent her elbow, and he grabbed onto the key carefully. When she extended her arm again, he lifted it away from her belt. She continued to brush, clearly not feeling the key being removed. Not wanting to celebrate early, he snuck away from her back to the dining nook. He made his way to the door, inserted the key, and turned. He saw his cloak hanging over a strange device that had dozens of bells attached to it. If he removed the cloak without dealing with the bells, he'd surely be discovered. He shut the door behind him, gently, to help obscure any noise he made while removing the bells. He'd still need to hurry in case Mrs. Figg checked for the key. He moved as steadily as he could while still maintaining some speed. He was removing the seventh key when he accidentally bumped another one, causing a jingle. He tensed and paused, hoping she hadn't heard anything. After a few seconds without any indication that she'd heard, he started again. He had maybe 2 bells left when he heard the doorknob start to turn. He tossed the last 2, not caring if they made a sound, grabbed the cloak, and tossed it over his head. He climbed up on top of a nearby wardrobe and held his breath as Mrs. Figg walked in. He thought he saw a look of surprise flicker across her face. She walked around the room, arms extended, clearly trying to find him. After a few passes, she put her arms down. "I can't believe he did it on his first try," he heard her murmur to herself in disbelief. She walked out of the room. Harry waited a few minutes before following, elated to have succeeded. He crossed the now empty living room, beneath the safety of his cloak, and then out of Mrs. Figg's quarters. He saw Mrs. Figg entering the kitchen and followed her. He found her reaching for the jar of biscuits on the top shelf. He removed the cloak and grabbed a seat. She turned around and jumped in surprise when she found him sitting across the table with a large, toothy smile. He watched a smile grow on her face once she'd recovered from her shock. "Well done, lad," she told him. "I admit I'm surprised you succeeded on your first attempt." Harry nodded his thanks at her praise. "What gave me away, exactly?" he asked. "Hermes told me he thought he'd heard something," she said, "and then I checked my belt and noticed the key was gone." Harry frowned. "Doesn't that mean I failed then?" he asked. "Technically, no," she answered. "I never heard a thing. Hermes wasn't really part of our deal." Harry was relieved to hear it. "Don't get complacent now that you have your cloak to rely on," she said. He promised he wouldn't, and he meant it. The next day, after his workout with Norella and a quick shower, he walked down to breakfast. He was surprised to find Sylvie sitting at the table with Tabitha. "Sylvie," he greeted her as he sat down next to her. "You're back. Is Remus here? What about Sirius? Is everything okay?" Sylvie laughed and gestured for him to calm down with her hands. "Sorry," he muttered, embarrassed. "It's all right, Harry," she said. "I was just telling Tabitha here that everything was all right and not to worry." The two of you reacted in pretty much the same way. Harry wasn't sure he appreciated the comparison. "Everyone is fine," she told him. "Sirius, Amelia, Remus, and the rest of the pack are still in Italy, dealing with some legal matters. Boring stuff, but it needs to be done." She poured some more tea and offered some to Harry, who accepted with thanks. "Linnea has been found and is safe. She's being checked over by some healers," Sylvie continued. "Who's Linnea?" Harry asked. Sylvie and Tabitha laughed at that. He didn't get why. "Linnea is Astrid's sister, dummy," Tabitha said with a roll of her eyes. "Oh," was his reply. He couldn't recall Astrid telling him that was her name, but maybe he'd just not been paying attention. From their response, he guessed that was probably the case. "Any idea how long they'll be in Italy?" he asked, changing the subject. Sylvie frowned and said, "No, not really. They might miss your summer solstice party." Harry frowned at the reminder of the event. He'd been hoping to have Sirius present to help entertain the guests. The man could tell a good story, after all, which helped take the pressure off. Mrs. Figg walked in just then with a letter. "This just came for you, lad," she said. "Looks like it's from Professor McGonagall." Harry took the letter and opened it. "It looks like Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore won't be able to make it to my party," he said. "They throw their own party for the staff and teachers so that students don't get preferential treatment." That made sense to him, but it threw a wrench in his plans. He'd been hoping to get some information from them about the student registry. He'd just have to come up with something else. He said goodbye to Sylvie and Tabitha, and Mrs. Figg followed him out of the kitchen. "I don't know what to do to get Norella and Jet on the registry," he said to his guardian. "Any ideas?" Mrs. Figg smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you to ask," with a laugh. Harry didn't know whether he felt more frustrated or relieved at her statement. "I know that McGonagall spends a lot of afternoons and evenings in the Three Broomsticks," she said. "I bet if you found her there, it was something at least." But he didn't relish countless evenings waiting for her to show up, and he only had a few more days, really. Still, it was better than nothing. At least now he had his cloak and could remain hidden beneath it. No one would have any idea that he had been hanging out in the Three Broomsticks or had set foot in Hogwarts. "Thanks, Mrs. Figg," he said. "I guess I know what I'll be doing for the next couple of days." She wished him luck and told him to be good. "Oh, and maybe you could stop by the Flumes and see how everything is going," she added. It had been a while since he'd stopped to talk to them. Mrs. Figg had told him time and time again that it was important to maintain relationships, but he'd been neglecting them. Hopefully, they weren't too upset. He got his stuff ready for what was possibly going to be a very long day and flew over to Honeydukes. Harry was spit out of the fireplace, face first, and he slid across the ground, sending soot everywhere. With a cough, he got up off the ground and brushed himself off. He really hated magical travel. "Oh, Harry dear, it's you," Mrs. Flume said from the doorway. "I see you still haven't mastered traveling by flu." Harry groaned. "It's good to see you, Harry," Mrs. Flume said. "Just passing through, or did you need something?" Harry withdrew one of the invitations that Mrs. Figg and Sirius had helped write up and handed it to her. "I just wanted to invite you to my summer solstice party," he said. "Sorry for not sending it by owl, but I figured I hadn't seen you in a while anyway." Mrs. Flume promised him they'd be there and that they weren't upset by the late notice. She invited him for tea so they could visit, and he accepted. "How are things with the group?" he asked after she'd handed him a cup. Mrs. Flume smiled brightly at his question. "They're going very well. We've more than doubled in number since we set it up." That was good to hear. "What about Malfoy?" he asked. "Has he been causing any trouble?" Harry was relieved to hear Mrs. Flume say, "No more than usual. I don't think he's really noticed anything out of the ordinary yet." "Good," Harry said simply, and then he sipped some tea. They talked for a while longer, discussing some of the products the Flumes had been working on. Harry even secured a promise that they'd bring some to the party for his guests to try. After he said goodbye, Harry stopped by the rest of the original crew's places of business to say hi and extend invitations to his party. Most of them politely declined, stating that they had other plans, but Fina Greengrass had agreed to stop by at least for a moment. She teased him about Daphne for a bit, as usual, and they parted ways. Harry dipped into an empty alley and donned his invisibility cloak before walking towards the 3 broomsticks. He had been there for a few hours now, in the corner, where he could easily see the door but still remain out of sight. He'd seen a lot of different people walk or flew in, but no sign of McGonagall. He'd overheard Madame Rosmerta call someone professor at one point, but when he turned to look, it was just a sour-looking man with long black hair and a pale complexion. Harry guessed it might be Professor Severus Snape, but he didn't want to get distracted from his task, and so he didn't budge from his spot to confirm. It was getting pretty late, and he was just about to call it a night. His body ached from staying in the same position for so long. Fortune must have been with him, because just before he got to the flue, he heard the now familiar chime of a bell indicating that someone had just arrived. He looked over and saw Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore walking in. He breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 professors got a booth and sat down. Harry moved so that he could overhear them, but still maintain some distance. "The student count is higher this year than it has been in years," he heard McGonagall say in a Scottish accent. "'Tis a sign of the war ending, I believe," Dumbledore said. "We'll probably start seeing more students each year." They sipped their drinks in silence for a moment before Dumbledore spoke again. "Tell me again what the count is this year, Minerva," he asked. Harry's heart sank at the news that McGonagall had already counted the names. He hoped he wasn't too late already. 42, she answered simply. "Last year, there were only 30, if I remember right." "Ah, 42, quite the magical number," he said. "We'll have to keep our eyes on these particular students." What followed was more silence as the pair ate their meal. Harry used the time to contemplate just how he was going to solve the problem if it was too late to get Norella, and Jet added without notice, reckoning that he might just have to ask the headmaster outright and hope he said yes. "I will be checking the list one more time, of course," McGonagall said, "and drafting the letters." Harry saw Dumbledore nod. "Of course, Minerva," he said. "You're a wonderful deputy headmistress, I must say." That was good news at least, he thought. He still had time. Dumbledore and McGonagall continued with their meeting, discussing the head students and the list of prefects. Harry found it all very mundane. The only thing that piqued his interest was a brief conversation they had regarding the 3rd-floor corridor and the installation of protections. It hadn't made much sense to him, but he filed it away in his brain. There was far too much whispering between the 2 for it not to be important. Finally, the 2 professors got up from their table and said goodbye to Madame Rosmerta. Harry followed them out the door, making sure to stay close enough that he didn't lose them. Harry watched as the professors waved to many of the magical town's occupants. They seemed quite popular. When they made their way to the Hogwarts gate, Harry became worried. There were wards here that he knew were tied to Dumbledore. The last time he'd crossed them, the man had shown up and chased him off the school property. Harry moved in closer to the 2 professors, hoping that his proximity to the pair would keep the wards from being triggered. He crossed the threshold at nearly the same moment as the 2 professors, while moving as quietly as possible and holding his breath. Still not breathing, he watched the headmaster out of the corner of his eye, looking for any indication that the wards had somehow warned the old man of an intruder. Luckily, it seemed as though he'd been successful, as the 2 professors continued to walk towards the school in silence. Harry could see the castle now, lights shining brightly against a dark sky. He wondered if he'd ever grow tired of the sight, It was truly magnificent to behold. He thought he heard a pleasant sigh come from the professors, and he reckoned that it wasn't likely that he'd ever stop being impressed by the school. The two professors stopped once they entered the castle grounds. Harry hadn't expected the sudden stop and almost walked right into them. Luckily, he stopped in time. "I'm off to visit Hagrid," Professor Dumbledore said. "He told me that he'd managed to get a hold of our friend, Mr. Scamander, and that they'd arranged to add to the protections. Professor McGonagall asked him to pass on her greetings to Hagrid, and they parted ways." Harry, as curious as he was about what protections Newt would be adding, followed Professor McGonagall. He wasn't about to let a little distraction stop him from completing his task. He was too close to stop now. When they entered the school, he looked around in wonder. He'd been on the grounds a few times now, but this was the first time he'd been inside. As he walked past the suits of armor, he could have sworn their heads had turned to look at him. Surely not, he thought. The magical portraits definitely did move, and there were an awful lot of them. He couldn't help but wonder if they reported what they saw to the headmaster. The castle was massive, much bigger than his home, that was for sure, and that was saying something as he reckoned his home was fairly large. Harry had nearly tripped after him, and McGonagall had stepped onto a staircase, and it started to move. McGonagall certainly hadn't been surprised by the sudden movement, however. She did look around at the sound of his feet sliding, though, which caused his heart to start beating very fast. It would be just awful if he were discovered at this point. He was so close, he just knew it. She looked away, to his relief, and kept walking up the steps. He followed after, more quietly than before. Soon enough, they found themselves outside a door, and he heard Professor McGonagall utter a word, "Atherage." The door opened, and she stepped through. Harry wanted to follow, but he wasn't sure he'd be able to hide within what he assumed was her office. Besides that, he wouldn't have made it through the door in time, because it shut with a bang right after she'd entered. At least now he knew the password. He'd just have to wait for her to leave so he could get in and do what he needed to do. He debated whether or not he should leave and come back another time, but he doubted he'd find his way here again. The castle was too large for him to remember the path hereafter just one visit. Not sure if the woman's personal quarters were attached to her office, he didn't know if she'd leave again tonight. He'd have to camp out in the hallway, not exactly something he'd planned on or looked forward to. He suddenly wished he brought Loki to keep guard so he could sleep. His stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten at all since lunch. It was going to be a long night. Harry heard a door slam shut, and he shot upright. He rubbed his eyes and was about to stretch and yawn, as was his habit, but he stopped himself just in time. Professor McGonagall was walking away from the door that she'd just come out of. Harry could see light pouring out of a few nearby windows, indicating that it was morning. He'd barely slept all night. The dark castle was too foreign for him to get comfortable, even if he had thought to bring a sleeping bag. It was cold, dark, and just a little too creepy. He'd nearly shouted when a ghost had passed through one wall and into another as he was standing watch outside of McGonagall's office. Then that blasted cat had shown up. It had stared at him for several minutes before walking off. He wasn't sure whether or not it knew he was there beneath the invisibility cloak. McGonagall was well out of sight. Now was his chance. He approached the door and tried to give the password he'd heard the night before. "Athery," he said. Nothing happened. No, that wasn't it, he thought to himself. It was more Scottish, he assumed, than that. "Atherage," he tried again. Still nothing. He tried a few more sounds before finally landing on Atherage, and the door creaked open. Harry found the room to be very Spartan, save for a very comfortable-looking chair behind the desk he was facing. The bookshelf was full of books, mostly on transfiguration, but he noticed a few on transmutation as well. He stifled a yawn and walked further into the office. He found himself standing in front of a lectern of sorts, and a large tome rested on top, open. He scanned the words. Hogwarts Student Registry, year 1990. He continued to read the list of names, noting his name, Luna's, Susan's, and Astrid's. He wasn't sure how Astrid had found her way onto the page since she wasn't from England. When had her name been added and how? He turned the page and found that it had the list of students for the following year. He turned to another and another, each full of names of projected students for their prospective year. He wondered how it worked. Did it just know somehow who was magical and who wasn't? Maybe someday he could ask. For now, he had a job to do. He scanned the page for 1990 again. The page was full, and there was no longer any room to add anyone else. On the bottom of the page, in the corner, was the count, 42. He double-checked the next year's page. There was no count, so that must mean that McGonagall, most likely, had counted the students for the year and written it down. If he were to somehow add Narella and Jet, the number wouldn't match. He thought that maybe he could just change the number after he was done, but there really wasn't any more room on the page. That meant that his only option was to take 2 people off. He felt his heart begin to beat loudly in his chest. He was about to steal 2 people's right to attend Hogwarts. He didn't think he'd ever top that, honestly. He felt a little guilty because he had no way of knowing whether or not these 2 people deserved to have their magical education taken from them. But he wanted access to his grandfather's workshop, and he needed the runestone that the Queen of Serpents had promised him in exchange for getting her children into Hogwarts. He scanned the list. Who should he take off? Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were the first to pop into his head, but that would definitely lead to questions. No, it couldn't be a pureblood like them. It had to be someone else. He looked over the list of names. He recognized a few more, including Neville, Ron, and Theo. Turpin stood out too. For some reason he couldn't remember. He made a mental list of the people he didn't know or hadn't heard of, and it came down to Hermione Granger, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Kevin Entwistle, Mandy Brocklehurst, Sue Lee, Stephen Cornfoot, and Sally Ann Perks. He chose 2 at random from the list, 1 boy and 1 girl, in case that had somehow been counted as well. Using a spell that he'd learned from Mrs. Figg to help him clean up his notes, he removed the names. He grabbed the quill that was sitting next to the book, inked it, and wrote in Jet Patala and then Narella Patala. He tried his best to match the handwriting that was already in the book. If someone took a long, hard look at it, they'd probably notice that a few letters didn't quite match. But at a cursory glance, he'd done a good job, he thought. His job done, he made his way back home for some much-needed rest. Harry was whistling as he walked down to dinner the next night. The high of his success at Hogwarts still hadn't worn off. Narella met him at the bottom of the stairs. "You're in a good mood," she said with a grin. He hadn't seen the girl very often over the last couple of days. He'd been debating whether or not to tell her that he'd gotten her name added to the registry. On the one hand, the less she knew, the better. And on the other hand, it sometimes paid to have everyone on the same page so they could tell the same story. Since they already knew that he'd have to find a way to get them enrolled, he opted for the latter. "I got you and Jet added to the Hogwarts registry last night," he admitted. Narella nodded. "That's good news," she said. Harry had been thinking about the girl and the bond for the last couple of days. "Listen, the solstice party is in a couple of days," he said. "Maybe you should, he trailed off awkwardly, not sure how to say it. "How did you go about encouraging someone else to drink your blood so they could transform into a human form exactly?" "Right," she said, looking away from him. "We should do that maybe after we talk to Jet." Harry nodded. "Yeah, okay," he said. They continued walking together. Well, Narella was slithering, technically, towards the kitchen. They met Jet and Luna on the way, coming out of the potions lab of all places. Jet was wiping his mouth, leaving no doubt as to what they had been doing. They found Astrid just outside the kitchen, waiting for them. They walked in and grabbed a seat. Tabitha and the boys were there already, each holding a niffler. Sylvie looked stressed by the creatures, but allowed them. Newt and Rolf were visiting someone in Hogsmeade, Mrs. Figg had told him. Harry suspected it might be Hagrid. Astrid seemed to be doing a bit better than the last time he'd seen her. He knew he was still worried about her sister, but was relieved that she was at least safe for now. She was looking forward to the reunion. Harry was taking a bit of his dinner when Narella suddenly screamed. He looked over at her and saw that one of the nifflers was perched on her shoulder, reaching for what Harry assumed was the magical 2-way mirror. The niffler, attracted by the shiny object, dove down the girl's shirt. "You stupid little money badger," she yelled as she tried to evict the creature from her shirt. Luna and Astrid both tried to help, but Harry and Jet just sat back and laughed. "Did you just call that thing a money badger?" Harry checked once the girl was free from the intruding niffler. Narella glared at him. "I forgot what you call those things," she said. The others were holding back their laughter just barely, Harry could tell. They shared a look and then burst out laughing. Eventually, Narella joined in. "Be nice to Tinsley," Aldo said from down the table. "She is just following her instincts." Harry hummed. "A niffler named Tinsley?" he asked. Aldo nodded. "I like it." Harry shrugged. After dinner, Harry and the others went upstairs to Harry and Luna's living quarters. "Does it hurt?" Norella asked Jet. Originally, when she talked about feeding off Harry's blood, she'd been rather forward about it. Harry guessed that it had been for show, to cover her fear. As the time started to get closer, she'd become much more timid about it. Jet shook his head in exasperation. "I've told you 100 times, no," he said. "It's not that big of a deal, right, Luna?" Luna nodded. "It doesn't hurt at all," she said. "Doesn't even leave a mark." She showed them her arm, which was free from a single blemish. He'd been pretty sure that Luna had had a scar on her arm at some point. He brought it up. Luna shrugged. "Yeah, I guess I did used to have a scar there," she said nonchalantly. "I guess your venom healed it." Jet and Norella shared a look between them before looking back at Luna and Harry. "What is a scar?" Jet asked confusedly. Harry pulled aside the hair on his forehead to reveal his lightning-shaped scar. Luna, at the same time, lifted her skirt to show them her upper thigh, where Greyback had scratched her. "This," they both said at the same time. Jet looked at Luna's leg, eyes wide, and then quickly looked away once he realized where he'd been looking, clearly embarrassed. Luna looked completely unbothered. Don't have those," Norella answered, eyes raised at Luna's immodesty. "Really?" Harry asked. "You don't have scars?" Norella nodded. "Really," she said. "Must be our natural magic. We're good at healing and protective magic, remember?" Harry nodded. He had remembered. He had been wondering what their bond might do to him ever since he'd bonded with Remus. Maybe he'd heal more quickly than normal, he guessed. "Let's give these two some privacy," Jet said to Luna before the pair of them walked away. Harry, now more curious than scared, wanted to test something out. He had a scar on his left bicep from one of the games of Harry hunting back when he lived with the Dursleys. "Are you willing to try something with me?" he asked Norella. "I have a scar just here," he said, pointing to his bicep, "and I want to see if it heals after you feed." Norella nodded, her inquisitiveness pushing aside her fear. Harry had taken to wearing long-sleeved shirts, so he had to take it off to gain access to his bicep. Norella's eyes widened as she took in his toned figure. Was no longer the scrawny little thing he'd been while living with the Dursleys. All the exercise and nutritious meals were paying off. He reckoned that his bond with Remus had helped as well. He was fit. Norella scooted closer to him. "Just here," she checked, pointing to his bicep. Harry nodded. "Go ahead, whenever you're ready." Norella stared at his bicep for what felt like a really long time before she finally opened her mouth, positioned it over his bicep as if it were a hamburger, and bit down. He'd been expecting pain, but found none. There was a bit of pressure from her mouth, but that was it. After a few seconds, she pulled away, wiping her mouth. Harry watched in amazement as the 4 holes in his arm, where her teeth had punctured his skin, slowly knitted back together, completely healed. His scar, which had been in the center of the 4 holes, healed next. In its place, his skin was now smooth and completely healed. "Wow," he said. "It's gone." Norella looked over to inspect his arm. Harry felt the familiar stirrings that he'd felt the night that he and Remus had bonded. He shifted his focus to his magic sense and looked as a light shone between himself and the girl. Something clicked into place, and the light shone more brightly, becoming a pleasant silver, blue, and green. A moment later, she began to shift. Harry watched, transfixed, as her long, serpentine body transitioned. Her tail shortened and began to split down the middle, eventually forming into 2 distinct pieces. He blinked, and then they began to form into legs and feet. The whole event took mere seconds. "Wow," she said in a whisper as she began inspecting her new legs. She'd been wearing a skirt, luckily, but her new body was quite a bit skinnier than it had been, and she'd had to hold onto the skirt to keep it from falling. She stood with some hesitation as she put weight on her new body parts. Her legs wobbled for a second, and Harry helped her stay upright. "Thanks," she said. "This feels weird." She took a few cautious steps with his support. Harry let go of her, and she kept walking as if she'd been doing it all her life. Norella giggled. "I like these," she said happily. Harry thought he liked them too, but he didn't say so. Norella walked out of the living quarters to go find Jet and Luna. It was the day of the summer solstice, and Harry was helping Mrs. Figg and Creature decorate. Creature seemed irritated that they were helping him for some reason that Harry didn't understand. The house. Elf kept muttering things under his breath whenever Harry or Mrs. Figg walked by. The mutterings got angrier and angrier each time they walked by until the elf finally erupted in anger. Harry and Mrs. Figg left him to it after that. Harry hadn't really felt much different since his bond with Norella. Of course, He wasn't about to test his theory that he could heal himself quickly after an injury. He reckoned he'd have to wait to find out if he was right. Luna interrupted his thoughts as she told him that Sirius and a few others had just arrived from the flu. He left the dining room to go investigate. Sirius, Remus, and quite a few others were standing around the entrance hall. Harry didn't recognize all of them, but he did recognize a few from his recent night in the forest. "Harry," Remus and Sirius said, taking turns hugging him. "You're back," Harry said happily. "It feels like you were gone forever. Is everything okay?" Remus explained that the Italian Ministry for Magic had cleared some of the werewolves in Greyback's pack, saying that they'd only acted under duress. The remaining leaders of the pack that had acted willingly were sent to prison. The werewolves that agreed to come here have all sworn oaths of secrecy about the Naga and have promised to help take care of things around here, he said. The only problem is space. There are a lot of them, and they are asking to bring their families. Harry nodded. He'd been wondering what to do about that, and had asked Mrs. Figg if she thought they could build a second house on the property somewhere. They decided that they might have to cut into the forest a bit, but it was possible. He shared his idea with Remus. Another wolf, nearby, had heard them talking about it, and excitedly started speaking in a language he didn't understand. Remus seemed to, however, and translated. "Boris here says that he used to do construction work before he was turned into a werewolf. A lot of them had trades before they crossed Greyback's path, actually. He thinks they can probably do the work themselves if you're willing to provide some tools and materials," Remus said. Harry liked the idea and agreed, hoping the Naga wouldn't mind too much. A tall girl who he thought looked like Astrid approached them next. "Hi, I'm Linnea, Astrid's sister," she said. "Is Astrid here?" Harry thought that Linnea was very beautiful. She had grayish-blue eyes that resembled a sky before a storm and long, wavy hair that flowed down to her thin waist. She caught him looking and winked, causing him to blush. "Linnea," he heard Astrid call from behind him. The girl ran and tackled her taller sister to the ground, and the pair of them began to laugh and cry simultaneously. He was happy for Astrid despite not being able to relate. He wondered what it would have been like to have a sibling who actually liked him. Luna, Jet, and Narella joined him, and Astrid introduced everybody. Harry suddenly wondered what he was going to do with all of these people during his solstice party. He hoped it didn't cause any problems. He reviewed the list of attendees, mentally, wondering if any of them would be particularly uncomfortable in a house full of werewolves. The Weasleys had already shown him that they'd be cool about it. Susan and Amelia would be fine. Neville, too, he thought. The Greengrasses and Theodore Nutt had both accepted his invitation at the last minute. Theo's dad was going to attend the Malfoys, the boy had told him. The Greengrasses were an unknown, that was for sure. Theo probably wouldn't cause any problems. He reckoned that anyone who had a problem he didn't want to be friends with anyway. It might cause problems with the guild, but that was their problem, not his. The new arrivals crammed into the remaining rooms in what had accidentally become the werewolf wing of the house. He offered some rooms in the other wing, and Astrid and Linnea accepted readily. The boys chose to stay where they were, near Remus, Sylvie, and Tabitha. The other werewolves seemed to want to stick together and chose to get cozy. "Aren't there any more younger werewolves?" he asked Remus. "I thought Greyback was targeting kids." Remus nodded sadly. "He does target kids, but most of them don't survive. The ones that did were invited to join us, but the Italian ministry is keeping them until their families can be contacted. So they might join us later if they're rejected by their families," Harry checked. "Right," Remus said with a nod. The werewolves that had just arrived cleared off to their new quarters. Remus left with them to coordinate. Sirius, Harry, and his friends were all the remaining in the entryway. Sirius yawned and stretched. "I think I might just head home for a quick nap and to get ready for the party tonight," he said. "Don't be late," Harry called after him as he started to walk away. Sirius scoffed. "I would never." Later that evening, Harry was busy greeting his guests as they entered through the flue. Sirius was nowhere to be found. So far, Harry had seen Neville, Hannah, Tracy, Mr. and Mrs. Flume, and a few of the other business owners arrive. He'd greeted them as custom dictated and invited them to mingle. The Flumes had eagerly approached Remus and Sylvie with some samples to try. Most of the other werewolves were pretty shy and decided to remain in their rooms for the night, but Astrid and Linnea were there chatting with Neville and Hannah. Luna, Jet, and Narella were with Tracy. The flue flashed green and Sirius stepped out, easily as if marking him. "You're late," Harry hissed at the man. Sirius chuckled. "I'm fashionably late, Harry. There's a difference." Amelia and Susan came out of the flue after. Harry accepted Amelia's hand and kissed it, respectfully, before turning to Susan, who hugged him and gave him a quick kiss on his cheek. Sirius whistled annoyingly, and Harry and Susan sighed in exasperation. This just caused the old man to laugh. Amelia playfully slapped Sirius' arm. The flue flared green again, and a tall, regal-looking man stepped out of the fireplace. Harry recognized the man to be Daphne's father, the Greengrass patriarch. His wife followed after, and then Daphne, who was dressed in fine purple robes that matched her mother and father. Sirius approached the new arrivals and greeted them in the traditional way. Harry joined after, mimicking his godfather the best he could. Harry kissed both Daphne's and her mother's hands, just as he had Amelia, and fought down the blush he felt starting to form on his cheeks. They were both very beautiful. Susan joined him after and greeted the new guests as well. Sirius raised an eyebrow, but grinned. It was typically only customary for the host and hostess to greet guests in this manner. Susan was posturing, he realized, making her territory in a way. Harry didn't mind at all. Daphne's eyes only showed the slightest surprise at the turn of events. She grinned wickedly at Susan and winked. Daphne was being playful, he realized. "Thank you for coming," Harry said to the family, respectfully. Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass shared a look that he couldn't quite read and then scanned the room, probably looking for friendly faces. "Is that Newt Scamander?" Mr. Greengrass asked, a note of surprise in his voice. Harry nodded and said, "Yes, he's friends with my guardian, Mrs. Figg. Would you like me to introduce you?" Harry thought Mr. Greengrass had looked surprised at the connection between a squib and the famous wizard. He accepted the invitation. Harry walked them over and introduced them. He thought that maybe he'd just scored some major points with the pureblood couple. "Will you introduce me to the others, please, Harry?" Daphne asked politely. Harry agreed and offered his arm. He thought Susan looked annoyed, but he was just trying to be nice. Harry couldn't help but notice that Daphne smelled very nice. The girl had obviously taken great care of her appearance, and he had to make great efforts not to stare. "You know Luna, of course," he said. "This is Norella and her brother Jet. They're old family friends that I became acquainted with recently." He waved Astrid and Linnea over and introduced them as well. He was pleasantly surprised that everyone seemed to be getting along. They ate dinner and visited outside on the patio. Luna had set up a crafting table so that any time she wanted to could make crowns of flowers. The night went well overall, in his opinion. No fights or arguments, and the Greengrasses even appeared to relax. He thought that the Flume's alcoholic chocolate might have played a small part in that. Mrs. Greengrass had certainly taken a liking to them. Fina had shown up a little after her relatives and had spent most of the night with Mrs. Figg and the Flumes. Thea seemed to genuinely like Jet and Norella. The three, along with Luna and Rolf, were talking in a nearby corner. The Wesleys had arrived later than all of his guests. Percy, Fred, and George had hit things off with Linnea, and Astrid, Ron, and Ginny were talking animatedly about flying. Harry was currently chatting with Daphne, Susan, Neville, and Hannah about some of the magical creatures. Daphne seemed particularly interested in the F-Whoopers, and he'd invited her to come over sometime so he could show them off during the day. She'd agreed, to his surprise, and Susan's frustration. After dinner, Harry invited anyone who wanted to stay for a ritual to do so. It was one of the rituals that Sirius had pointed out was good to do in good company. It was meant to strengthen friendships and to bless the land. Most people stayed, but a few, like the Scamanders, left early so they could perform their own rituals tonight. Harry thanked the man for all his help and invited him to come back any time. The remaining guests formed a large circle outside, and Sirius began the ritual as the sun touched the horizon. The adults lit their wands and began chanting along with Sirius. Harry couldn't understand the words, but they reminded him somewhat of a prayer. Everyone began to sway to the chants, and Harry felt an energy grow around him. He didn't inspect it. He just enjoyed it along with everyone else. As the sun finally moved behind the horizon, he felt the familiar feeling of his family build up around him. The energy that the adults were holding with their wands escaped in a fantastic display of light. Like fireworks, they shot into the sky and exploded in a cascade of colorful light. He thought he even saw some magic coming from where the Naga lived. Finally, the light landed on the ground around them and seeped into the ground, feeding it. Harry saw that Luna was crying, obviously overcome by the emotional energy that surrounded the group. The ritual ended, and everyone found the people closest to them and embraced. People bade him goodbye and thanked him for a very pleasant evening. In return, he thanked them for helping him to strengthen the land around his home. At the end of the night, he was surprised when Mr. Greengrass whispered, "You keep very interesting company, Mr. Potter. I find myself impressed. Don't think I haven't noticed that several of the business owners here have recently declined Mr. Malfoy's invitations to go into business with him, including my sister." Harry didn't play dumb. He simply smiled and thanked the man for the compliment. "I think I'd like it very much if you and Daphne were to become friends," Mrs. Greengrass had said. "Please keep an eye out for her at school." Daphne had given him a chaste kiss on the cheek when she'd said goodbye. From the lingering scent, he thought that maybe she'd managed to get her hands on some of the alcoholic chocolate. Susan looked like she might murder the pretty girl, but Amelia held a hand on her shoulder. Harry was grateful since he didn't want anything to ruin the night. It was over a week later that he'd finally received confirmation that his stunt at Hogwarts had worked. Several owls had come to deliver the 5 Hogwarts letters to him and his friends. Shortly after, he'd received another letter, and he honestly wasn't sure which he was more excited for. In his hand was the runestone he'd been promised. It was small, round, and covered in runes that he'd never seen before. At the center, on one side, was a stag. On the other side, in the center, was a griffin. They were the only symbols familiar to him. He stood in the dark cellar, ready to open it and discover what secrets his grandfather had left him. He was ready to discover more about his family's magic and how it worked. He placed the stone against the wall in a small recess that had been invisible to him until he had the runestone in hand. A doorway appeared and he stepped through. And that is the end of Year 0. I learned a lot while writing my very first story, and I'm glad that I finished it. A part of me wants to go back and fix some mistakes, but I think I'll hold off for a while. Stay tuned for Year 1, where Harry and Co. go to Hogwarts and Harry starts officially working for the Guild.